Global Reincarnation, Becoming a God with My Unlimited Revive. Chapter 1, Unlimited Resurrection from the Beginning. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I actually turned into a bug. Li Xian lay on the green leaves and checked his own condition in surprise. He was clearly cooking in his own restaurant, but why did it suddenly turn dark and he come here? He even turned into a bug? What is this? Li Xian found a virtual frame. There were many things in the virtual frame, and in the center was a book called Survival Guide. Li Xian tried to click on it. Welcome to the Summoned Beasts world. All the people of the blue planet have been reincarnated into this world and become summoned beasts. This is a dangerous world where the strong prey on the weak. It is also the starting point for becoming a god. As long as you can contract a summoner, you have a chance to become a god. The elderly, children and other disadvantaged groups are given preferential treatment. Please work hard to survive. Pay attention, you only have one life. Please be careful. A series of female voices sounded in Li Xian's mind, causing his expression to turn grave. All of humanity has been reincarnated into summoned beasts? Who is this female voice? Could it be a god? Li Xian secretly guessed that apart from a god, he could not think of anything else that could silently send all of humanity to this world. Forget it, let's think of a way to understand the situation around us first. Then, let's see what kind of summoned beast I am. Li Xian opened the survival guide and quickly saw a brief introduction about this world. There were also many explanations about summoned beasts. Self-destruct worm, a very dangerous summoned beast. Self-destructing can cause huge damage. After self-destruct, it will die. I became a self-destruct worm? But what the hell is death after self-destructing? Li Xian looked at the introduction speechlessly. He felt so stifled in his heart. He really wanted to say, can they not be so deceitful? Ding! Unlimited Resurrection System activated. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining unlimited resurrection. After death, you will be randomly resurrected from the corpses of other summoned beasts. You will also obtain a portion of the corpse's skills and memories. Ding! Each resurrection consumes a very small amount of soul power. Like physical strength, you can automatically recover soul power. You can also increase the soul level. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, Self-Destruct Worm, Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Human. Skill, Self-Destruct. Unlimited Resurrection. I can even obtain other people's abilities and knowledge. It seems like it consumes a very small amount of soul power. That's great. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised as he listened to the mechanical notification. Having read many novels, he naturally knew what a system was. With this unlimited resurrection ability, Li Xian felt that everything in front of him was filled with light. Of course, at this stage, he had to face many problems. The most important thing was to familiarize himself with this world. There was also how to improve his soul. Resurrection consumed soul power. Even if it consumed a very small amount, Li Xian still wanted to make his soul stronger. Rumble. A thunderous sound resounded throughout the area. Li Xian immediately turned his head and looked under the big tree. He saw two creatures fighting. It was a black wolf and a rabbit fighting. The black wolf was the size of a bull and was very strong. However, its whole body was injured and one of its eyes was blind. On the other hand, the rabbit was not injured at all. It was relying on its super fast speed and strength to attack. The rabbit's attack method was very strange. It stood on its hind legs and swung its forelimbs crazily like a boxer. In addition, the rabbit's body was full of muscles. The exploding muscles made its body exceptionally strong, making it look like a strong man who looked like a rabbit. Seeing this strange scene, Li Xian felt very incredulous, as if he was watching a fantasy movie. With curiosity, Li Xian flapped his wings, wanting to fly higher and see more scenes. At the same time, he also looked at the surrounding environment. However, when he flew up from the tree, the rabbit and black wolf also saw him. Then, these two creatures revealed a human-like expression of fear. They turned around and fled into the distance. Are they afraid of me? Li Xian was a little speechless. He thought that he was quite weak, but in the end, he actually had such a strong deterrent force. However, now was not the time to think about these things. The most important thing was to understand the situation around him. Thus, he flapped his wings and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he saw many magical scenes. Floating islands in the sky, giant trees that were like buildings, towering crystal mountains, and creatures that released all kinds of superpowers. Each of these creatures had superpowers. Some could spit ice, some could spit fire, some could form water shields, and some could transform into giants. All in all, it was very magical. This world was also very beautiful. Green mountains and rivers, birds chirping and flowers fragrant, and the air was especially fresh as if it was a paradise. What a beautiful and dangerous world! Li Xian slowly landed on the original tree and hid in the leaves to open the virtual box. In the virtual frame, in addition to the survival guide, there was the auction house, regional chat channel, and so on. The auction house had nothing at the moment. Li Xian tried to open the regional chat channel, and soon, a large number of messages began to flood the screen. Is there anyone here? Where is this? I actually turned into a muscular rabbit. I turned into a gale rat, and I can use wind blades. I turned into a fierce-looking strong tiger. Strong tiger? The survival guide says that, strong tigers are good in close combat, but you still have to be careful. There are many stronger ones than you. Oh my god, just now, a dragon flew over from the sky, and the ice that it spat out froze a lake. It's too terrifying. Everyone, you must be careful. A large amount of information flashed across the chat channel, constantly spamming the screen, revealing a lot of information. Li Xian carefully checked this information and discovered that this world was even more dangerous than he had imagined. Without strength, it was very easy to die. Fortunately, I have the unlimited resurrection ability. There's no need to worry about these. Li Xian revealed a smile. He felt that he was very lucky. However, at this moment, an instinctive fear surged into his heart, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Run! Li Xian's figure rapidly danced, using his agile speed to frantically dodge. At the critical moment, he entered the tree hole and quickly drilled towards the tree roots. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out. A figure burning with flames suddenly appeared, pecking into the tree hole and biting Li Xian in his mouth. If you want to eat me, then let's die together. Explode! Boom! A loud boom rang out, and the earth trembled. Smoke and dust rolled along with the flames. Li Xian only felt a sharp pain coming from his body, and then darkness. Ding! Infinite resurrection activated, random resurrection. A mechanical sound rang out. Along with this sound, the darkness in front of Li Xian's eyes gradually turned into light, and the crisp chirping of birds gradually entered his ears. He silently raised his head. Li Xian looked at the blue sky with white clouds, green mountains, and rivers. He breathed in the fresh air. His heart was filled with joy. I'm actually alive. Previously, that female voice said that everyone only had one life. However, with infinite resurrection, I no longer have any scruples. Li Xian's heart was filled with joy. With unlimited resurrection, even if he died 1,000,000 times, he could be resurrected again. With unlimited resurrection and the ability to self-destruct, Li Xian felt that he would become the most reckless creature in history. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. When he thought that he could take over skills, he hurriedly opened the data panel. Chapter 2, Resurrect and Snatch Abilities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. Name, Li Xian. Type, Healing Frog Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Human. Skills, Self-Destruct, Healing Spell. Healing Frog? As expected, I've become a new summoned beast, and I've even obtained Healing Spell. If I die again, I'll definitely obtain another skill. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He really wanted to try resurrecting again to see what skill he could obtain. There's no rush. Let's try healing first. Also, let's gather some information. Li Xian opened the regional chat channel with anticipation and checked everyone's chat. Help, I've turned into a wailing duck. I'm being chased by a fire fox. Can anyone save me? Where are you? Tell us quickly. We'll save you. The regional chat channel fell into silence. Everyone waited for the wailing duck to reply. However, after waiting for a few minutes, there was still no reply. Wailing duck, are you still there? Speak quickly, someone asked. He should be dead. Look at the lower left corner of the regional chat channel. There were originally 100 people there, but now there are 99. Is he dead? I didn't expect someone to die so quickly. As expected, we only have one life. Everyone, be careful. The regional chat channel fell into a short silence. For a moment, no one spoke. After a long while, a message appeared again. The survival guide says that after killing a summoned beast of the same attribute, one will obtain their beast core and be able to absorb and increase one's mana. At the same time, by signing a contract with a summoner, one can obtain their feedback and strengthen one's soul. If one's mana and soul reached the requirements, one would be able to evolve into a black iron rank summoned beast. At the same time, one would also have the opportunity to awaken a second skill. Awaken a second skill. Yes, summoned beasts are divided into ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, king, holy beast, and divine beast. After each evolvement, one would have the opportunity to awaken a skill. So that's how it is. How do you know so much? How should I address you? I'm Mighty Tiger. I'm Gale Rat. I've played in many competitive professional leagues and have done a lot of research on games. Take a look at the survival guide, Gale Rat said. So you're an expert gamer. Big brother, you'll be my big brother from now on, Mighty Tiger said obsequiously. Alright, I'll accept you as my little brother. Oh right, this is the regional chat channel. According to my guess, the distance between us isn't long. Come find me and we'll work together. It's better to have more people to survive. Also, set the code name for the speech to be Mighty Tiger. That way, I'll know that you're the one speaking, said the Gale Rat. Alright, big brother. Messages flashed across the screen one after another. Li Xian saw that many people followed suit and set their own code names. Instantly, the names of all kinds of summoned beasts appeared. Flamehound, Skeleton Warrior, Violent Rabbit, Treading Sheep, Exploding Thunder Goose, Water Shield Turtle. In short, there were a lot of different types of summoned beasts. Li Xian had also seen many different types of summoned beasts. What code name should I set up? Li Xian opened the survival guide and looked carefully inside. Soon, he saw a type of summoned beast called the Transformation Beast. The combat strength of the Transformation Beast was ordinary, but it could transform into any creature. It was very magical. Li Xian could resurrect indefinitely, so using the code name Transformation Beast was the most appropriate. Therefore, Li Xian did not hesitate to set his code name as Transformation Beast. After doing all this, Li Xian continued to watch the chat channel. Soon, he saw the words of the Gale Rat again. We actually have a Flamehound in this area. This is a black iron summoned beast. Flamehound, do you want to come over? If we work together, we can survive better. No need. The flamehound replied and did not say anything else. It seemed like it was planning to walk on its own. All right, when you want to work together, you can come and look for me, Gale Rat replied. Violent Rabbit, your combat strength is not weaker than the mighty tiger. Do you want to come along? No need. We violent rabbits live in a semi-group. Just now, a powerful senior rabbit came back with a black wolf. It asked me to take care of the black wolf's corpse. It also said that it would bring me to hunt with it in the future, Violent Rabbit said happily. Powerful senior? There's actually such a good thing? I'm so envious. If only I had a powerful senior. Yeah, I'm really envious of Violent Rabbit. Don't be envious of me. It's dangerous here. Just now, Senior Rabbit said that there's a dangerous self-destruct worm in our area. In order to prevent the self-destruct worm from attacking us, we plan to move our territory, Violent Rabbit said helplessly. Is the self-destruct worm very powerful? The survival guide only said that it's very dangerous and can self-destruct. Gale Rat was puzzled. Very powerful, very powerful. When you see it, you must avoid it. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll be finished, Violent Rabbit explained. Okay, then everyone should be careful. Don't provoke the self-destruct worm. Also, Violent Rabbit, tell us the location of that bug. We'll try not to go there. Alright. Li Xian looked at the content of the chat box and shook his head speechlessly. The self-destruct worm was him. The rabbit and black wolf that he had scared away back then were probably Violent Rabbit's seniors. However, the self-destruct worm that Li Xian had transformed into was already dead. It had been attacked by an unknown red bird. What kind of creature is that bird? It's not even afraid of self-destructing. The summoned beast world sure isn't simple. Li Xian remembered that red bird. He would definitely beat it up if he had the chance in the future. Of course, the problem at the moment was to experiment with his healing spell and see how it worked. At the same time, he needed to understand this world more, study the survival guide more, and browse more of the healing frog's memories. The idea of being able to contract with a summoner and receive feedback to improve one's soul made Li Xian very curious. This healing frog has scattered memories in its mind. It once saw a summoning contract array on the grass. The healing frog really wanted to sign a contract, but its speed was too slow, and it could not compete with other summoned beasts. In addition, the healing frog's combat ability was not good, and it could not take a beating, so it was very difficult to get the summoner's approval. Normally, after a summoning array appeared, there would be many summoned beasts rushing to respond to the call and let the summoner choose. There are many summoned beasts that are better than the healing frog, so it still doesn't have an owner. Li Xian muttered to himself, browsing through the healing frog's memories as if he was watching an anime. This news is interesting. Li Xian saw some information about abilities in the healing frog's mind. For example, by using healing spells, the healing frog would consume soul power. The stronger the soul, there would be a slight improvement in the healing spell. The main point was that the number of spells cast could be much more. Li Xian's soul was definitely stronger than the healing frog's. If he were to cast healing spells, the effect would definitely increase, and he could cast them multiple times. Such a result surprised Li Xian, and he was ready to test it out. Healing frogs can only use the healing spell 3 times a day. The healing effect is not strong, and it can only heal minor injuries. I wonder what will happen if I cast the healing spell. Li Xian turned his head to look at the small river beside him based on the healing frog's memory. The water area to the east of the small river was the turtle area, which was also the territory occupied by the turtles. This area used to be the territory of healing frogs. There was a treasure inside, which was also a treasure for healing frogs. Chapter 3, Everyone was envious. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. According to the healing frog's memories, there was an old lotus flower in the turtle area. The lotus seeds it produced could strengthen the healing spell and increase the level of the healing spell. It could reduce the soul power consumption of the healing spell and increase its power. Unfortunately, the lotus flower was occupied by 2 large turtles. Every time the healing frog approached the lotus flower, it would be attacked and injured many times. Even the healing frog's mate was killed by the turtle, leaving it alone. However, it still could not forget and wanted to take back that lotus flower. It's not bad to be able to improve the healing spell. Go and try it out. See if you can get the lotus seed and also get injured to test the effect of the healing technique. With curiosity, Li Xian stomped on the ground with his back foot. His body suddenly jumped up and directly jumped into the beautiful river. Splash! The ice-cold river water swept past his body. Li Xian did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt like he could do whatever he wanted. What a free feeling! I feel very comfortable in the water. Li Xian swam freely in the river. His limbs kept slapping the water. His round body swam freely in the water. Not long after, Li Xian swam to the turtle area and saw a huge, beautiful lotus flower blooming in the middle of the water. The pink and white lotus flower bloomed extremely brightly and was as eye-catching as a beautiful girl. Seeing the beautiful lotus flower, Li Xian's swimming speed gradually slowed down. He began to search for the 2 turtles while approaching the edge of the river bank. I see them. This turtle is not small, it's the size of a wash basin. Li Xian swam for a while and saw 2 large green-skinned turtles paddling around the lotus flower. It seemed like they had the intention to swim away. Could it be that they are going out to eat? Li Xian stopped swimming and hid in a corner to observe silently. Soon, one of the 2 large turtles swam away, leaving only the last one guarding the lotus flower. There's only one left. This is a good opportunity. Li Xian quickly scanned the bottom of the water and looked for the area where the lotus seeds and lotus roots were placed. Every year, the lotus flower would bear a lot of lotus seeds and lotus roots. Among them, the lotus seeds could improve the healing spell while the lotus roots could increase mana. The reason why the big turtle occupied this place was for the lotus roots. As for the lotus seeds, they had also collected them and buried them in the soil at the bottom of the river. The healing frogs in the past had limited intelligence and did not know any tactics. They only rushed into the turtle area to fight with the 2 big turtles, trying to drive them away. However, Li Xian was a human. He would not be so stupid. Instead, he quietly swam to the bottom of the river. In just a minute, Li Xian easily reached the bottom of the river and saw the cave where the resources were stored. It's so simple. That stupid turtle is still guarding the lotus. Li Xian did not expect it to be so simple. He felt that his IQ was crushed. Who cares? I'll eat the lotus seeds first. I have to eat a lot of these things. Li Xian quickly went into the cave and soon saw a large number of lotus seeds and a small number of lotus roots. The big turtle won't eat the lotus seeds. Now it's all mine. Li Xian came to the side of the lotus seeds and quickly swallowed them one by one. This thing was very hard. The digestion of other creatures was very slow, but it was not a problem for healing frogs. After all, lotus flowers were originally used to heal frogs. Gulp! The lotus seeds were swallowed one by one, and Li Xian's stomach slowly bulged. His originally round body became even rounder. As he continued to swallow the lotus seeds, Li Xian noticed that the healing spell on the data panel started to slowly tremble, and the words started to blur as if it was about to evolve. Very good, I'll continue eating. Li Xian immediately activated his gluttonous mode and swallowed the lotus seeds in large mouthfuls. At the same time, he put the lotus roots he encountered into the auction house for auction. This item could increase mana, and mana was mainly stored in the body. Li Xian was prepared to self-destruct after eating it, so the lotus roots would have very little effect on him. In addition, it was really difficult to carry around, and he did not have the ability to store space, so Li Xian directly threw the lotus roots into the auction house. The chat channel was originally quiet. After all, everyone had to survive, find a place to live and find food and water. They were all very busy. At the end, when the lotus roots auctioned by Li Xian appeared, the chat channel instantly became lively. Damn! This lotus root can increase mana? A big shot auctioned a treasure so quickly. Could it be fake? There are a lot of swindlers nowadays. The person auctioning it is a transformation beast. It doesn't seem powerful, right? A person called Black-Furred Dog said. It's not fake. Look at the introduction of the auction house. Fake items cannot be auctioned, said the Gale Rat. It's actually real. This boss is too extravagant to put such a good item up for auction. Oh my god, I'm still worried about finding food, but the boss has already started selling magic treasures. The group of people began to speak crazily, marveling at the lotus roots that Li Xian was auctioning. Transformation Beast Boss, you are too amazing. Are you taking in any underlings? I am a black-tailed snake, and I can constantly shake my tail. I'm a girl, and I'm a lark. I can cast illusions. Transformation Beast Boss, can we form a team together? Transformation Beast, can you give me your lotus roots for free? I can protect you, said the Flame Hound. People kept spamming in the regional chat channel. Many people wanted to latch on to Li Xian. Even the only Black Iron summoned beast, the Flame Hound, couldn't help but say that he wanted to take Li Xian with him. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them. The boss that they were looking forward to did not say anything. Transformation Beast Boss is probably busy right now. Let's think of a way to get the lotus roots. This lotus root can increase mana and is very useful for advancing. However, if we want to buy this lotus root, we need a treasure that can improve the soul. How could we have such a thing? Yet, I feel that the Transformation Beast Boss must have obtained a lot of lotus roots. I'm so envious. A large amount of information appeared in the chat box again. Many people were very envious, but unfortunately, that was all they could do. Everyone, pay more attention to all kinds of plants. You might be able to find something similar, said the Gale Rat. Okay, thank you for the reminder, brother Gale Rat. The summoned beasts got busy and began to pay attention to all kinds of plants, hoping to find similar treasures. Unfortunately, they were very unfamiliar with this world. Unlike Li Xian, who could find treasures based on the healing frog's memories, those people could only be envious and jealous. Gulp. Li Xian swallowed another lotus seed. He felt extremely full and could not eat any more. There were too many lotus seeds piled up here. He was only a healing frog the size of a bowling ball. How could he eat so much? Therefore, Li Xian stopped eating and quietly digested the food in the cave. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, half an hour had passed. During this time, Li Xian paid attention to the big turtle above him while checking the data panel. The words healing spell on the data panel were already trembling a lot. It seemed that he could evolve at any time, which made Li Xian more and more excited. Just at this time. Just when Li Xian was excited, the time had finally come. Chapter 4, Flame Flower. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh! In the green river water, a turtle the size of a wash basin swam rapidly, charging toward the underwater cave like a sharp sword. Its swimming speed was very fast, several times faster than an ordinary turtle. It clearly had the ability to accelerate its swimming speed. As I remembered, the big turtle's innate ability is to accelerate its swimming speed. Li Xian squatted in the cave. His tongue quickly ate the lotus seed next to him and swallowed it into his stomach, preparing to evolve his healing spell as soon as possible. Chi! The big turtle suddenly rushed into the cave. Its eyes were glowing red as it stared at Li Xian. Then, it opened its mouth angrily and bit at Li Xian. Good! Li Xian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. His back foot suddenly stomped on the ground. His powerful hind legs made his body suddenly fly up, and he dodged the big turtle's attack at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he also came to the wall of the cave. His body suddenly increased its strength, and his back foot stared at the wall. He actually turned back extremely quickly. Bang! The sound of collision suddenly rang out. Li Xian's head fiercely knocked against the big turtle's shell, directly knocking it over. What a weak turtle! This is too bad. Li Xian looked at the turtle that was frantically struggling on the ground, wanting to flip over. He felt that this fellow was even weaker than he had imagined. This body was very fearful of the big turtle previously, and Li Xian thought that there would be a bitter battle. In the end, he did not expect the big turtle to be knocked over so easily. He was really surprised. Forget it, I'll continue eating. Li Xian continued to eat the lotus seeds, swallowing them one by one. During this process, the big turtle tried to turn over several times but was interrupted by Li Xian. This made the turtle extremely angry. Its eyes became redder and redder as it crazily moved its four limbs to get ready. Unfortunately, every time it almost got up, it would be hit back by Li Xian. It had no choice but to be helpless and furious. Not long after. Verb. I'm so full. Li Xian squatted on the ground and rubbed his big belly. He felt that he could not eat any more. However, there was still a small pile of lotus seeds on the ground. Li Xian did not want to give up. I'll wait a little longer and continue eating after I've digested a little. Li Xian once again sank into digestion. During this process, he kept waving his four limbs around the big turtle to prevent it from turning over. There were several times when the big turtle wanted to turn over, but it was slapped by Li Xian. In the end, the big turtle was beaten and shut itself up. It directly hid in the turtle shell and did not come out. Tisk, what a disappointment! It has only been hit 100 times and it already does not dare to come out. Li Xian was speechless. He squatted by the side and waited for a while, but the big turtle still did not come out. Li Xian could not be bothered with it and turned around to eat the lotus seeds again. Gulp! Gulp! The lotus seeds were swallowed one by one. After he finished eating them, Li Xian stopped moving. An inexplicable aura rippled around his body. Li Xian felt as if his healing spell had been evolved and become handier. Ding! The healing spell has successfully advanced to intermediate healing spell. With the sound of a mechanical notification, Li Xian's heart was filled with a pleasant surprise. It finally advanced. Let's test the effect. Li Xian came to the side of a sharp stone. His left forelimb slashed the tip of the stone, and immediately, fresh blood flowed out from his left forelimb. Healing spell. Li Xian raised his right forelimb and placed it on the wound on his left forelimb. He began to slowly release the healing spell. A white light flashed. Along with this light, Li Xian felt that the wound was warm. The bleeding wound gradually stopped and no longer bled. The healing effect isn't bad. It's more than twice as strong as the healing spell in my memory. Not bad at all. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. He felt that his trip was not in vain. He had finally leveled up. It's time to go. There are no more good things here. Li Xian glanced at the big turtle. He felt that it was not bad for them to guard the lotus here to prevent other creatures from eating the lotus. In the future, if he came back, he could still continue to plunder the lotus seeds and lotus roots. Therefore, Li Xian only glanced at it and ignored it. Then, he jumped away and headed toward the distant river bank. Not long after, Li Xian returned to the riverbank and saw the blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and green water. There was also a hunting dog that was emitting a green light on the riverbank. Woof, woof. The hunting dog suddenly rushed forward. Traces of wind appeared under its feet, causing its speed to be like a flash of the wind. You shouldn't have come to attack me, because I will invite you to enjoy the beautiful explosion. Boom! The smoke and dust rolled along with the rumbling sound, and the clear water in the small river stirred up waves. In the river, the big turtle that had just rolled over in the cave felt an inexplicable chill on its back. It seemed that it had just brushed past death. Ding! You have died, you'll be randomly resurrected. The mechanical sound rang out, and the darkness in front of Li Xian's eyes slowly turned into light. However, he inexplicably felt that his body was a little heavy. Why do I feel a little tired? Reviving consumes a little soul power, and the soul power can recover on its own. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be tired. Could it be because of the body? Forget it, let's check the environment first. Li Xian shook his head and looked at the surrounding environment. This was a dark underground cave. There was a lot of hay in the cave, making it look very clean and tidy. The environment is not bad. It looks like a clean summoned beast. Li Xian slowly walked to the entrance of the cave and saw that there was a lot of grass growing around the entrance. It was very lush and fresh, and he wanted to eat a few mouthfuls. Shaking his head, Li Xian looked around. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he slowly opened the data panel. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, fire-breathing rabbit, ordinary summoned beast. Soul, human. Skills, self-destruct, intermediate healing spell, fireball. Very good, I've obtained another skill. I can breathe fire. That's great. Li Xian happily checked his data and felt that his combat ability had improved once again. Why does my body feel heavy? Could it be that my new body isn't used to it? The amount of soul power used to resurrect is very little. It shouldn't be because of my soul power. I'll study it later. Now, I'll browse through the fire-breathing rabbit's memories first. Li Xian hopped back to the haystack and lay on top of it to browse through the fire-breathing rabbit's memories. Very soon, his memories began to flash. As if he was watching an anime, a large amount of information appeared. These memories included the general map of this area, the environment, the various battles he had participated in, his combat experience, all the summoned beasts he had seen, his natural enemies, and so on. Li Xian learned a lot of information that Li Xian did not know from the memories, and it had benefited Li Xian greatly. This fire-breathing rabbit has actually signed a contract. Li Xian was very surprised. He had never thought that this fire-breathing rabbit would actually have such an experience. This had opened up an unfamiliar door for Li Xian. This fire-breathing rabbit had once signed an equal contract with a young summoner. While protecting the youth, it also enjoyed the benefits of the summoner's return, slowly increasing its soul power. In addition, the youth had also earned money to buy many things, trying to help the fire-breathing rabbit increase its skill level. In the end, the youth found a plant called the flame flower, which could slowly increase its flame ability. Unfortunately, this item was very expensive. Although the youth had worked hard to earn money, the fire-breathing rabbit still had not eaten many flame flowers, causing its skill level to increase slowly. It still had not been able to advance. Not long after, the youth was poisoned to death. The contract between the two parties disappeared, and the fire-breathing rabbit automatically returned to this world. Chapter 5, The Fire Peacock. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It seems like it's not easy for the summoners, they have to raise their own strength and also support their summoned beast to cultivate its skills. On the other hand, it was much easier for a summoned beast. All it had to do was protect the summoner and it could still survive safely in that world. It was not as dangerous. Li Xian felt that it was not too bad for an ordinary summoned beast to sign a contract. It could raise its soul power even if he slept every day. The most important thing was that summoners would do their best to nurture their summoned beasts. It was equivalent to having someone to help you raise your strength every day. The most important thing was the equal contract. Both parties had a certain degree of binding force. However, Li Xian did not have any intention of signing a contract for the time being. At the moment, his goal was to obtain all kinds of skills. After accumulating enough skills and becoming a powerful summoned beast, he would consider other things, such as raising the level of his soul. Li Xian shook his head. He did not think about this matter anymore. Instead, he was thinking about how to find the flame flower. In my memory, there are no flame flowers nearby, but the environment is more familiar. The small river where the healing frog lived was not far from here. Li Xian thought about it and decided to take a look at the small river. Previously, when he was attacked by that hunting dog, Li Xian self-destructed and also blew up that hunting dog. Li Xian did not know the exact power of the explosion, so he prepared to go over and take a look to determine the extent of the self-detonation. As soon as he thought of it, he did it. Li Xian skipped to the entrance of the cave and scanned the surroundings. After making sure that the surroundings were safe, he jumped out of the cave and ran toward the riverside. Chirp, chirp. A green sparrow flew over in the sky, grabbed a mouthful of fur from Li Xian's body, and left quickly. Li Xian looked at the green sparrow and ignored it. Instead, he continued to run. According to the fire-breathing rabbit's memory, the green sparrow liked to use the fire-breathing rabbit's fur and would often come over to grab some. In return, when the green sparrow saw a dangerous large creature, it would let out a hurried cry to remind the fire-breathing rabbit to pay attention to its safety. This kind of cooperation also helped the fire-breathing rabbit through many dangers, and both sides benefited from each other. What an interesting summoned beast world! It is like the law of the jungle, so there is also mutual benefit and symbiosis. Li Xian hopped forward. His rabbit ears listened carefully to the sounds around him, and from time to time, he stood up to look in the direction. After more than 10 minutes of running, Li Xian successfully arrived at the riverside. He saw the location of the explosion and the dead dog. Not far away, two rat-like creatures were confronting each other, as if they were fighting over the carcass of the hound. These two rats were the big-toothed rat and the little fierce rat. They were both low-level summoned beasts. When they saw Li Xian coming over, they immediately stared at Li Xian with vigilance and stepped back in fear. Li Xian could not be bothered with them and directly walked toward the hunting dog. The carcass of the hunting dog was still intact. The wound was on its abdomen, and it had a beast core in its body. It could increase the mana of summoned beasts of the same attribute. It was a pretty good thing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of a rat was heard. When the big-toothed rat saw Li Xian approaching the hunting dog, it seemed to be unwilling to let its prey be taken away, so it actually issued a warning. Li Xian ignored it and directly searched the carcass of the hunting dog, looking for the beast core. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The big-toothed rat's figure flashed as it rushed straight toward Li Xian and bit Li Xian's neck. You're courting death. Li Xian suddenly opened his mouth and a red light started to shine. A thick flame condensed into form and flew out like a basketball on fire. Bang! The flames rolled and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Li Xian glanced at the big-toothed rat that was burnt to death and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. This fireball is very powerful. It is indeed worthy of being a fireball that is close to the intermediate level. Li Xian said to himself as his gaze swept across the little fierce rat. Squeak, squeak. The little fierce rat was scared out of its wits and hurriedly turned around to flee into the distance. Li Xian ignored the little fierce rat and continued to search for the beast core. Soon, he found a green beast core. Not bad. Unfortunately, I have to reincarnate. This thing is useless to me. I'll throw it into the auction house. Li Xian threw the beast core, the carcass of the hunting dog, and the big-toothed rat into the auction house. At this moment, the people in the chat channel were chatting, talking about the various things they had experienced that day. Some of them were even worried about food. It was so dangerous just now. I was almost captured by the hunting dog. Everyone, you must be careful when you go out, said the violent rabbit. What's wrong? Didn't you have a senior with you? Shouldn't you be fine? Asked the mighty tiger. We met a hunting dog. A light breeze could appear under its feet, and it was extremely fast. Its attack power was very fierce, and with one bite, it left a deep wound. Senior and I were bitten. Fortunately, a few violent rabbits rushed over, and Senior and I were able to avoid this disaster, the violent rabbit said with lingering fear. Is it so powerful? What kind of creature is that hunting dog, and why is it so powerful? My tiger asked again. I don't know either. There isn't much information in the survival guide. I don't have the knowledge of this hunting dog. Anyway, be careful when you go out, Violent Rabbit said. Okay, I will be careful. The auction house has a new item. It is auctioned by the transformation beast boss, Dolly Tiger said hurriedly. Really? Let me see. Violent Rabbit also opened the auction house curiously. As the two chatted, many others also showed up and began to look at the items in the auction house. It's a beast core. It can increase wind attribute mana. Good stuff. This thing is very suitable for me, Gale Rat hurriedly said. There's also the carcass of a hunting dog and a big-toothed rat. I'm still hungry. Big Boss has already generously auctioned the items. Black-tailed Snake was extremely envious. Transformation Beast Boss, I'm really a girl. Please form a team with me, the illusion lark begged. It really wanted to follow Li Xian. However, while everyone was speaking, Violent Rabbit fell into silence and carefully looked at the carcass of the hunting dog. Violent Rabbit, why aren't you speaking? Mighty Tiger asked curiously. It's not that I'm not speaking, I'm just scared. Do you guys still remember the hunting dog that I mentioned just now? Violent Rabbit said. Yes, didn't you say that you almost died? Yes, the hunting dog that attacked us has the same appearance as the hunting dog in the auction house. It's definitely the same type, the same breed, Violent Rabbit said solemnly. What? Are you sure? Mighty Tiger hurriedly asked. The Mighty Tiger's combat strength was about the same as the Violent Rabbit's. If Violent Rabbit could not beat the enemy, Mighty Tiger could not beat it either. However, such an enemy actually died and was thrown into the auction house by the Transformation Beast Boss. This was enough to prove how terrifying the Transformation Beast Boss was. Of course I'm sure. Moreover, this hunting dog in the auction house is obviously stronger and more dangerous, Violent Rabbit hurriedly explained. This is too strong. Transformation Beast Boss, please accept my salute. The Mighty Tiger was completely convinced. It cried and cried in the chat channel, wanting to hug Li Xian's thigh. Unfortunately, no one responded to it, and Li Xian could not be bothered to pay attention to them because Li Xian saw his enemy. Yes. It was the flaming creature that he had encountered during the period of the self-destruct worm. Chirp, chirp. The crisp chirping of birds echoed in the sky. A peacock-like flaming creature was flying in the sky, emitting a scorching aura. Around the peacock's body, a large amount of fiery red flames were burning. From time to time, beautiful flames would rise, making it look extraordinary. Looking at the undamaged fire peacock, Li Xian was extremely solemn. He could feel the huge difference between the two sides. According to the fire-breathing rabbit's memory, this fire peacock is the overlord of this area. Its strength is extremely terrifying, and one of its favorite foods is self-destruct worms. Even self-destruct couldn't hurt you in the slightest. It really is a powerful summoned beast. From now on, I'll call you the fire peacock. Li Xian remembered this fire peacock and prepared to have a good time with it in the future. He definitely could not beat it at the moment. Increasing his strength was a problem that Li Xian had to face at this stage, so he prepared to reincarnate again. He wanted to see what skills he could obtain. I wonder what summoned beast I can reincarnate into this time? What skills can I obtain? I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 6, God Pigeon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Xian muttered to himself. He stood on the grass for a long time, wanting to see if there were any foolish summoned beasts that wanted to attack him. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, he did not meet any summoned beasts that wanted to attack him. When his stomach was growling with hunger, Li Xian did not waste any more time. He took a deep breath and suddenly self-destructed. Boom! A familiar sound reverberated through the world. The scorching heat caused the surrounding weeds to burn rapidly. Fiery flames swept in all directions, forming a circular pit on the ground. The explosion also shocked the surrounding summoned beasts, causing them to hurriedly run and look at the location of the explosion in fear. Li Xian no longer knew about all of this. At that moment, his consciousness had returned to darkness. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. As the mechanical voice sounded, exhaustion welled up in Li Xian's heart. I'm getting more and more tired. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. The dark world had returned to the light. What entered his eyes was a cave formed by a grayish-brown stone wall. There were also all sorts of strangely shaped stones. The ground beneath his feet was soft as if it was the roots of plants. Li Xian lowered his head and looked at his feet. A pair of feathered bird feet appeared before his eyes. There was also an ugly nest built under his feet. Nest? This time, I became a bird? Fine then. Let's see why it is so tiring first. Li Xian analyzed it carefully and found that the consumption of soul power to resurrect was very small. Although some skills also consumed soul power would be recovered slowly, just like physical strength. Perhaps I have too many skills, and the burden on my soul has increased. Ordinary summoned beasts only have one skill, but I have 4 now. Li Xian thought of his skills and immediately began to check his newly acquired skill. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, God Pigeon Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Human. Skills, Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Fireball, God's Perspective. God Pigeon? Pigeon. Li Xian observed the data panel while checking his current appearance. The white wings of the pigeon appeared in front of his eyes. The snow-white feathers were attached to his body, making him look neat and beautiful. Needless to say, Li Xian also knew that he had become a god pigeon. Let's browse through my memories first and clarify the surrounding environment. After making his decision, Li Xian began to carefully browse through his memories. Very quickly, a large amount of information appeared like a cartoon. This information was messy and complicated. Li Xian continued to look through them until the next morning. He had only seen 90% of it. Fortunately, the tiredness in his soul had decreased a little, and he had gained quite a lot of useful knowledge. For example, the surrounding environment, the general geographical location, and the information of the many summoned beasts had all been carefully memorized by him. Among them, the one that he gained the most was the skill, God's Perspective. God's Perspective, you can freely observe all the scenes within a 1 kilometer radius. You can adjust your perspective at will and observe the target up close. Not bad. Li Xian was very satisfied with the use of God's Perspective. This observation ability made up for his shortcomings very well. If God's Perspective was raised to an intermediate level in the future, the range of observation would definitely increase again. This pigeon has quite a long life. Why isn't God's Perspective upgraded to intermediate? What a pity! Li Xian shook his head and looked at the pigeon's memories again. Soon, he saw information about the summoning array. The summoning array was the way summoners and summoned beasts signed a contract. The color was white. The appearance of the summoning array was very random and not fixed. Every time it appeared, there would be a large number of summoned beasts fighting over it. The god pigeon had seen many summoning arrays, but it did not have a contract. It seemed like it was a summoned beast that liked freedom. I don't want to think too much. Let's experiment with God's Perspective first. Li Xian activated God's perspective. In an instant, his vision came to the sky and he looked down at the scene below. It was as if he was standing on a tall building looking down. It was very magical. I can also adjust my angle of view. Li Xian tried to lower his angle of view and soon, he saw a cliff. The cliff was composed of grayish-brown stones. These stones were uneven. There were obvious traces of rain washing over them. A few tender green weeds grew firmly on the cliff and swayed back and forth in the breeze. A blue and white eagle stood quietly on the cliff. Its sharp eyes scanned the surroundings as if it was patrolling its territory. Li Xian was curious. He slowly lowered his God's perspective to look in front of the eagle. He carefully looked at its blue and white feathers. What made Li Xian happy was that the eagle did not notice him at such a close distance. This was enough to prove that God's perspective was extraordinary. Li Xian continued to adjust his view to look around. Soon, he found a monkey not far from the eagle. This monkey hid behind a rock. Its eyes were greedily looking at the eagle's nest and the eagle eggs inside. The key point was that this monkey was covered in a light film, and the eagle that was close by actually did not see the monkey. Wait, can that light film make the monkey invisible? God's perspective can even see through invisible creatures. Li Xian was completely unable to remain calm. If God's perspective could see through invisibility, that would be great. The ecstatic Li Xian continued to use God's perspective to observe and carefully study this skill. 10 minutes later, Li Xian was completely sure that God's perspective could see through invisibility and illusions. What an amazing skill! I have to improve this skill more in the future. It's best if I can max it out. Li Xian happily withdrew God's perspective and continued to browse the pigeon's memories. Flame flower? There's actually a memory of the flame flower? That's great! With the flame flower, I can raise the level of the fireball. From the pigeon's memories, Li Xian saw that there were many bright red flame flowers growing on the flaming mountain. There were many of these flame flowers, but they were located in the fire peacock's territory. Ordinary summoned beasts did not dare to go near them. Fire peacock, the road between enemies is really narrow. It's actually in its territory. Since it's an enemy, then I'll have to go pick it up. At worst, I'll self-destruct. I can resurrect anyway and I'll just be a little tired. Li Xian thought of the scene when he was attacked by the fire peacock when he self-destructed. Since he had a chance to take revenge, he was naturally eager to try. He really wanted to set off immediately. However, this body was a little thin and weak. Moreover, he had not eaten or drunk all night, and his stomach was hungry. He had to eat his fill first. Slowly flapping his wings, Li Xian tried to fly. After confirming that he would not fall off, he began to move. Flap, flap. His white wings flapped slowly. Under the warm sunlight, he headed towards the barley valley. This valley grew a lot of barley, which was the main food for the pigeons. It was also an important reason that he could survive. There are 2 violent rabbits eating in the valley, and there is a giant thorny grass summoned beast. Forget it, I don't care. If people don't attack me, I won't attack them. Li Xian slowly landed in the valley, stepped on the barley stalks, and began to peck at the barley. The barley was about the same size as the corn kernels in his previous life. It was covered in golden yellow, and when he ate it, he could taste the rich wheat fragrance. It was very delicious. Li Xian felt a little intoxicated after eating too much. He felt that he would never be able to eat enough. Rustle! Rustle! The 2 violent rabbits slowly revealed their heads and looked at Li Xian carefully. Then, they huddled together and whispered to each other as if they were discussing something. The older violent rabbit pointed at the thorny grass summoned beast and revealed a frightened expression. Then, it pointed at Li Xian and revealed a greedy expression, as if it had treated Li Xian as food. The violent rabbit on the side also agreed with the nod, muscles bulging and slowly approaching Li Xian. Chapter 7, Flaming Mountain. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, just as the two violent rabbits took a step forward, the thorny grass summoned beast suddenly moved. Like lightning, it rushed toward Li Xian. Its sharp thorny branches whipped toward Li Xian's wings with afterimages. Such a sudden attack also stunned the two violent rabbits. Then, they revealed a regretful expression. It was as if they felt that the delicious pigeon meat was about to be snatched away, but they could not afford to provoke the thorny grass, so they could only sigh helplessly. However, at this moment, just as the two violent rabbits sighed, they were shocked to discover that the white god pigeon suddenly turned its head and opened its mouth. In the next second, thick flames condensed into a fireball, carrying a scorching high temperature as it flew out abruptly. Boom! The flames rose and thick smoke billowed. The thorny grass summoned beast shook violently and let out a mournful cry. The entire thorny grass was covered in flames and was burning crazily. This flame, which was like a natural enemy, made the thorny grass unable to resist at all. It could only be burned into ashes in pain. Crackle, crackle! The god pigeon landed at the place where the thorny grass died and searched carefully. Finally, the god pigeon picked up a small crystal. This small crystal was very beautiful. It was like a diamond that was emitting a luster. This was the beast core that was unique to local summoned beasts. With this beast core in his mouth, Li Xian glanced at the two violent rabbits. Then, he flapped his wings and headed in the direction of the water source area. On the spot, only the two violent rabbits were left standing in a daze. Their eyes were filled with fear. It took them a long time to react, but they were still shocked. In the chat channel, a message suddenly appeared in the chat channel that had been quiet for a long time. "Oh my god, guess what I saw? I almost died again," the violent rabbit said. "What happened? What kind of danger did you encounter again?" Mighty Tiger asked curiously. "It was a god pigeon. Just now, we encountered a thorny grass summoned beast and a god pigeon. Originally, we wanted to kill the god pigeon, but guess what happened?" "What? Tell us quickly, don't keep us in suspense," Mighty Tiger urged. In the end, thorny grass attacked the god pigeon. Its attack speed was very fast, and none of us were that fast, Violent Rabbit explained. "That's for sure. Thorny grass's combat strength is close to that of a black iron summoned beast. That god pigeon will probably be killed in one hit." Gale Rat commented indifferently as if he was an expert in the game. "Wrong, very wrong. We thought so too, but we were all wrong," Violent Rabbit quickly denied. "How could it be wrong? According to the survival guide, there's not much difference in combat strength between god pigeons and ordinary pigeons. Its biggest advantage is reconnaissance. Could it be that the god pigeon dodged the attack at the critical moment and it flew away?" The Gale Rat was puzzled. "No, the god pigeon was very calm from the beginning to the end. When it was attacked, it actually spat out a huge fireball and burned the thorny grass to death. It was too strong." Violent Rabbit explained with a lingering fear, his eyes full of shock. "That's impossible, right? How can the god pigeon spit out fireballs? Isn't it only good at scouting?" The Gale Rat could not figure it out. "Maybe we saw it wrong. Maybe it's not a god pigeon, but a summoned beast that looks very similar to a god pigeon," Violent Rabbit said uncertainly. "Is there actually such a summoned beast? The introductions in the survival guide are still too few. We'd better be careful in the future," the Gale Rat sighed. "Yeah, even my senior was scared. It's also the first time it's seen something like this." Violent Rabbit felt that this world was too dangerous. It's best for everyone to sign a contract with a summoner as soon as possible. If we can sign a contract with a tycoon, we might be able to obtain a large amount of resources. Even if we don't have many resources, we can quickly raise the strength of our souls and raise it to Black Iron rank as soon as possible, the Gale Rat kindly reminded. "Yeah, I'm preparing to sign a contract. I'm preparing to catch up with the pace of the transformation beast boss, the violent rabbit replied. Tisk, tisk, you're only thinking about signing the contract now. Your speed is too slow. I forgot to tell you that I've already signed a contract. Moreover, I'm no longer in the summoned beast world. I'm in a safe island world, the black-furred dog said calmly. You've actually signed a contract? How is it? Is it like what the survival guide says? It can increase the strength of the soul by 100 times. The Gale Rat hurriedly asked. More or less. Moreover, when I'm summoned by my master, I can automatically learn the words and language of the corresponding world. Most importantly, I can also eat a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures. My master is a prince. He gave me a lot of beast cores and black origin grass. I've eaten a lot of good things. Now, my skill has reached the intermediate level. I'm working hard to increase my strength and work hard toward the direction of becoming a black iron summoned beast, black-furred dog said proudly. It's actually really good. I really didn't expect it. The Gale Rat was extremely envious. That's right, I don't have to worry about eating or drinking now. I play with the prince every day, and my strength can still increase rapidly. I don't have to work so hard anymore, black-furred dog replied delightedly. I'm really envious. When can I be contracted? I was hungry yesterday. Mighty Tiger was extremely envious. You guys will have the chance in the future, but it will take a lot of time. Maybe by then, I will have become the strongest existence among us, surpassing the Flamehound and the Transformation Beast. The black-furred dog made a bold statement, looking down on everything. Is that so? With just you? The silent Flamehound spoke. As the only black iron summoned beast, he had always felt that he was the strongest. However, the transformation beast was selling items in the auction house, and the black-furred dog had come out to make a ruckus. This made the Flamehound very unhappy, and his tone became much colder. Flamehound, just you wait. When I reach black iron rank, sooner or later, I will fight with you to see who is stronger and who is weaker, black-furred dog said confidently. Sure, you better not be too weak, or else you won't even have the right to challenge me. The Flamehound sneered, still looking down on the black-furred dog. Hee, you're just lucky enough to become a black iron rank. However, you don't have a master, so you'll never be able to increase your strength quickly. The black-furred dog was unwilling to be outdone and continued to fight back. Just like that, the two of them argued with each other and provoked each other. They also wasted a lot of time. During this period of time, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Xian flapped his white wings and headed straight for the flaming mountain, preparing to search for the flame flower. According to his memories, the flaming mountain was not too far away. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he arrived and rested twice on the way. The main reason was that this pigeon's body was too weak. In addition to the exhaustion of his soul, Li Xian chose to rest. After the fireball advances, I'll self-destruct and reincarnate. Then, I'll look for a summoner to sign a contract and strengthen my soul. I'll try my best to increase my strength and make myself stronger. After making his decision, Li Xian began to observe the flaming mountain that was surging with heat waves. His god's perspective naturally expanded as he began to search carefully. To his surprise, there were no fire peacocks on the flaming mountain. It seemed that they had gone out. Moreover, with God's perspective, Li Xian discovered the flame flower immediately. Chapter 8, Black Little Wild Boar. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Very good, I can start eating the flame flower. I'll try my best to advance successfully. Li Xian moved closer to the flame flower and started to peck at the flame flower like a whirlwind. Under the rapid pecking, Li Xian felt warmth all over his body. It was as if his body was on fire. It was warm. On the data panel, the fireball skill also started to tremble and start to react. Time passed bit by bit. As the number of flame flowers decreased, Li Xian slowly approached the peak of the mountain and ate all the flame flowers along the way. However, the higher he went up the mountain, the higher the temperature. Li Xian's body could not hold on any longer. After all, he was still an ordinary summoned beast. The fireball can advance soon. I can't stop. Li Xian took a deep breath and endured the high temperature around him. He chose to continue pecking at the flame flowers. With his persistence, the fireball on the data panel vibrated faster and faster, almost reaching its limit. However, just at this moment, when the fireball was about to advance, the fire peacock returned. Huff, huff, huff. The strong wind started to whistle. The fire peacock flew in the sky and inspected its territory. When it saw a god pigeon secretly eating its flame flowers, the fire peacock became angry. Without hesitation, it flapped its wings and released a large amount of flames. Whoosh! 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 Flames like heavenly flames fell from the sky. Rolling heat waves began to rise and swept toward Li Xian. The range of the flames was very wide. Not to mention ordinary summoned beasts, even black iron summoned beasts could not dodge it. Therefore, the flames directly fell on the pigeon's body. However, what shocked the fire peacock was that the pigeon actually continued to eat in the flames. Even though its feathers were burned off and its body was emitting hot steam, the pigeon still refused to leave. Such a strange scene shocked the fire peacock. It looked down in disbelief at the figure in the flames. After living for so many years, this was the first time the fire peacock had seen such a persistent summoned beast. It did not even care about its life but wanted to eat the flame flowers. This persistence somehow angered the fire peacock again. It once again scattered a large number of flames toward the miserable god pigeon. Ding! Your fireball skill has successfully advanced to intermediate fireball. It has finally advanced. This is great. Sooner or later, the fire peacock and I will meet again. Just you wait. Li Xian endured the intense pain all over his body and raised his head to look at the sky. He looked at the flames that were falling down again and then self-destructed with a loud bang. Boom! The terrifying self-destruction swept through a large area. Fresh blood and thick smoke shook in all directions. The fire peacock looked at the scene in front of it blankly. Its small brain was filled with mush. It did not understand what was going on at all. However, it could not be bothered with these things anymore. Instead, it continued to strut around and patrol its territory. On the other side, in a dark underground cave, Li Xian fell into darkness. A weak light shone in from the outside not far away. I feel like my soul is stuffed. It seems like I have too many skills, and the burden on my soul is too heavy. It seems like I need to contract a summoner as soon as possible to raise my soul level. Otherwise, I might not be able to accommodate more skills. Although I feel like I can revive again, it's still better to be cautious. Li Xian closed his eyes, feeling the fatigue all over his body and the feeling of fullness in the depths of his soul. He decided to find a summoner as soon as possible. A summoner could nourish the soul and raise the soul level of the summoned beast. It would be of great help to the summoned beast's soul and was also a necessary path for advancing to a black iron rank summoned beast. Moreover, Li Xian had another guess. If his soul was strong enough, he might be able to directly transform into a black iron rank summoned beast in the future. For a summoned beast of this level, the number of skills would increase. The level could also be intermediate or advanced, so there would be no need to level up the skill if one got an advanced level skill. Of course, this was just a guess. Li Xian was not sure either. At the moment, the main focus was to sign a contract with a summoner. Thinking about it, Li Xian took action. First, he carefully looked around and discovered that this was an uneven cave. In the middle of the cave, there were many weeds. Li Xian lowered his head and looked at the soft weeds. Then, he saw the furry little claws. Why do they look like cat claws? Did I reincarnate into a cat? Li Xian was surprised. He wanted to call out the data panel, but at that moment, fatigue surged through his body. Li Xian's body swayed, and he lay on the weeds and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xian finally opened his eyes again. The fatigue in his soul had slightly decreased, but the feeling of fullness in his soul was still there. Moreover, he felt hungry and wanted to eat something as soon as possible. I'm so hungry. Let's find something to eat first. Li Xian activated God's perspective and was ready to see where there was food. When his view reached the sky, he suddenly saw a large amount of white light flashing. Summoning contract array? It's actually a summoning contract array? Moreover, why are there so many of them? Li Xian looked to the southeast in surprise. Under the huge rock there, dozens of summoning arrays lit up at the same time, waiting for the summoned beasts to enter. Some of the quicker summoned beasts had already run into the summoning contract array and started to sign the contract. What puzzled Li Xian was that these arrays were all white, but one of the summoning arrays was of a different color. This summoning magic array was actually also white, but there was a circle of 7-colored light around the array. It was very magical. 7-colored light? This must mean something. I can't miss it. I need to go immediately. Li Xian moved his small claws and struggled to walk out of the cave. It was just that the exhaustion from his body made it difficult for him to walk when he just walked out of the cave. Instinctively, 2 green wings appeared on his back, dragging his small body as he flew towards the summoning contract array. Flying? I've obtained the flying ability this time? Let's look at the data first. Li Xian pulled out the data panel. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, Wind-winged cat, ordinary summoned beast. Soul, human. Skills, self-destruct, intermediate healing spell, intermediate fireball, God's perspective, wind wings. Wind-winged cat? It's actually a newly born and abandoned wind-winged cat. No wonder its body is so weak. Li Xian looked at the data panel and roughly scanned his memories. He roughly understood his own situation. Previously, the reason why he fell asleep was not only because of the exhaustion of his soul but also because of the exhaustion of his body. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to fall asleep so quickly. Of course, these were all minor matters. At the moment, the main focus was on signing a contract with a summoner, especially the 7-colored light summoning array. He had to be clear about it. Flap! Flap! Slowly flapping his wings, Li Xian quickly arrived around the huge boulder and saw many summoned beasts. What surprised Li Xian was that with the naked eye, there was no 7-colored light around the summoning array. Only with God's perspective could he see the rainbow light. Interesting, is this a hidden characteristic that only God's perspective can see through? Li Xian looked at the array carefully. There was really no difference with his naked eye. The only difference was that this rainbow array carried a trace of pressure. Let's go in first. Otherwise, it won't be good if other summoned beasts occupy it in advance. Li Xian saw that many summoned beasts were desperately trying to enter the summoning array. Many of the summoning array had successfully signed a contract and disappeared. Only this 7-colored array was temporarily empty, but the surrounding arrays were becoming fewer and fewer. Soon, only the 7-colored array was left. Li Xian was worried that an accident would happen, so he decided to go in and sign the contract. Li Xian slowly landed around the summoning array and prepared to enter and sign the contract. However, at this time, a little black wild boar tried to snatch the array from him. How could the fat meat in his hands be snatched away by others? Therefore, Li Xian directly opened his mouth. An intermediate fireball the size of a basketball condensed and flew towards the little wild boar with terrifying might, directly landing on its body. Boom! A terrifying explosion appeared. The tyrannical might and fluctuations shocked the surrounding summoned beasts and they fled in all directions. They looked at Li Xian in horror and did not dare to come any closer. Li Xian's eyes became blurry as he looked at the small wild boar with a serious expression. Chapter 9, Summoned Beasts That Were Frightened by the Fireball. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The power of the intermediate fireball was extremely powerful. The explosion created a huge crater in the ground and even killed 2 summoned beasts that were relatively close to it. However, what surprised Li Xian was that even though the little wild boar was badly injured, it stood up very quickly. How is this possible? When I was in the initial stage of fireball, I felt that I could even kill the violent rabbit. The power of the intermediate fireball is at least doubled. It only blew up the little wild boar into a sorry state and didn't kill it. This is too strange. Li Xian was extremely solemn. He felt that something was wrong with this little wild boar. Its injuries are healing at a rapid speed. It's so fast. Looking at the wounds on the little wild boar's body rapidly changing and the bloody wounds quickly healing, Li Xian felt that he had encountered an opponent. Huff! 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 The little wild boar's front foot began to rumble on the ground, just like the action of a wild ox before charging forward. Following this action, the little wild boar's body suddenly charged forward, bringing with it an indomitable aura as it charged toward Li Xian. Boom! An explosion appeared once again. The boiling hot fireball submerged the little wild boar and blew it away once again. However, this was not the end. After the fireball exploded, one after another fireballs flew over and hit the area where the little wild boar was, exploding one after another. Boom! 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 After 5 consecutive explosions, Li Xian felt as if he had been hollowed out. He was abnormally tired, and the feeling of weakness in his soul became more and more serious. It should be dead. Li Xian saw that there was no movement in the dust, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. He felt that he had finally dealt with the little wild boar. I need to take the beast core first. Li Xian took weak steps and came to the side of the summoned beast that was affected. He picked up the 2 beast cores. After doing all this, Li Xian was about to go to the little wild boar to take a look at the situation, but his sensitive ears suddenly heard a sound. God's perspective. God's perspective, which could detect concealment, was immediately activated and swept toward the little wild boar in the dust. Seeing this, Li Xian was shocked. The appearance of the little wild boar had changed. What was originally an ordinary body of flesh and blood had become thick and heavy scales, like dragon scales. Moreover, the 2 big teeth of the little wild boar had also grown out, and they were suffused with a pitch-black light. This scene made Li Xian secretly shocked. He felt that this little wild boar was really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, it was heavily injured and could not get up for the time being. However, its eyes were still fixed on the 7-colored magic array, as if it had identified this magic array. What kind of monster is this? Why is it so resistant to being beaten? Forget it, while it has not recovered, quickly occupy the summoning array. Li Xian did not want to waste any more time. The 7-colored magic array had to be occupied. Especially through this little wild boar, Li Xian realized that the magic array was not simple. Flap! Flap! Li Xian flapped his wind wings and dragged his exhausted body as he slowly landed in the array. He did not hesitate to choose the contract. As he made his choice, he was filled with joy in the summoning array. It seemed like no one had paid attention to this summoning array for a long time, causing the summoner to be very worried. Li Xian's contract was exactly what he wanted, causing the anxious summoner to be extremely happy. As such, the contract was established very quickly, and Li Xian slowly disappeared under the light of the formation. Only the little wild boar was left on the spot, staring at the disappearing array. Roar! The roar resounded throughout the area, and the little wild boar ran to the spot where the array had disappeared with red eyes, roaring crazily. However, the roars had no effect, and the little wild boar could only destroy things around it crazily. In the end, after venting its anger, it left in disappointment, completely leaving this place. Summoner Continent. This was a world where summoners were respected. When everyone reached the age of 16, they could use the summoning array to contract their own summoned beasts. Under most circumstances, ordinary people could only contract ordinary summoned beasts. Those humans with extraordinary talent had a chance to contract high-level summoned beasts and become superior to others. They were envied and respected by many people. On this day, in Black Rock City, Black Rock Academy was holding a summoning ceremony. Dozens of youths stood on the field, expectantly dripping their blood into the array, waiting for their summoned beasts to appear. Whoosh! 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 Rays of white light flashed. Along with these rays of white light, summoned beasts of all shapes and sizes appeared in the center of the circular contract array. Violent rabbit, mighty tiger, ox-headed turtle, nerve rabbit, lightning bird. In short, the appearance of these summoned beasts changed the atmosphere of the scene. The lively discussions rose and fell. Ha ha ha, my summoned beast is Violent Rabbit, a violent rabbit with very strong combat strength. That's great, ha ha ha. So what? My summoned beast is Mighty Tiger. Not only is its combat strength strong, but it can also be used as a mount. Can yours do it? Mine is not bad either. Mine is a lightning bird. Not only can it fly to investigate, but it can also release lightning attacks. Its strength is definitely higher than yours. The students discussed animatedly, comparing their summoned beasts with each other. They were all very happy. Oh my god, look quickly, it's a black iron rank summoned beast, the earth-burrowing black bear. Following a shocking cry, everyone hurriedly looked toward the center of the field. Soon, a black bear the size of an SUV appeared. It stood in front of a girl with a tyrannical aura. This girl wore black-rimmed glasses. She had a beautiful face and a proud expression. Her clothes were very expensive, and it was obvious that she was not from an ordinary family. Since the earth-burrowing black bear had appeared, she instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. How amazing, she contracted a black iron rank summoned beast. Moreover, it's a summoned beast that combines both offense and defense. Yet, the earth-burrowing black bear's attack is tyrannical, and it also has an extremely strong defense. This kind of summoned beast that combines both offense and defense is the most popular. I'm so envious. If only I could contract the earth-burrowing black bear as well. Everyone discussed animatedly. They looked enviously at the arrogant girl wearing glasses, feeling that the gap between people was too big. This girl's name was Song Xiaomei, her family was rich and powerful, and her appearance was beautiful and exquisite. She was already popular. Since she had the earth-burrowing black bear, Song Xiaomei was becoming more and more popular. In the future, if she went out of the city to hunt mutated beasts, she would be a strong candidate invited by everyone. Someone is still summoning. It's been so long, but the summoning hasn't succeeded. Someone spoke and looked at the remaining summoning array on the field. It's Qin Yu. I wonder what kind of summoned beast she will contract. I'm not sure. I hope her summoned beast is stronger. Otherwise, with Qin Yu's weak personality, she will definitely be bullied. The people discussed animatedly as they looked at the little girl with her sister's head in front of the array. It was Qin Yu. Qin Yu was not tall, only about 1.5 meters. She had a petite figure and was well proportioned. Her skin was abnormally fair. Coupled with her cute little face, she could be said to be a rare beauty. Unfortunately, the black birthmark on her left cheek affected her appearance. Coupled with her introverted personality, she was very shy and had very few friends. Qin Yu, you can do it. Song Xiaomei walked over with the earth-burrowing black bear, encouraging Qin Yu. Yet, Qin Yu nodded her little head, and her little face was very red. Her two fair little fingers pressed against each other, nervously looking at the summoning array. She did not dare to look around because everyone was looking at her. This was definitely the most nervous moment for her, who did not even dare to speak loudly. She was so nervous that she even wanted to faint. Fortunately, she had her good friend to cheer her up. She did not faint at all. Instead, she looked at the summoning array nervously. At this moment, the summoning array shone brightly. A little kitten curled up in the middle of the array, causing everyone present to be slightly stunned. It's a wind-winged cat. This seems to be a newborn kitten, right? Yes, Qinyu's luck is too bad. She actually contracted a kitten. She has to be raised before she can use it. Sigh, Qinyu is really unlucky. The wind-winged cat is a support-type summoned beast. It only has one skill, wind wings. It's very useless and can only scout in the air. The students discussed animatedly and looked at Qinyu with pity. Even the teachers and the dean looked disappointed. At this moment, suddenly, someone realized that something was wrong. The summoned beasts that everyone had contracted were looking at the little kitten vigilantly. Some of the summoned beasts even showed terrified expressions. What's going on? My splitting rat seems to be afraid. Strange, its fur seems to have traces of being burned. It seems to have been burned by something. My treading sheep is also afraid. It doesn't have any burnt marks, but its whole body is dirty. Why is it afraid? Everyone was puzzled. They could not understand why the summoned beast they had just contracted was so afraid. Chapter 10, It wasn't a special summoned beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Could it be that this wind-winged cat is a special summoned beast? Does it have some special qualities? Or is it not a wind-winged cat? Someone raised an objection. There must be a reason why so many summoned beasts were afraid. Let me take a look. A young female teacher walked out. Her voice was as pleasant as an aureole. She was a summoned beast research teacher. She had studied all kinds of summoned beasts all year round and knew countless summoned beasts. She could be called a summoned beast doctor. Her appearance naturally convinced everyone. Therefore, everyone looked at this female teacher. The female teacher walked step by step toward the little kitten in her small leather shoes. Under her black-framed glasses, she had a pair of eyes filled with curiosity. After walking in front of the little kitten, she carefully sized it up a few times. After repeatedly confirming it, she shook her head. It's just an ordinary wind-winged cat. It's not a special summoned beast. The female teacher stood up and announced the answer. Just an ordinary wind-winged cat? Then why would my summoned beast be afraid of wind-winged cats? Someone raised a question. Perhaps this little kitten is contaminated with the scent of some powerful summoned beast. Normally, most summoned beasts wouldn't hunt newborn kittens. They might even take care of little kittens. This phenomenon is very common in the animal world. For example, the female teacher continued to narrate endlessly. She even told a story about a cheetah and a newborn deer. This story also made everyone realize what was going on. They finally had some understanding. Everyone, don't worry. I know a lot about summoned beasts. This is definitely a wind-winged cat. It must be contaminated with the scent of a powerful summoned beast. Let's assume that this cat is a special type of summoned beast. However, it is so small that it is not a threat at all. Who would be afraid of such a small creature? The female teacher spoke again. The main reason was that she smelled the stench of a pig. This made her think of a special type of evolved summoned beast. In the beginning, that kind of summoned beast was a black wild boar, but in the later stages, it was very strong. Therefore, the female teacher concluded that the summoned beasts were not afraid of the little kitten, but the black wild boar. I see. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for your explanation. Teacher Zhang is indeed a summoned beast doctor. She knows everything. Yes, yes. Everyone was full of praise. They felt that this female teacher was really amazing, so they could not help but praise her. Alright, let's call it a day for today's summoning ceremony. From tomorrow onwards, all of you will register as bounty hunters and form a team to go out of the city to hunt mutated beasts to increase your combat experience. Whether or not you can join the military in the future will depend on your combat ability, the principal walked out and announced. Yes, principal. All of the students nodded in unison. Then, they gathered together and discussed forming a team to hunt mutated beasts the next day. While they were discussing, Qin Yu was also observing her summoned beast. She first carefully held the wind-winged cat in her arms and raised her small hand to gently stroke its soft head. Seeing the wind-winged cat's eyes constantly drooping and looking tired, Qin Yu said softly, "Kitty, if you are sleepy, go to sleep. I will take care of you in the future. Qin Yu, your wind-winged cat should be hungry. Take it to eat something first. Summoned beasts need to eat special food. Your summoned beast is still a little kitten. It needs more delicate food. You must take care of it." Song Xiaomei walked over with the earth-burrowing black bear. She pulled Qin Yu and reminded her that they were good friends. Song Xiaomei took good care of Qin Yu. "If that's the case, then I'll bring the cat to eat," Qin Yu said softly. "Let's go. I'll go with you. We can register as bounty hunters and hunt mutated beasts together tomorrow," Song Xiaomei suggested. Tomorrow? However, my cat is still in its infancy and can't help. If I team up with you, I'll drag you down," Qin Yu said softly. "It's okay. If you didn't save me back then, I'd already been dead. You're my savior. Besides, your cat will grow up in the future. It's important for it to be able to fly in the air to detect danger," Song Xiaomei comforted. This, Qin Yu hesitated. She did not know what to do. All right. Let's go. Bring the cat to eat. I know a very popular gourmet restaurant." Song Xiaomei grabbed Qin Yu's small hand and ran into the distance. The earth-burrowing black bear quickly followed. The two of them quickly left the academy and met many people along the way. When the passers-by saw the earth-burrowing black bear, they all looked at Song Xiaomei in surprise. Some of them even had envious looks on their faces. "This is the place. The gourmet food here is very popular." The two of them came to the happy food shop. Song Xiaomei raised her small hand and pointed to the inside of the shop. "This place looks very luxurious. The food must be very expensive." Qin Yu stopped at the entrance of the shop and looked at the high-class shop. She did not dare to go in. "Don't worry. It's my treat. Let's go." Song Xiaomei pulled Qin Yu into the shop without hesitation. "Welcome. Please sit here." The two of them quickly sat down and began to order. Song Xiaomei took care of everything. She ordered a lot of delicious food, for their summoned beasts, and the two of them. In short, she was not short of money. "Hurry up and eat. It's very fragrant. This is for your cat. This is rice porridge. It's very suitable for summoned beasts in their infancy." Okay. Qin Yu knew that she could not refuse. Although she felt guilty, she still carefully fed her little kitten. Needless to say, the little kitten looked very sleepy. When it encountered food, it immediately began to eat. Soon, it ate more than half a bowl of rice porridge. After eating half a bowl, the little kitten finally became more energetic. Its beautiful cat eyes began to observe the surroundings in this world. The humans and clothes in this world, as well as all kinds of buildings, were very similar to Earth. Even the language was very similar. It was as if this was a parallel world to Earth, except that there were summoned beasts and other things. "Qin Yu, look at the cat. It's much more energetic now. It's sizing up its surroundings," Song Xiaomei said as she fed her big black bear. "Yeah, it's indeed energetic. However, it's lying on the ground, and it still feels very weak. Qin Yu looked at the little kitten with concern, her little hands occasionally stroking the cat's ears. I'm fine. It'll be fine when it grows up. Okay. The two of them stayed in the gourmet shop for a long time. After eating everything, they went to the Bounty Hunter Association. That was the place to register as bounty hunters. Since they were ready to leave the city, they could do quests and earn money with their status as bounty hunters. However, when they passed by Pet Material Street, the little kitten in Qin Yu's arms suddenly stood up and stared at the stall next to it with its cat eyes. What's wrong? Qin Yu asked in a soft and sweet voice. Song Xiaomei blinked her big eyes in confusion. She did not understand what was wrong with the little kitten and why it was staring at the stall. Meow. Li Xian meowed softly and raised his little paw to point at a plant on the stall. His cat eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 11, White Light Flower and Light Ball Flower. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Do you want this? Although Qin Yu was stupid, she still guessed what Li Xian meant. Meow. Li Xian nodded and slowly released his curled little claws. Two beast cores appeared and were placed in Qin Yu's small palm. The meaning was very obvious. He wanted to use these two beast cores to buy that plant. These are beast cores? Kitty, why do you have beast cores? Qin Yu was stunned. She did not expect this kitty to have beast cores hidden in its claws. The key was that these two beast cores were of good quality. If they could be sold at a good price, it was estimated that they could be sold for 5,000 yuan. This situation made Qin Yu lose her composure. Her little head was a little muddled. Qin Yu, there's blood on the beast core. It's a beast core that was recently hunted. Could it be that the cat brought this from the summoned beasts world? Song Xiaomei also came over and looked solemnly at the little kitten. She felt that the little kitten was not simple. Previously, it had frightened the summoned beasts. At the moment, it had taken out the blood-stained beast cores. Furthermore, the intelligence that the little kitten had displayed had completely exceeded the scope of the wind-winged cat. After all, even her black iron rank summoned beast did not have such high intelligence. However, the little kitten actually had it. This was truly amazing. Qin Yu, your little kitten is not as simple as it looks. It might be a special type of summoned beast, Song Xiaomei reminded. Is that so? Qin Yu was a little silly and cute. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Li Xian. She was stupid and only thought that the little kitten was very cute. As for whether it was simple or not, she really did not think too much about it. Meow. Li Xian raised his paw again and pointed at the plant, urging Qin Yu to hurry up and buy that plant. This was a white light flower. Li Xian had seen it in the god pigeon's memory. It could increase the level of God's perspective. One had to know that God's perspective had already close to the limit of evolution. If he ate this white light flower, the God's perspective could very likely evolve to an intermediate level. Thinking of intermediate God's perspective, Li Xian could not wait to level up. He wanted to get this plant as soon as possible. Yes, yes. I'll buy it right away. Qin Yu nodded her little head. She took out a deflated cartoon wallet from her pocket, took out a pile of change, and walked to the front of the stall. Boss, how much is this plant? Qin Yu pointed at the white light flower and asked. Well, it's cheap. I'll give it to you for 100 yuan. Anyway, there's only one plant. The boss was a middle-aged man, and his voice was muffled. Then I'll buy it. Here's the money. Qin Yu handed the money to the boss, took the white light flower with her small hand, and quickly handed it to Li Xian. Oh right, little girl, I saw some more beautiful flowers when I was picking herbs. The flowers were surrounded by a white light, like a ball of light growing on a green plant. It was very magical. Do you want this kind of flower? The middle-aged boss asked casually. A ball of light. When Qin Yu heard this, she lowered her head and looked at the little kitten with a questioning look in her beautiful eyes. Meow, meow. Li Xian originally wanted to eat the white light flower, but when he heard the middle-aged boss's words, he immediately became spirited and cried out without hesitation, indicating that he wanted that kind of flower. This was because the flower with the ball of light was very likely to be the light ball flower. It was an important material for the intermediate god's perspective to advance to an advanced level. If there's this kind of good thing, he should get as many as he could. He absolutely could not let it go, so Li Xian hurriedly raised his small claws to signal. Eh? What a smart cat! Is this your summoned beast? It's actually so smart. The middle-aged boss looked at the little kitten in surprise. He felt that the little kitten's intelligence was very high. Boss, I want to buy the flowers you mentioned. How much is it? Qin Yu asked. Well, the price won't be too cheap. There are a lot of mutated beasts in that area, and the location is very bad. If you want to collect these flowers, our herb-picking team will have to clear this area first. The manpower and material consumption in this area will be very high. The middle-aged boss explained the general situation, but he did not say where the flowers were. How much is it? Qin Yu asked again. One stock is about 1,000 yuan. There should be 50 stocks in total, which is 50,000 yuan. The middle-aged boss estimated a price. 50,000 yuan? So expensive. When Qin Yu heard the price, she was also shocked and hesitated whether to buy it. Boss, you're raising the price too much. 1,000 yuan for one stock is a scam. Song Xiaomei frowned and stared at the middle-aged boss with dissatisfaction. Little girls, you have wronged me. There are a lot of mutated beasts in that place. Hiring people will cost a lot of money. If it wasn't for the extra income from killing mutated beasts and gathering other materials, even 60,000 yuan would be a loss for me, the middle-aged boss explained sincerely. This. Song Xiaomei did not feel like he was lying when she heard this. She could only turn her head to look at Qin Yu, wanting to hear her opinion. Qin Yu naturally looked at Li Xian. She had a weak personality, but she was actually willing to listen to the suggestion of the summoned beast. This was really rare. Meow. Li Xian thought for a moment before nodding. The light ball flower was an important condition for upgrading God's perspective. 50 light ball flowers was enough to upgrade God's perspective. He definitely could not let this go. As for money, he could earn as much as he wanted in the future. Compared to money, strength was the foundation. Hence, he had to get these flowers. Qin Yu saw Li Xian nod and hurriedly said, Okay, we are willing to buy them. When can we pick them back? About 3 days, but you have to pay a deposit first and then sign a temporary contract in the marketing department to prove that you will buy them. If you suddenly don't want them when they are picked back, then I will suffer a huge loss, the middle-aged boss said cautiously. All right then. We can sign a temporary contract. Qin Yu nodded. In the following period of time, Qin Yu signed a contract with the middle-aged boss and paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan. They agreed to come here to collect the light blooms 3 days later. After everything was settled, Qin Yu carried the little kitten went to the Bounty Hunter Association with Song Xiaomei. She registered and became a bounty hunter. The two little girls looked at the many quests in the association and the rewards for the quests. They both smiled. This time, Qin Yu had to spend 50,000 yuan to buy flowers. This was actually a lot of pressure for her. She had saved up for several years and only had 20,000 yuan. Although Song Xiaomei said that she could borrow the remaining money, Qin Yu still felt a lot of pressure in her heart. The main reason was that she did not want to owe others too much. At the moment, she had a way to earn money, so she was finally relieved. Kitty, we have to work hard. We have to complete the mission and earn a lot of money, Qin Yu said gently while stroking the little kitten's head. Meow. Li Xian, who was in a good mood, raised his little paws to indicate that there was no problem. Not long ago, he had swallowed the white light flower, and his god's perspective had successfully reached intermediate. The range of the intermediate god's perspective had increased from a radius of 1 kilometer to a radius of 3 kilometers. The range had been greatly increased. If he were to obtain the remaining cluster of light ball flowers 3 days later, his god's perspective would continue to advance. Such a good thing made Li Xian's mood very good. In addition, ever since he had signed the contract with Qin Yu, Li Xian's soul had been strengthening. The fatigue that had originally appeared in his soul had been swept away. Li Xian even felt that the amount of soul power that Qin Yu had returned to him was unimaginably high. It was so high that it was a little abnormal. This made Li Xian think of the 7-colored radiance when he summoned the array formation. Moreover, when he used his god's perspective at this moment, he could also see the 7-colored radiance on Qin Yu's body. It was very obvious that Qin Yu was extraordinary. She definitely had a huge secret hidden within her body. However, even Qin Yu herself probably did not know what it was. Forget it. The most important thing is to improve my soul. Li Xian shook his head and did not think any further. Instead, he continued to sense the soul that was continuously increasing in strength. He felt that if his soul continued to increase in strength, it was very likely that he would advance in strength. At that time, he could continue to self-destruct and revive to obtain more abilities. Chapter 12, Wolfhound Mission. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qin Yu, quickly take a look at this hunting quest. Should we accept this quest? Song Xiaomei's voice rang out, attracting the attention of Qin Yu and Li Xian. The girl and the cat immediately turned their heads to look at the association's mission interface. Head to the Black Forest to hunt wolfhounds and obtain wolfhound fangs. Qin Yu whispered as she looked at the mission interface. Yes, many people can accept this mission. As long as they accept the mission, they can go to the city gate tomorrow and gather with the quest publisher. Look at the number of people who accepted the mission. There are more than 20 people. With so many people, it must be very safe, Song Xiaomei analyzed. It is indeed very safe. Why don't we accept this mission? Okay, this is it. Song Xiaomei quickly handed over bounty hunter badges and accepted the mission to hunt wolfhounds. How lucky, we actually accepted such a good mission. That's great. Song Xiaomei was jumping up and down happily. She really wanted to celebrate. Qin Yu, who was beside her, was also very happy because the reward for the mission was not bad. She could earn money to support herself and her summoned beast. The two of them happily agreed to meet at the East City Gate at 7 a.m. the next day before going home. Qin Yu's home was in the Commoner district. It was a small house with only 3 rooms. She was the only one in the family, which surprised Li Xian. Meow. Li Xian saw the photo on the cabinet and raised his little paw to point at the middle-aged woman in the photo. That's my mother. She passed away 2 months ago. I'm the only one left. Qin Yu's mood was a little low. Her fair little hand took the photo and gently stroked the mold. Meow, meow. Li Xian raised his little paws again, wanting to ask about Qin Yu's father's situation. What's wrong, kitty? Are you hungry? Qin Yu did not understand Li Xian's meaning, mainly because she did not have any experience. Meow. Li Xian pointed at Qin Yu's mother on the left side of the photo, and then pointed at the blank spot on the right side of the photo. The meaning was obvious. Are you talking about my father? My mother said that my father died not long after I was born, leaving only me and my mother to rely on each other. Qin Yu's mood became more and more depressed, as if she was thinking of the hard life she had been living these years. Meow. Li Xian jumped lightly onto Qin Yu's shoulder, raised his little paw, and patted her little head, gently comforting her. Being comforted by her summoned beast was definitely the first time in Qin Yu's life. Thinking of having the little kitten accompany her in the future, she no longer needed to be so lonely, and her mood became much better. Thank you, Kitty. We will depend on each other in the future. Qin Yu gently rubbed the little cat's head with the side of her little face that did not have the birthmark, and slowly revealed a smile. Oh right, it's time for me to cultivate. I must cultivate the spiritual qi breathing technique every day. Only in this way can I increase my strength faster. Qin Yu rubbed the little cat's head, took out a breathing technique book, and reviewed it once again. Then, she sat cross-legged and began to breathe at a specific frequency. This was a breathing technique unique to this world. It could increase spiritual qi, raise spiritual qi, and strengthen the body. Qin Yu's spiritual qi had reached the level of a summoner after years of cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have participated in the summoning ceremony. Her body had also received a certain degree of strengthening. She could be considered to have some ability to protect herself. Of course, she was a summoner, and she relied more on summoned beasts to fight. Her body's physical strengthening was definitely not as much as her spiritual strengthening. Seeing Qin Yu cultivating, Li Xian was also very curious. He walked over to the breathing technique book and carefully examined its contents. Li Xian was surprised and gradually became serious. This breathing technique was very complicated and involved many aspects. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt that it made sense. Li Xian could not help but be fascinated by it. He lay in front of the book and started reading it with his cat eyes open. Time slowly passed in this atmosphere. When Qin Yu finished her cultivation and opened her eyes, she actually saw her summoned beast reading the breathing technique. After reading one page, it even turned the page with its small claws. This scene surprised Qin Yu. She felt that her summoned beast was too smart. Kitty, can you understand it? Qin Yu could not help but ask curiously. Meow. Li Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Although this breathing technique was very complicated, it was not very difficult. The only difficulty was that it required a lot of knowledge and required a lot of memory. This type of breathing technique was what Li Xian was best at. In his previous life, when he was in school, his memory was the best, so the more he looked at it, the more he understood it. Can you really understand it? Qin Yu asked with her small mouth slightly open. Meow. Li Xian nodded again, indicating that it was not difficult. This kind of performance made Qin Yu more and more surprised, and her big eyes were wide open. One had to know that when she was in school, under the patient guidance of the teacher, she studied for an entire year before she could learn. Moreover, Qin Yu was considered to be one of the smarter ones. There were even people in the class who studied for 2 years before they could learn. At this moment, seeing that her summoned beast did not need anyone to teach it, and it could understand the breathing technique, this made Qin Yu feel attacked. However, at the same time, she was also more and more surprised at the little kitten's extraordinariness. You're really amazing. Wait, I only realized now that you can actually read? Doesn't that mean that we can communicate with words? Qin Yu suddenly came to a realization. The silly and cute her finally reacted. Meow. Li Xian rolled his eyes at Qin Yu, feeling that she was really stupid and cute. Kitty, this is a pen and paper. We can communicate with words. Qin Yu hurriedly took a pen and paper, looking at Li Xian expectantly. Sleep. Li Xian dipped his little paws in the water and wrote the word sleep on the paper. Then, he nestled in the corner of the bed and chose to rest. After becoming a wind-winged cat, Li Xian was also influenced by some of the characteristics of cats. He became fond of sleeping and liked to curl up lazily. Amazing! Qin Yu looked at the word on the paper and looked at Li Xian in surprise. She was very curious about why the little cat was so smart. However, she saw that Li Xian was unwilling to say more, so she did not force him. Instead, she quickly washed up and went to Li Xian's side. She hugged him and chose to sleep. Time passed little by little. Soon, it was the second day. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. Qin Yu woke up early. After eating breakfast, she carried the little cat to the east gate. To her surprise, there were already many people here. Even Song Xiaomei came in advance. She's here. Leader, look, this is my friend, Qin Yu. Song Xiaomei saw Qin Yu coming and quickly pulled her to talk to the leader. The leader was the person who issued the mission. He was a fat young man with a strong red-toothed pig. When the fat leader saw the little kitten in Qin Yu's arms, he could not help but frown. A young wind-winged cat? Are you sure you want to participate in this mission? Can your pet take on the task of scouting? I think so, Qin Yu answered with some uncertainty. Her voice was very low, and she seemed to lack confidence. Chapter 13, The Appearance of the Mutated Porcupine. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Should be. The fat leader frowned again. He had spent a large amount of money on this mission in order to collect enough wolfhound fangs. Since there were people dawdling around, he was naturally unwilling to accept it. Leader, don't worry. I will help Qin Yu. The money you give me will be at the price of an ordinary summoned beast. Song Xiaomei hurried out to assure him. She was very worried that the fat leader would reject Qin Yu's participation. Since you have said so, it would be too unreasonable of me to refuse again. All right, I agree. The fat leader finally nodded and looked at Qin Yu. Little girl, you have a very good friend. Yes, Xiaomei has always taken care of me. I am also very grateful to Xiaomei, Qin Yu said from the bottom of her heart. Her small hand held Song Xiaomei's hand tightly. Song Xiaomei also held Qin Yu's hand, her small face carrying a sincere smile. Ever since that life-saving grace, the two of them had a very good relationship. Song Xiaomei had helped Qin Yu many times, and the two of them became very good friends. Even last night, many people contacted Song Xiaomei, wanting to team up with her to hunt mutant beasts, but Song Xiaomei refused. This was because if she were to team up with someone else, there would be no one to take care of Qin Yu. This was something that Song Xiaomei could not tolerate. Therefore, she would rather participate in such a large-scale event with a low price to team up with Qin Yu. Firstly, it was to repay her kindness. Secondly, she treated Qin Yu as a sister and was willing to take care of this little sister. In fact, Qin Yu also hoped that she could become stronger quickly. As long as she became stronger, she would be able to help Song Xiaomei in turn. Therefore, she had high hopes for the little kitten. All right, we have a total of 25 people. We will be divided into 5 groups and head to the Black Forest in the form of a group formation. The fat leader clapped his hands, gathered everyone, and began to divide them into groups. Song Xiaomei was divided into a group, which was the vanguard group. The reason was that Song Xiaomei's earth-burrowing black bear was very strong and was very suitable to be the vanguard. As for Qin Yu, she was divided into the 5 groups in the center. The main reason was that the little kitten looked too weak, so the leader was really worried. Therefore, the fat leader asked Qin Yu to be in the same group as him. They were in the center of the group, which was also the safest area. This decision made the other bounty hunters frown. Some of them felt a little unhappy. If it weren't for Song Xiaomei, they would definitely object. Song Xiaomei's earth-burrowing black bear was a black iron rank. Although everyone had their opinions, they could not say anything. They could only express their feelings with indifference. Young lady, I'll leave the investigation task to you. You must warn me when you see any danger. The fat leader looked at a dark-skinned woman beside him. Don't worry, leader. My investigation eagle not only has a sharp vision, but it can also share its view with me. Its investigation ability is definitely one of the best. Hei Niu raised her head confidently. She indeed had the ability to be confident. Although ordinary investigation summoned beasts could also investigate, they could not share their vision. However, Hei Niu's eagle could. This also increased her status and became more popular, second only to Song Xiaomei. Okay, let's go. With the leader's order, the team quickly set off toward the Black Forest. Along the way, Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu had opened their eyes and saw the desolate scene outside the city. Tender, green weeds were everywhere. There were all kinds of trees, all kinds of dead branches and leaves, as well as small mutated creatures. In short, this mission was a rare experience for Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu. The two of them became a little nervous. As if seeing Qin Yu's nervousness, the fat leader smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, everyone. The Black Forest is a low-tier mutated beast area. Most of the mutated beasts can't even defeat ordinary people. The strongest one is the wolfhound. This kind of wolfhound was mutated from a normal dog. Its combat strength is only a little stronger than a normal dog, so you don't have to worry too much. Only slightly stronger than a normal dog?" When Qin Yu heard the leader's words, she let out a slight sigh of relief. As a newcomer who had left the city for the first time, she was still feeling very uneasy. For this reason, she had specially put on a protective suit under her clothes and a sharp short knife at her waist. She was fully prepared for battle. Since she had the leader's comfort, Qin Yu finally felt a little more relaxed. Even the atmosphere of the entire team became a lot more relaxed. Everyone could vaguely feel the change in the atmosphere, and their pace of advancement also became a little faster. After a few thrilling battles, they finally arrived at the Black Forest. This is the Black Forest. Sure enough, the trees are all black, even inside the bark. Song Xiaomei was very curious about these trees. She even specially ordered the big black bear to dig open the big tree to take a look and study it. Everyone, pay attention. After entering the Black Forest, my detection ability will be hindered by the trees, so everyone should be careful. He Niu reminded everyone loudly to prevent any accidents from happening. Is that a wolfhound? It feels like a dog with bulging muscles. Someone suddenly pointed at the southeast corner of the Black Forest. Everyone turned their heads to look and indeed saw a canine creature that looked very similar to a dog. This wolfhound was very muscular, and its muscles were bulging. It looked very strong. Two-headed snake, go and take care of it. Someone in the team shouted. In an instant, a two-headed snake slithered out and charged at the wolfhound. Woof! With a bark, the two-headed snake and the wolfhound started to fight. Both sides advanced and retreated. Soon, they started to fight. The summoners around also began to give orders. They began to search for wolfhounds in the Black Forest and began to fight. Among them, Song Xiaomei's big black bear was the most eye-catching. The big black bear had a strong physique, and it easily beat up the wolfhound in a 1-on-5 fight. That bear paw killed a wolfhound with a single slap. Its fighting strength was very strong. She's really amazing. Kitty, it would be great if you could be as strong as the big black bear in the future, Qin Yu said enviously. After Qin Yu said this, she suddenly realized that the little kitten was looking in the southeast direction, looking a little serious. What's wrong, kitty? Qin Yu asked in a low voice. Meow. Li Xian pointed at Qin Yu's pocket and gestured for her to take out the things inside. Well, here you are. Qin Yu took out paper and ink from her pocket. This was prepared in advance so that she could communicate with the little kitten. She was now very curious about what had happened to her little kitten and why it had become so serious. When Qin Yu saw what the little kitten had written, she also became serious. On the paper, it wrote that there was a mutated porcupine behind the big tree in the southeast direction. The mutated porcupine was actually very dangerous. It could release sharp spikes to attack others from a distance. It was very dangerous for ordinary summoners to face a porcupine. If they were not careful, they might be hit in the heart by the flying spikes, resulting in death. Therefore, Qin Yu realized the danger and immediately shouted, "Everyone, be careful! There's a mutated porcupine behind the big tree in the southeast direction." Mutated porcupine. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed and they immediately began to retreat. He Niu, who was in charge of the investigation, said in puzzlement, "It can't be. There has never been a mutated porcupine in the Black Forest. Did you see wrongly? I'm not seeing things. My cat found it, right behind that big tree." Qin Yu promised anxiously, her little face turning red from anxiety. "Is that so? Hasn't your cat been in your arms the whole time? It didn't go scouting, right?" He Niu was still suspicious. Chapter 14, The Little Kitten Actually Knew How to Heal? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's true. My kitty never lies. You guys should leave quickly. Qin Yu urged again, worried that an accident might happen. "I'll let my eagle investigate." He Niu was still suspicious and prepared to let the eagle investigate. However, after she finished saying this, a giant porcupine suddenly jumped out from behind the big tree. Its eyes were red as it rushed towards the crowd. "Damn it! It's really a porcupine! Run!" The fat leader shouted and ordered without hesitation. The crowd also realized the danger and hurriedly ran away with their summoned beasts. They did not want to run into the porcupine. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of sharp porcupine thorns suddenly flew up and fell from the sky like a curtain of rain, enveloping everyone present. The porcupine thorns that were as fast as arrows made the faces of everyone present change. Some people were so scared that they fell to the ground. Defend! Some of them hurriedly put their summoned beasts into a defensive stance. However, they could only care about themselves and could not save others. Seeing that everyone was about to be in danger, the big black bear roared and charged out. Its body was covered with a layer of earth and stone defensive barrier, blocking the porcupine spikes. Bang! 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 A muffled sound rang out. A large number of porcupine spikes hit the big black bear's defensive barrier and were blocked. Everyone was saved. However, a few of the spikes were too fast and flew toward everyone, including Qin Yu. "Be careful!" Song Xiaomei turned pale with fright and immediately ordered the big black bear to save Qin Yu. However, it was too late. The big black bear could not make it. At this moment, the little kitten, who was curled up in Qin Yu's embrace, suddenly leaped up, and green wings appeared on its back. The little kitten then waved its claws rapidly, and numerous after-images flashed by. The porcupine thorns were also sent flying by the after-images. This scene shocked everyone present, and the way they looked at the little kitten completely changed. With such a fast porcupine spike, other than black iron rank summoned beasts, none of the summoned beasts present could stop the porcupine spikes. However, the little kitten who had been sleeping managed to do it. It sent 3 porcupine spikes flying in a row. This was unimaginable. However, no one had time to think because another round of porcupine spikes flew over. This time, their target was Song Xiaomei. The reason was that her summoned beast had blocked the porcupine spikes, so she was targeted by the porcupine. The enraged porcupine released all of its porcupine spikes in an instant and became a porcupine without any spikes. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out, and numerous porcupine spikes fell from the sky, flying towards Song Xiaomei like a curtain of rain. At a critical moment, the big black bear once again displayed the strength of a black iron rank summoned beast, using its majestic body to block those porcupine spikes. However, the big black bear had been ordered to save Qin Yu not long ago, so it was a little far from Song Xiaomei's position. When the big black bear rushed back, it was more than 10 centimeters away from Song Xiaomei, and these 10 centimeters could become the key to her death. 5 porcupine spikes were not blocked, and they directly pierced towards Song Xiaomei's body. "Be careful!" Qin Yu cried out in surprise, and strange lines appeared on the birthmark on her left face. Li Xian suddenly felt the soul power that was fed back to him by Qin Yu increase sharply. The soul power that was like a stream before instantly surged like a river in an ocean. In an instant, Li Xian's soul was greatly nourished and strengthened, and his strength had also increased greatly. Ding! Your soul has been nourished by an unknown source and has advanced to a black iron rank soul. Following the mechanical notification, terrifying soul power surged out from Li Xian's body from the inside out. His body suddenly flew out and streaked across the sky. Ding, ding, ding. A clear sound rang out. Along with this sound, the 5 porcupine spikes that stabbed toward Song Xiaomei were sent flying by Li Xian, saving Song Xiaomei's life. After doing all this, Li Xian suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Yu. When he saw the strange pattern on Qin Yu's left face, his eyes narrowed. However, after Song Xiaomei's crisis was resolved, the pattern on Qin Yu's face quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. What exactly is that birthmark? It actually caused my soul to evolve to black iron rank in an instant. It's really hard to imagine. Li Xian was shocked and bewildered. Under God's perspective, the 7-colored light around Qin Yu's body became even more dazzling and dazzling. Roar! An angry roar resounded throughout the area. The big black bear roared as it rushed in front of Song Xiaomei and howled, pacing back and forth anxiously. That was because, at Song Xiaomei's thigh, a porcupine spike had pierced through her snow-white leg, causing blood to flow continuously. This scene caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. Qin Yu even ran in front of Song Xiaomei with tears streaming down her face. Xiaomei, Xiaomei, are you all right? Don't scare me. Looking at Song Xiaomei's bleeding wound, Qin Shui anxiously used her small hand to cover the wound, but she was still unable to stop it. The porcupine spike was hollow, and fresh blood flowed out directly from the porcupine thorn. There was no way to stop the bleeding. It's over. We don't have a healing summoner, so there's no way to heal her. We can only send her to the city and pray that she won't bleed to death. The fat leader spoke anxiously. He had thought of looking for a healing summoner, but it was a pity that healing summoners were scarce, so he could not find one. At the moment, he was in such a dangerous situation, so he could only pray that he could return to the city as soon as possible. My mammoth will bring people along smoothly. Let Song Xiaomei stay on my mammoth, a summoner quickly said. The mammoth is too slow. By the time we reach the city, Song Xiaomei will definitely be finished. Let's bandage her up first. I have bandages and hemostatic medicine here. However, we have to remove the porcupine sting before we can bandage her up. However, if the porcupine sting hits an artery, the hemostatic medicine will be useless. As Hainiu spoke, she took out the bandage and hemostatic medicine. However, she did not dare to make a move because she felt that the porcupine spike had hit an artery. Don't pull out the porcupine spike. It did hit an artery. Once you pull it out, it's over, someone hurriedly reminded. Then what do you think we should do? Everyone looked at each other and fell into silence. Faced with such a difficult problem, they were all helpless. Qin Yu saw that everyone was helpless, and her tears flowed even faster. They fluttered down, making her heart ache. Meow. Li Xian came to Song Xiaomei's side, looked at the porcupine spike, and then raised his little paw. What are you doing? Hainiu originally wanted to tie the 2 sides of the wound to slow down the flow of the wound, but when she saw the little kitten moving the porcupine spike, she immediately cried out in surprise. Kitty, what's wrong? Qin Yu knew the intelligence of her summoned beast. She felt that the little kitten would not do something useless. Whoosh! The cat's claws flashed and the porcupine spike was instantly pulled out. Blood spurted out and dyed the snow-white thigh red. Without a doubt, the wound was on the artery. The hemostatic medicine was not effective at all. When everyone saw the scene of blood spurting out, they secretly cried out in their hearts. They all looked at the little kitten angrily. Some people could not help but fly into a rage. Take care of your cat. Do you want to kill her? Hainiu was furious and scolded Qinyu loudly. However, just as she finished speaking, a warm feeling rippled in the air, and a light flickered. Hainiu lowered her head and looked. Her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at the little kitten's claws in shock. She saw that the little furry claws were glowing with white light. The healing aura began to spread in all directions. Such a scene caused Hainiu to be completely stunned as if she was an idiot. The surrounding summoners were also stunned, looking at the little kitten in disbelief. They never thought that this little kitten could actually heal. This was simply like a dream. Healing? This little kitten can actually heal? How is this possible? Isn't it a wind-winged cat? The fat leader said in a daze. It was as if he was in a dream. Qinyu and Song Xiaomei were also in a daze. They had the most contact with the little kitten, but they did not know that the little kitten had this skill. Everyone was in a daze because of this. They looked at the little kitten in a daze. Chapter 15, The Atmosphere Changed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sizzle. The light that belonged to the intermediate healing technique flashed continuously, emitting a gentle aura. Along with this aura, the bleeding wound on Song Xiaomei's round and beautiful legs gradually stopped bleeding. The wound also slowly healed and formed a scab, finally leaving a small scar. This scene once again caused everyone to reveal a shocked expression. The knowledgeable black girl could not help but shout. Intermediate healing spell. It's actually an intermediate healing spell. How is this possible? Intermediate? Are you sure this is an intermediate healing spell? Didn't you say that only black iron rank summoned beasts can achieve an intermediate level skill? The fat leader hurriedly said. I'm very sure. An elementary healing spell can at most stop the bleeding of the wound. It's impossible to leave a small scar like this. So I'm certain that this is definitely an intermediate healing spell. It's absolutely true, the black girl solemnly guaranteed, her eyes filled with shock. This is too strong. This cat is definitely a special summoned beast. It is definitely not a wind-winged cat, the fat leader said seriously. Yes, yes, yes. Wind-winged cats do not know the healing spell, and it is definitely not that smart. Today is really an eye-opener. In the future, I will finally have the ability to brag. I am also a bounty hunter who has seen a special summoned beast. The crowd discussed animatedly and were all amazed at the little kitten's extraordinariness. Even Song Xiaomei, whose face was pale and had lost too much blood, sat up and raised her hand to touch the little kitten's head. Whoosh! Li Xian leaped up lightly and avoided Song Xiaomei's delicate hand. Instead, he jumped onto Qinyu's left shoulder and lay there, secretly sizing up Qinyu's left cheek. The change in Qinyu not long ago had benefited Li Xian greatly and greatly improved his strength. Naturally, this birthmark had attracted Li Xian's attention. The most important thing was that the birthmark had become lighter. Li Xian could clearly see that the originally black birthmark on Qinyu's left face had become a little lighter, and even the size of the birthmark had decreased slightly. The people around might not be able to see it, but with the wind-winged cat's observational ability, even the slightest change could be seen. The key point was that when the strange pattern appeared, a strong desire arose in Li Xian's heart as if the birthmark was of great use to him. Clearly, this birthmark was not an ordinary birthmark, but something that contained a mysterious power. What exactly is this? Li Xian thought to himself and carefully observed, trying to figure out what was going on. While he was studying, Song Xiaomei stood up helplessly. The main reason was that she could not touch the little kitten, which made Song Xiaomei a little depressed. Kitty, thank you for saving me. Although you don't want me to touch you, I still want to touch you. Song Xiaomei moved in front of the little kitten and used her snow-white hands to massage the cat's head. Only then did she reveal a happy smile. Xiaomei, how do you feel? Does your leg still hurt? Qin Yu asked with concern. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's all healed. The cat is really powerful. If it wasn't for it, I might have died. Song Xiaomei looked at the little kitten with gratitude. She felt that the little kitten was her lucky star. The cat is indeed powerful. It even knocked away many porcupine spikes just now and saved me. Qin Yu held the little kitten in her arms and gently rubbed Li Xian's head with her left face. At this moment, the little kitten was suddenly stunned and completely stopped moving. Ding! Due to unknown influence, your contract with Qin Yu has been strengthened. You will never occupy the contract space and will always receive Qin Yu's soul nourishment. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, Wind-Winged Cat Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Black Iron Rank. Master, Qin Yu. Skills, Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Intermediate God's Perspective, Wind Wings. Not occupying a contract space. Doesn't that mean that I can contract another summoner? Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. If he could contract 2 masters at the same time, he would receive 2 portions of soul nourishment, and the improvement of his soul would be leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Li Xian was eager to give it a try. He really wanted to go back to the summoned beasts world and test it out. However, he was still in the wilderness. He still had to wait for the light ball flowers to improve his god's perspective, so Li Xian had to wait a little longer. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly sounded, causing pain in everyone's ears. Everyone turned their heads and saw the big black bear angrily pressing down on the porcupine. At this moment, the porcupine no longer had any thorns and was struggling like a meatball. Unfortunately, it was useless. The big black bear's strength was too terrifying, and it could not break free at all. Roar! The big black bear roared again and turned its head to look at Song Xiaomei as if asking if it could kill the porcupine. Kill it! The porcupine is too dangerous for rookies. We absolutely cannot let it live. Song Xiaomei gave a solemn order and directly sentenced the porcupine to death. Squirt! Blood sprayed out. The big black bear's paw carried a terrifying power. It killed the porcupine in one hit, leaving behind a corpse. Hei Niu seemed to have discovered something. She quickly ran over and carefully looked at the porcupine's corpse. Then, she shook her head. What's wrong? Song Xiaomei asked. Maybe I saw wrongly. I keep feeling that this porcupine is a little strange. Can you sell this porcupine's corpse to me? I want to send it to the laboratory to dissect it to see if there are any problems. Hei Niu made a suggestion, wanting to buy the porcupine corpse. This. Song Xiaomei looked at Qin Yu and saw that Qin Yu nodded. Only then did Song Xiaomei agree. It was all thanks to them that they were able to kill the porcupine this time. Naturally, the decision was up to them. Other bounty hunters could not say anything even if they were envious. Then thank you. This is 3,000 yuan. There's plenty to apologize to Qin Yu and the little kitten. Hei Niu looked at Qin Yu and the little kitten apologetically, apologizing for the scolding just now. It's okay. You're also worried about Xiaomei's safety. Qin Yu smiled slightly. This smile was obviously even happier. Qin Yu, you're really kind. However, when you go out, you have to be more careful. You can't be so kind. Sometimes, humans are more terrifying than mutated beasts. Hei Niu walked in front of Qin Yu and rubbed her head. She said softly like a big sister and warned her. Yes, yes, I will be careful. Qin Yu nodded her little head and replied with a nervous face. She did not truly understand the darkness, so she was unable to understand the terror that Hei Niu said. When she truly understood this, it proved that she had grown up. Back to the previous scene. After everyone finished off the porcupine, they continued to hunt wolfhounds. They relied on their numbers and their powerful summoned beasts. Everyone easily completed the mission and killed enough wolfhounds. When dusk arrived, everyone rushed back to Black Rock City with their spoils of war. After receiving the reward for the mission, Qin Yu looked at the 4,000 yuan in her hand and was pleasantly surprised. Are you really going to give me 4,000 yuan? Everyone is only paid 3,000 yuan, Qin Yu said nervously. Of course it's true. Your pet is good at healing. It's popular everywhere. Naturally, the price will be higher. The fat leader laughed. He no longer had the dissatisfaction he had in the morning. Instead, he looked a little obsequious. Chapter 16, Team Dawn. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Really? Qin Yu asked nervously. Of course. If you don't believe me, ask everyone. Everyone thinks it's reasonable, the fat leader continued. The surrounding bounty hunters all nodded in agreement, which made Qin Yu hesitate. Okay, okay. Qin Yu, just take it. After your information is approved tomorrow, you'll know how popular a healing summoner is. Song Xiaomei smiled as she tried to persuade Qin Yu. She had also received $4,000. The reason was naturally because of the Black Iron rank summoned beast. As for the fat leader's words in the morning, it naturally did not count. How could he offend a healing summoner that she could not even fawn on? Therefore, Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu both received $4,000. Then all right. Thank you, fat leader. Qin Yu thanked him. Fat leader. The fat leader was a little speechless. He hated it when people called him fat. At that moment, Qin Yu actually called him out directly. However, the fat leader was not angry. Instead, he said half-jokingly. Well, the title of fat leader is not bad. You can call me that in the future. Only then did Qin Yu realize that she had said the wrong thing. She accidentally said what she thought in her heart and felt very embarrassed. Fortunately, everyone was amiable and chatted with each other. Only then did Qin Yu heave a sigh of relief. Soon, the time to leave finally arrived. Everyone greeted each other and left. Xiaomei, come and stay at my house today. I'll treat you tonight. Qin Yu sent out an invitation. When Qin Yu's mother passed away, Song Xiaomei had accompanied her and taken care of her. She also went to Song Xiaomei's house quite often. Since she had grown up, she could finally repay Song Xiaomei. Yeah, all right, let's go. Song Xiaomei held Qin Yu's little hand, and the two little beauties skipped away. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east, and all things were revived. Song Xiaomei wore a white cartoon bear shirt and got up early to wash up. When she saw her well-developed figure in the mirror, she raised her head a little proudly. Song Xiaomei was very satisfied with her figure, especially her chest, which made her more confident. However, when she saw Qin Yu walking in from outside the door and looking at the little beauty who was still rubbing her eyes, Song Xiaomei was instantly shocked. Her big eyes stared at Qin Yu's clothes and compared them with each other, saying dejectedly, I don't know what you ate to grow so big. I'm so envious. Xiaomei, what did you say? Qin Yu walked into the washroom in a daze. She asked as she washed up. Nothing. I was thinking whether we should go on a two-person mission today or join someone else's team. Song Xiaomei also began to wash up. And then? Qin Yu asked, washing up in a daze. If it's two people, we'll earn more, but it's relatively dangerous. If we join a team, we'll definitely earn less, but it'll be safer. I'm inclined to join a team. It'd be best if it's a 5-man team. It'll be safer and we'll earn more. What do you think? Song Xiaomei picked up her toothbrush and asked. Both are fine. You decide. Qin Yu did not have any opinions. In addition, she trusted Song Xiaomei very much, so everything was handed over to Song Xiaomei. Okay. Then let's join a 5-man team. Okay. After making up their minds, the two of them hurriedly washed up. After a while, they left their homes with their summoned beasts and went straight to the Bee Bounty Hunter Association. Hello, are you Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei? We're from the Ironman team. Do you want to join our team? Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei had just walked into the Bounty Hunter Association when someone came to invite them, with a flattering tone. Two beauties, join our Ironman team. The strength of our Ironman team is obvious to all. Join our Blackfish team. Our team is a Black Iron rank team. A group of people instantly gathered around Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei, asking them incessantly. This scene made Qin Yu hurriedly hug the little kitten in her arms, afraid that someone would snatch it away. Please make way, we'll change our mission medals first. Song Xiaomei spoke loudly without hesitation, instructing the big black bear to open the path and walk directly to the association's window. Hello, we're changing the reward badges. We've already submitted our information yesterday, Song Xiaomei said as she stood at the window skillfully. Alright, your information has been updated. Please give me your previous rookie badges, and I'll change them into official badges for you. The staff member smiled gently and glanced at Qin Yu. Alright, this is the badge. Okay, here you go. Congratulations on passing the rookie phase and becoming official bounty hunters. Thank you. Song Xiaomei took the badge and looked at it. She nodded in satisfaction and looked at the bounty hunters waiting around her. Everyone, we want to join a 5-man team. That means you can only have 3 people. 3 people? That's not easy to find, right? Only newly established teams or teams that have suffered great losses can have such teams. Yeah, such teams aren't easy to find. Are you really not considering our Iron Egg team? The crowd continued to talk non-stop, buzzing like a market. Qin Yu, Song Xiaomei, why don't you guys establish a team? We'll join your team. A familiar voice sounded. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei turned their heads and saw a pair of twins walking over. Behind the twins, there was a pair of cyan wind wolves. Their auras were thick and heavy. Feng Zhou, Feng Yu, it's you guys. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu were both surprised because the twins were their classmates. How is it? Do you want us to join? We can introduce another person too. Cousin, come over quickly. The twin brothers waved to the distance, and soon, Hainiu came over with her eagle. You're Feng Zhou and Feng Yu's cousin? Song Xiaomei asked. Yes, what a coincidence. I was thinking of finding an old team, but if it's a team you guys built, I'll be the first to join. Hainiu smiled and turned to look at Qin Yu. It was obvious that she valued Qin Yu very much. Alright, then let's establish a battle team. Let's call it the Dawn team. Song Xiaomei pulled Qin Yu along as she spoke and ran to the counter. After a series of information filling in, their Dawn team had finally registered successfully. Everyone from the Dawn team, congratulations on successfully registering and becoming a part of the team. Next, you can accept normal missions to upgrade your team's level. The young lady at the counter continued to explain the situation of the battle team's levels. Thank you. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu benefited a lot. After discussing for a while, they prepared to accept a safe mission to familiarize themselves with the new team. Hello, we'll accept the mission to kill the fat-headed mice, Song Xiaomei said. The fat-headed mice mission was to head to the agricultural area outside the city to clear out a large number of fat-headed mice. This kind of mutated beast had an extremely high reproductive ability, and it had a huge destructive power toward crops. Every year, there would be many missions to hunt fat-headed mice. This day, there was a fat-headed mice mission, so they naturally would not miss it. After receiving the mission, they happily walked out of the association. However, the little kitten in Qin Yu's arms narrowed its eyes and looked at the dark alley on the west side of the association. Chapter 17, The Man with the Cap and the Crow. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the corner of the alley, a tall and thin man with a cap stood there quietly, looking in the direction of the association's entrance. On his shoulder, a black crow was also looking at the association's entrance, staring at Song Xiaomei and the others. The black crow was different from normal crows. Its body was very stiff, and its eyes were grey, giving off a deathly stillness. It did not have the nimbleness of a normal creature at all. Being stared at by such a strange combination was obviously not right. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu were not like girls who would easily offend others. They would not make enemies with others. On the contrary, Han Yu, who had just joined, made people suspicious. First, she had paid a high price for the porcupine carcass the previous day, and they had coincidentally met her this day. The key point was that she had joined the Dawn team very smoothly. It went a little too smoothly. This made people suspect that Han Yu might have some kind of motive. Maybe it had something to do with the man in the cap. What should he do? Li Xian's eyes narrowed. He thought about whether he should stop this mission, but after some thought, he decided to continue. First, in order to avoid alerting the enemy. Second, the agricultural area was very close to Black Rock City, and there were other hunting teams. Thirdly, Li Xian was confident in dealing with the crisis, because the crow was a black iron rank summoned beast and was not very strong. Therefore, Li Xian gently jumped onto Qin Yu's shoulder and used God's perspective to monitor the man in the cap. I announce that the Dawn team has set off. Song Xiaomei's voice suddenly rang out. Li Xian turned his head and saw Song Xiaomei raising her fair hands and giving out orders arrogantly. With her appearance, she really did look like a captain. However, her small face was a little immature. It lacked a bit of momentum and was a little adorable. The three of us can ride on the big black bear. Its back is very wide. It's enough for the three of us to sit on. We can also arrive at the mission location faster, Song Xiaomei suggested. Okay, okay. Qin Yu nodded happily. She was even looking forward to it. Feng Zhou, Feng Yu, you guys ride the Wind Wolf. Okay. A moment later, the team set off and quickly walked toward the city gate. Li Xian suddenly looked at the sky. The black crow was flying in the sky and silently following them. Even when Li Xian and the others walked out of the city, the crow still followed them. It had no intention of giving up. Kitty, what's wrong with you? Qin Yu noticed that Li Xian was a little vigilant. She blinked her big eyes in puzzlement and asked. Meow. Li Xian meowed softly. He did not say anything but looked at Han Yu, who was next to him. There was nothing unusual about Han Yu's expression. It was the same as before. It seemed that she had nothing to do with the man in the cap. However, they still had to be careful. One could not tell the heart from the face. No one knew what the other party was hiding. Under such observation, the group slowly arrived at the mission location, which was the farm area. There are so many people. Are these people hunting the fat-headed mice? Qin Yu stood by the farm and asked in surprise when she saw a group of young people shouting and killing the fat-headed mice. Yes, fat-headed mice are the best prey for newbies. As long as a mission appears, it will attract a lot of people. You guys are quite lucky. There wasn't such a mission yesterday, but it appeared today. Han Yu smiled and explained as if she had done many missions to hunt the fat-headed mice. The fat-headed mice is quite cute, a bit like a groundhog, Song Xiaomei said curiously. Yes, it is a mutated groundhog. It is particularly harmful. It likes to dig holes in the farmland and steal food. It reproduces very quickly and is very hateful. This farmland is one of the 4 major farmland in Black Rock City, and it's an important source of food for Black Rock City. There mustn't be any mistakes. Han Yu continued to explain the harmful information of the fat-headed mice. I see. It seems that we have to take care of these fat-headed mice. They're too harmful. Song Xiaomei was eager to try, and she pulled out the short knife at her waist. Qin Yu, who was beside her, also pulled out the short knife. She skillfully made a cut, as if she had learned some related skills. Today, we must make our mission a success. Good luck! After saying that, Song Xiaomei called the big black bear and rushed toward the mouse cave not far away. When they reached the surroundings of the mouse cave, she immediately ordered the big black bear to pat the ground around the cave. Bang! Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the mouse cave trembled slightly. Soon, more than 10 fat-headed mice jumped out of the cave and fled in all directions in fear. Kill! As Song Xiaomei shouted, the battle began, and everyone fell into a chase. These fat-headed mice were very clumsy and were very timid creatures. As long as someone hit the ground around their cave, they would run out in fear and flee in all directions. Roar! The two wind wolves howled as they chased after the fat-headed mice. As they were good at speed, they soon caught up to the fat-headed mice and began to bite them. However, surprisingly, the fat-headed mice's defense was very strong. It took a lot of effort to bite one to death. Fortunately, the fat-headed mice did not dare to attack. It only knew how to run and did not pose any threat. That was why everyone chased after it without restraint. However, after killing the fat-headed mice for half an hour, they were so tired that they were gasping for breath. Song Xiaomei even sat down on the ground in an undignified manner. She was completely exhausted. These fat-headed mice are too hard to beat up. They are fine even after 7 or 8 slashes. Moreover, they are running back and forth. It's too infuriating, Song Xiaomei said angrily. It is indeed infuriating. We only killed 9 of them after chasing them for half a day. Qin Yu was also gnashing her teeth in anger. Her small face was dirty. It was obvious that she had suffered a defeat. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Our killing speed of the fat-headed mice is already very fast. Look at them. Those people can't even reach half of us. Hei Niu covered her mouth and smiled as she pointed at the young boy and girl in the distance. It's true. Song Xiaomei's eyes lit up when she saw the scene in the distance, and she instantly felt motivated again. We have a black iron rank summoned beast, 2 extremely fast gale wolves, and my eagle. They are all experts in killing fat-headed mice. So we hunt the fastest. As long as we persevere, we will definitely be able to kill the most fat-headed mice, Hei Niu continued to explain. Yes, yes, that's true. Song Xiaomei nodded. She felt that this was really the case. Captain, why isn't the wind-winged cat making a move? Its speed is very fast, and it is the natural enemy of mice. If it makes a move, its hunting speed will be even faster. The twin, Fengzhou, walked out and asked in confusion. This. Song Xiaomei was stunned when she heard this, and she quickly said again. The wind-winged cat is still in its infancy, and its body is relatively weak. It needs to leave enough strength to heal, so it can't fight. If that's the case, then fine. Fengzhou did not say anything and only glanced at the wind-winged cat that was standing quietly. Alright, let's continue. Hei Niu noticed that the atmosphere was a little stiff and immediately suggested to continue hunting the fat-headed mouse. Alright. Song Xiaomei hurriedly nodded. She held the short knife and rushed out in a hurry. Roar! The big black bear roared and waved its 2 bare paws to slap the fat-headed mouse. The big black bear was relatively big and slow. It appeared very clumsy, but its tyrannical strength could kill a fat-headed mouse in 1 or 2 slaps. In addition, it had to keep slapping the ground, scaring the fat-headed mouse out. It could be said that the big black bear worked the hardest. It was so tired that it even stuck out its tongue. The big black bear worked hard, and the wind-winged cat stood quietly, forming a strong contrast. Even some of the hunting teams in the distance pointed at the wind-winged cat and whispered. Li Xian completely ignored them, because he was using God's perspective to lock onto the black crow. Not long ago, the crow suddenly split into two crows. One of the crows flew away, and it was unknown what it was doing. However, Li Xian felt that nothing good would happen, so he blocked in front of Qin Yu and pointed at her pocket. Chapter 18, Red Wolf King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kitty, do you want some paper and ink? Qin Yu blinked her big eyes and asked cutely. Meow. Li Xian nodded his head and waited quietly. Here you go. Qin Yu trusted Li Xian very much. She sat in front of Li Xian without hesitation and handed him the paper and ink. Soon, she saw the little kitten dip its little nails in some ink and start to write quickly. A line of words slowly appeared in front of her eyes. Everyone should take a rest. Kill the fat-headed mice in an hour. After Qin Yu finished reading the words, she looked at Li Xian in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Meow. Li Xian nodded again and waved his little paws in a human-like manner as if he was urging her. Okay. Okay, I got it. Qin Yu nodded obediently and ran to Song Xiaomei to tell her about this. Song Xiaomei had also seen how extraordinary the little kitten was. Since the little kitten wanted everyone to rest for an hour, it definitely had a deeper meaning. Therefore, Song Xiaomei said loudly, "Everyone, let's rest for an hour. After an hour, we will hunt the fat-headed mice." What? Rest for an hour? Didn't we just rest? Why do we need to continue resting? Our hunting mission is not easy. The leader of the twin brothers spoke. He frowned as he looked at Song Xiaomei. He did not know what she meant. Rest first. After resting, we can hunt the fat-headed rat faster. Song Xiaomei did not explain. Instead, she just acted as the captain and asked everyone to rest. Although this decision made the brothers somewhat conflicted, they still followed the captain's words. He Niu was also puzzled. She did not understand why they suddenly rested. However, she and Song Xiaomei had experienced a battle, so she did not feel conflicted. Just like that, everyone once again began to rest. They chatted on the grass beside the farmland. While they were resting, the other teams in the distance took the opportunity to speed up their hunting. From being behind, they gradually caught up and killed a large number of fat-headed mice. The harvest was quite bountiful. This scene made the twin brothers very anxious. After all, the prey was related to the mission and their income. Therefore, the two brothers were very anxious. They checked the time several times and waited for the time to come. After waiting for an hour with great difficulty, the two brothers immediately stood up. They could not wait to bring the wind wolves and go hunting. Rest for another half an hour. Song Xiaomei looked at the note Qin Yu handed over and said again. What? Rest for another half an hour? Why do we need to rest? Isn't an hour enough? If we keep resting, the fat-headed mice will be killed by the other team. The twin brothers finally could not hold it in anymore and asked angrily. He Niu, who was next to them, also looked at Song Xiaomei in confusion. She then looked at the small note and the ink on the little kitten's paws. I am the team leader. Do as I say. Otherwise, leave my team. Song Xiaomei announced loudly. Although her voice was childish, it was unquestionable. This was the first time she had appeared in front of everyone in this state, and it also surprised everyone. Even Qin Yu looked at Song Xiaomei a few more times. Okay, let's rest. You're the team leader. Everything you say is right. The twin brothers were a little angry, but due to Song Xiaomei's aura, they sat back down and chose to continue waiting. In this kind of waiting, the twin brothers saw that the other teams were killing more and more, making it harder and harder to find the fat-headed mice. The twins became more and more anxious, worried that the fat-headed mice would be killed by the other teams. Finally, half an hour passed. The twin brothers could not sit still anymore, so they stood up. However, when they stood up, they immediately looked at Song Xiaomei, wanting to see if she would say something again. However, to the twin brothers' surprise, Song Xiaomei, Qin Yu, and even He Niu were looking at the little kitten as if they were waiting for something. Whoosh! The little kitten suddenly jumped up and stood on Qin Yu's shoulder. It looked towards the northwest, its gem-like eyes filled with seriousness. "Kitty, what's wrong?" Qin Yu asked in a low voice. However, just as she finished asking, she suddenly heard a scream. "Red! Red wolves! It's red wolves! There are more than 20 red wolves! Run! Damn it, the leader of the wolves is a black iron rank. It's over, we're in big trouble. Hurry up and send a distress signal. Damn it, why are there red wolves here? Moreover, they're attacking when we're at our most exhausted." Cries of alarm rose and fell from the northwest. When Song Xiaomei and the others heard this voice, they hurriedly looked toward the northwest with vigilance. They saw more than 20 red wolves running toward them. Those hunting squads that were originally hunting fat-headed mice had long been exhausted. Their summoned beasts also had no skills. At the moment, they were facing the sudden arrival of the red wolves. Everyone panicked and began to flee in fear. However, the red wolf's speed was extremely fast. In just a short moment, it had rushed over and started to attack. This. The twin brothers watched this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. He Niu looked at the little kitten. Should we attack? Or should we run? Song Xiaomei looked at the little kitten. As the leader, she was actually asking for advice like a little kitten. Meow! Li Xian cried out and waved his little paws. His intention was very clear. He wanted to kill the red wolves. "Okay, Big Black, charge! Block the Red Wolf King!" Song Xiaomei immediately ordered. Roar! The roar resounded throughout the area. The big black bear landed on all fours and charged at the red wolf like an armored car. It charged forward fearlessly. Kill! The twin brothers and He Niu also gave the order without hesitation. They charged out with their summoned beasts. Only Qin Yu did not move. Li Xian stopped her and told her to stay where she was. Howl! The wolf howl resounded throughout the area. More than 20 red wolves began to attack fearlessly. They did not retreat even when facing the big black bear. However, these red wolves' bodies were very stiff. Their eyes were lifeless as if they had lost their souls. This also resulted in their combat strength being weaker than normal red wolves. However, their fearless attacks made up for this. Roar! The big black bear roared in pain. It sent the red wolf that had bitten its foot flying with a slap, directly killing the red wolf. Following that, it engaged in a fierce battle with the Red Wolf King. The hunting squads that had originally been fleeing finally recovered after receiving help from Song Xiaomei and the others. They also began to summon their summoned beasts to attack. Although they did not have any skills and were exhausted, they had a large number of people. For a moment, they were evenly matched with the Red Wolf. The battle was stuck together like this. The two sides engaged in a life and death battle at the edge of the farmland, using their full strength. At this critical moment, the crow that was silently watching in the sky suddenly split into a small crow. In the next second, the small crow rapidly swooped down from the sky. Its target was surprisingly Qin Yu. This sudden attack and swooping down at this critical moment was something that no one had expected. Song Xiaomei, who was in the middle of the battle, saw this scene and her heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 19, Golden Pupils. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Meow. A soft meow sounded at this moment. Following this meow, a little kitten flapped its wind wings and charged toward the little crow. Both parties charged towards each other at the fastest speed, as if they were about to fight. However, at this moment, just as the little crow and the little kitten were about to fight, the little crow suddenly split into two. One continued to fly toward the little kitten while the other suddenly rushed towards Qin Yu. Not good. Someone shouted loudly with worry in his voice. Qin Yu, who was below, saw the little crow diving over. She immediately gripped the short knife in her hand and prepared to fight. The birthmark on her left cheek began to move. Unknown patterns appeared and at the same time, her eyes turned golden. In the sky, Li Xian suddenly stopped flying. The cat opened its mouth abruptly, and a scorching fireball condensed. Boom! With a loud boom, the fireball hit the diving little crow like a cannonball, and burned it into ashes while screaming in pain. After doing all this, Li Xian's figure flashed, directly blocking the other little crow. His cat claws flashed like lightning. Whoosh! 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 The sharp cat claws flashed with afterimages, easily killing the little crow in the fierce attack. Good job! Song Xiaomei had been paying attention to Qin Yu's safety. When she saw the little kitty quickly kill the two crows, she could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, Song Xiaomei was a little confused that the little kitten could release fireballs. She felt like she was in a dream. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart was heard. Li Xian quickly flapped his wind wings and flew to the sky above the Red Wolf King at the fastest speed. Then, he opened his mouth. Boom! An intermediate fireball fell from the sky and flew toward the Red Wolf King. At this moment, the Red Wolf King was fighting with the big black bear. Both of them were black iron rank, so the difference in their combat strength was not too big. The fireball that suddenly fell from the sky immediately disrupted the Red Wolf King's combat ability. It could only dodge the fireball at the risk of being injured. However, it underestimated the power of the fireball. It did not know that the fireball had reached the intermediate level, so its power and speed were even faster. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated throughout the area. The Red Wolf King, which was trying to dodge, was engulfed by the scorching flames. Awoo! The painful cry of the wolf reverberated throughout the area. The smell of roasted meat permeated the air. The Red Wolf King's body fell to the ground, and its left claw was broken. Roar! The big black bear took this opportunity to swing its bear paw and slap the Red Wolf King's head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The powerful black iron Red Wolf King fell to the ground and died in the scorching flames. Boom! Another fireball fell like a meteorite on a red wolf, killing it. However, this was not the end. A few more fireballs fell from the sky one after another. Each time they fell, they killed an ordinary red wolf. Not long after, the battle stopped. More than 20 red wolves had died. 5 of them had been instantly killed by the fireballs. Such terrifying fireballs made everyone present look solemn. They had vaguely guessed something. An intermediate fireball. Only an intermediate fireball can instantly kill a red wolf. This little kitten is so terrifying, someone said solemnly. What kind of summoned beast is it? Why can it cast a fireball? Why does it look like a wind-winged cat to me? It's definitely not a wind-winged cat. Have you seen a wind-winged cat that can cast an intermediate fireball? This is definitely an intermediate fireball. The other teams discussed animatedly and looked at the soft and cute little kitten in the sky with reverence. The little kitten in the center of everyone's line of sight was quietly looking at the sky and the black crow flying high in the sky. Caw! 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 The black crow called out a few times and carefully sized up the little kitten. It looked at the little kitten as if it was looking at an unknown creature and pulled away from it. The crow flew very high. Any creature that wanted to approach it would be discovered in advance. In addition, it was a black iron rank summoned beast. Its flying speed was extremely fast. Unless it was the intermediate wind wings, it would be impossible to catch up to it. Therefore, no one attacked it. They just watched as it flapped its wings and left. After it left, Li Xian slowly descended from the sky and skillfully landed on Qin Yu's left shoulder. He used the cat's head to touch the birthmark on Qin Yu's left face. The next second, Li Xian stopped moving. Kitty, you're so powerful. You can even spit fire. Song Xiaomei ran over from afar and looked at the little kitten with a shocked gaze. She felt like it was the first time she had met the little kitten. This is definitely not a wind-winged cat. It's already very scary that it can heal, but now it can even spit fireballs. It's too strong, He Niu said in disbelief. Yeah, I didn't expect that we would be saved by a little kitten. The twin brothers looked at the little kitten with a bitter smile. They thought of the scene where the wind-winged cat asked them to rest. When they thought about it at the moment, if they were like the others and fought the fat-headed mice for a long time, then, facing the sudden arrival of the red wolf pack, it was very likely that they would suffer casualties. This caused the twin brothers to feel some lingering fear. At the same time, they were very grateful to the little kitten. Thank you for saving our lives. From now on, we will listen to any orders you give us. The twin brothers spoke in unison and promised the little kitten. Qin Yu, I really envy you. I want to say, give me 10 of these cats. He Niu looked at Qin Yu enviously, wondering why she did not say anything. At this moment, the hunting teams that had been saved walked over with a large number of fat-headed mice corpses, expressing their sincere gratitude. Thank you for saving us. These fat-headed mice will be given to you as a thank you gift. Please accept them. At that critical moment not long ago, the exhausted hunting teams were completely unable to stop the sudden attack of the red wolf pack. Fortunately, there was Song Xiaomei's big black iron rank bear and the fire-breathing cat. These two powerful summoned beasts displayed their might and saved everyone. Therefore, the hunting teams were very grateful and expressed their gratitude at the first moment. At the same time, they looked at the little kitten curiously. Can we ask a question? What kind of summoned beast is this? Why is it so powerful? Could it be a black iron rank? More or less. Put it here. We'll take your thanks. Song Xiaomei saw that Qin Yu and the little kitten were in a bad situation. She immediately sent away the hunting team and ordered the big black bear to guard Qin Yu. What's wrong with her? After sending away the hunting team, He Niu could not help but ask. I don't know. Song Xiaomei shook her head, indicating that she did not know. Her small hand tightly held the short knife as she guarded Qin Yu's surroundings, preventing anyone from approaching. He Niu and the twin brothers naturally knew what to do. They tactfully stayed at the periphery. Even if they had a belly full of doubts, they could only bury it in their hearts. Time passed bit by bit. Very quickly, half an hour passed. Qin Yu, who was quietly standing, slowly blinked her eyes twice. Her golden pupils faded and returned to their original color. Chapter 20, Qin Yu's Inheritance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qin Yu, who had recovered, immediately looked at the little kitten on her shoulder. Then, she stretched out her small hand and quickly hugged the little kitten in her arms. Thank you, kitty. You saved me again. Qin Yu said gratefully. Her beautiful big eyes looked at the little kitten in her arms. She hugged the kitten tightly with her small hands as if she was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Meow. Li Xian blinked his cat eyes. He felt his brain swelling up as sleepiness swept through his nerves. Gradually, Li Xian closed his eyes and fell into sleep. What's wrong with the kitten? Song Xiaomei saw this scene and asked worriedly. She was very afraid that something had happened to the kitten. It's okay. It's sleepy. Let's go back. Qin Yu was very clear about the kitten's situation. She planned to find a hidden place to tell Song Xiaomei after they went back. Okay. Song Xiaomei also saw something and immediately nodded, announcing her return. After experiencing this battle, Song Xiaomei paid more and more attention to the little kitten. She would rather not do the mission than take care of the little kitten. Therefore, the first thing everyone did was to rush to Black Rock City. Even the fat-headed mice's corpse was brought back by other teams. However, they were very bothered by this attack. They could not figure out why the Red Wolf pack attacked them and what happened to the Black Crow. When they returned this time, they were prepared to report this matter to the Bounty Hunter Association. In addition, Hainiu noticed that something was wrong with the Red Wolf corpses. There were no beast cores in these Red Wolf corpses. Most of the blood in their bodies had dried up, making them look like walking corpses. Captain Xiaomei, the porcupine, was in the same situation last time. There was very little blood in its body and its eyes lacked intelligence. I'm sure there's a connection. If we want to find any clues, we need to find that Black Crow, Hainiu said seriously. I understand. I'll report it to the association. Song Xiaomei nodded her head solemnly. She was ready to investigate this matter to the end and find out who the real culprit was. With this thought in mind, Song Xiaomei led the members of the Dawn team back to the city as soon as possible and reported this matter to the guild. After doing all this, they parted ways and prepared to go home. Qin Yu, stay at my place tonight. It's still a little unsafe there. What if there's another attack? Song Xiaomei said. Qin Yu wanted to refuse, but seeing the little kitten sleeping in her arms, she was very worried, so she nodded. Okay, thank you. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Let's go home. Song Xiaomei took Qin Yu's hand and rushed straight to the wealthy district. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a luxurious villa. After a series of security checks, they successfully returned home. In Song Xiaomei's bedroom, two beautiful girls were sitting by the bed, quietly observing the little kitten and whispering something. Are you saying that you have obtained an unknown inheritance? Now you have mastered dozens of weapons combat skills? And you have a lot of combat experience. Song Xiaomei opened her mouth in surprise, her big black eyes filled with disbelief. Yes, and that's not all. When the inheritance was still there, I immediately copied a copy of my gains and gave it to the kitty. It also obtained the same gains. In addition, the kitty and I also obtained a new ability. It's very practical. Qin Yu said softly. Her voice was very soft and cute. I can't believe it's like this. I'm so envious of you. These are dozens of combat skills. They're too strong, and they even have new abilities. While Song Xiaomei was envious, she was also happy for her good friend. There are too many skills. I have the inheritance, so I can absorb them quickly. However, for the cat, it will take 2 to 3 days. We won't be able to go out for missions for the next 2 to 3 days. We have to stay by the cat's side, Qin Yu said seriously. It doesn't matter. Let's rest for a few days. Besides, the Black Crow matter hasn't been investigated yet. We have to wait for the truth to come out before we can take action again. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. After Song Xiaomei finished speaking, she suddenly thought of the new ability that Qin Yu and the cat had obtained. She could not help but ask. What ability did you guys obtain? It's the ability to communicate. We can communicate with each other mentally, Qin Yu said happily. It's actually the ability to communicate with each other mentally. This is a very practical ability. Song Xiaomei looked at Qin Yu in surprise. She felt that her best friend's luck was too good. First, she obtained the mysterious little kitten summoned beast. Then, she received the inheritance, gained a lot of battle experience, and gained new abilities. Of course, being attacked by mutated beasts consecutively also surprised Song Xiaomei. She felt that ever since the day of the summoning ceremony, Qin Yu's life had undergone a great reversal. Good things and bad things had come. It was as if Qin Yu had become the center of the incidents. However, compared to the crisis, the harvest was still very good. Therefore, Song Xiaomei was very envious. Qin Yu, can you guide me in my knife skills? My short knife is very uncomfortable to use. It feels strange, Song Xiaomei asked for guidance. Of course. There are many things about the use of knives in my inheritance. There are all kinds of cold weapons. Even my knife skills have been greatly improved, Qin Yu explained confidently. That inheritance was no small matter. It was like a grandmaster who had cultivated for many years. After he had raised his fighting skills to the peak, he had copied them and kept them. Moreover, these skills included many aspects. Knife skills, sword skills, bow skills, spear skills, and so on and so forth. In short, there were a lot of them. With so many fighting skills and battle experience, Qin Yu had become a true weapon master. Her strength had been greatly improved. Swish, swish, swish. The short knife began to swing, and rays of light were reflected in the spacious bedroom. Song Xiaomei's figure flashed rapidly as she waved her knife, displaying her knife skills in the best way. Strange. Although your knife techniques are the basic ones, you're very skilled in using them. There's no big problem, but why does it look so strange? Qin Yu's pretty eyebrows furrowed. In the past, she could not see these things. However, after receiving the inheritance, her horizons became tricky, and she was able to see through the problem at a glance. These problems were all minor problems, and should not have affected her so much. However, when Song Xiaomei used her knife technique, it was very strange. The main point was that even though it seemed strange, Qin Yu was unable to see through the reason, which made her very depressed. She felt that she was stupid and that she was unable to see through the reason even after receiving the inheritance. She was truly depressed. It's not because of her knife skills. It's because of Song Xiaomei herself. It's more appropriate for her to use a scythe. A man's voice suddenly rang out. It had a pleasant tone to it, making people feel very comfortable listening to it. This voice gave Qin Yu a fright. She hurriedly turned her head to look at the door and said seriously, "Who's speaking? Is there someone speaking?" Song Xiaomei was using her knife skills. When she heard Qin Yu's words, she immediately stopped and listened, but she could not hear anyone else's voice. Chapter 21, Return and Self-Destruct. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's me. The man's voice rang out again. Following this voice, the small wind-winged cat came to Qin Yu's side and raised its head. "Kitty, is it actually you who's speaking? Could it be that this is telepathy?" Qin Yu looked at the little kitten in surprise, feeling very curious. Song Xiaomei, who was beside Qin Yu, also looked at the little kitten in surprise when she heard Qin Yu's words. "Yes, this is telepathy, but only you can hear my voice. You are so stupid." Li Xian's voice sounded again in Qin Yu's heart. "Yes, I clearly know that I have received the telepathy ability, but I was still scared by the voice. I am so stupid." Qin Yu shook her head helplessly. Suddenly, she thought of the problem of the inheritance and hurriedly asked. "Kitty, have you finished receiving the inheritance? Isn't it going to take 2 to 3 days? It's just an inheritance. What's the point of taking so long? If you can quickly absorb it, why would I need 2 to 3 days?" Li Xian said calmly as if it was a matter of course. Qin Yu was a little shocked. She had the assistance of the inheritance to be able to quickly absorb it. If it was someone else, it would take at least 2 days. Not to mention a summoned beast with a weaker soul, it would probably take 3 days or even longer. However, she did not expect that little kitten would also finish absorbing it not long after she finished absorbing it. Such speed was a huge blow to Qin Yu. Especially after hearing the little kitten's words, Qin Yu felt a little depressed. However, she did not think too much about it. Instead, she asked about what happened earlier. "Kitty, why did you say that Xiaomei is suitable to use a scythe? From her body size, hands, legs, and personality, we can roughly see what kind of weapon she is suitable for. All of this knowledge is contained in the inheritance. You also know that you have to use your brain more. Being a nerd and being flexible are two different things. Li Xian continued to speak. Qin Yu's inheritance contained a large amount of knowledge. Li Xian could be said to have benefited greatly. I understand. Thank you, Kitty. I will work hard. Qin Yu clenched her small fists and said solemnly. Don't call me Kitty. I am older than you. Call me Li Xian, Li Xian said. After saying this, Li Xian thought about it. He felt that even if she were to call him by his name, it would not be anything special. The main reason was that it was too ordinary. In addition, summoners had always tamed summoned beasts. Li Xian, on the other hand, was different from the rest. Therefore, Li Xian said, you can also call me brother. Hey! Qin Yu was stunned. She had never thought that Li Xian would say that. The main thing was that she had learned since she was young that the summoned beast had always followed its master and listened to its master. At the moment, her summoned beast actually wanted to be her brother. This really surprised Qin Yu. However, when she saw the kitten's expectant look, she remembered that Li Xian had saved her from danger twice. He was her savior. Compared to the heavy favor of saving her life, this was a small matter. Therefore, Qin Yu nodded and said, brother, Li Xian. Okay. Li Xian felt that it was very interesting. He could not help but jump onto Qin Yu's shoulder and continue to communicate telepathically. This scene made Song Xiaomei, who was sitting across from her, not calm at all. She had no idea what had happened. In the beginning, Qin Yu communicated with the kitten by talking. In the end, she stopped talking. Instead, she made eye contact with the kitten. It was obvious that they were communicating telepathically. Song Xiaomei was also stunned. She could not help but look curious. Xiaomei, let me tell you what happened. Qin Yu saw Song Xiaomei's confusion. After getting Li Xian's approval, she began to explain everything that had happened just now. After learning that Li Xian was extraordinary, Song Xiaomei was both surprised and curious. All right, in the next few days, you'll stay at Song Xiaomei's house for a few days. I'll go back to the summoned beast world and you can summon me again in 3 days. Li Xian felt that his soul had strengthened a lot, and there was still a lot of knowledge waiting to be verified. Therefore, he planned to go back and obtain a new skill to increase his strength so that he could face a crisis. His decision made Qin Yu reluctant to part with him, but Li Xian insisted on going back, so Qin Yu could only obey him. Just like that, Li Xian's figure slowly dissipated, disappearing into the mysterious array. Summoned Beast World. On the lush green grass, the mysterious magic array suddenly appeared, and Li Xian's figure appeared within the magic array. I'm finally back, and I can accumulate my skills again. I wonder how many times I can reincarnate? 2 reincarnations should not be a problem, so let's begin. Li Xian did not waste any time and chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Boom! With a loud sound, darkness appeared before Li Xian's eyes. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. With the sound of the notification, the dark world slowly appeared bright. Li Xian felt the cool breeze and the damp smell of the grass. What summoned beast did I turn into this time? Open the data panel, Li Xian said without hesitation. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, Transformation Beast Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Black Iron Rank. Master, Qin Yu. Skills, Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Intermediate God's Perspective, Wind Wings, Transformation. Transformation Beast? I really turned into a transformation beast. Li Xian looked at the data panel in surprise. He had never expected it to be like this. Previously, in order to hide his reincarnation ability, he had named himself Transformation Beast in the chat channel. At the moment, he had really become a transformation beast. Is my skill the elementary transformation? Li Xian said to himself. He tried to move his body and found that his body was round. He could not feel his hands or feet. Doesn't the original body of the transformation beast have hands or feet? Li Xian activated God's perspective and prepared to observe himself in all directions. However, the moment he activated it, he completely lost his composure. Slime? Why is it so similar to a slime? Perhaps it's a creature similar to slime. Forget it, I'll continue to obtain new skills. Li Xian did not dwell on the issue of his body. Instead, he prepared to reincarnate again and self-destruct. Let's begin. I don't feel any intense fatigue. This proves that I can reincarnate at least once or twice. After Li Xian finished speaking, he chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Boom! The loud bang sounded once again. The dark world descended once again. Li Xian once again fell into darkness. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Light came like the dawn. Li Xian's dark world once again became bright. However, he felt that something was wrong. What kind of summoned beast did it turn into this time? Something's wrong, something's wrong. Wait, it's actually this. In the real world. Black Rock City. It had been 2 days since Li Xian left. Qin Yu had been obediently staying at Song Xiaomei's house for the past 2 days. As she digested the inheritance, she taught Song Xiaomei how to use a scythe. Oh right, I forgot about the light ball flowers. I bought them for brother Li Xian. I've already paid the deposit. Qin Yu suddenly thought of the previous agreement. That was the flower that Li Xian valued very much. This day, it was time for the agreement. Qin Yu, don't worry. I'll send a message to Feng Zhou and Feng Yu. I'll tell them to go and buy it. It's better if we don't leave, Song Xiaomei said seriously. Okay. Qin Yu nodded obediently. She agreed with Song Xiaomei's words very much. The main thing was that Li Xian had previously told them not to leave, so Qin Yu felt that she had to be obedient. Chapter 22, Qin Yu's Transformation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Qin Yu thought of one thing, and that was the problem of money. It would cost tens of thousands of yuan to buy the light ball flowers. They had been staying in the villa for the past 2 days, so they did not have enough money. Qin Yu said worriedly, Xiaomei, I don't have enough money. It's okay. I have a lot here. Look. Song Xiaomei pulled open the drawer, and there was a drawer full of money. You have that much? Qin Yu was shocked. She looked at the drawer full of money in disbelief. She felt that Song Xiaomei was a little rich woman. Hehe, I saved all of it. 50,000 yuan was given to me by my parents. They went out on a mission the day before yesterday. They will be back in more than 10 days. This 50,000 yuan is my living expenses. Song Xiaomei said confidently. Her small face was full of joy. As expected of a little rich lady. Whoever marries you in the future will be really happy, Qin Yu said enviously. Of course, but I don't like ordinary people. The person I like will definitely be a hero. Song Xiaomei clenched her small fists and said, her big eyes full of stars. However, she quickly remembered the serious matter. She hurriedly picked up the phone and called the twins. This phone could only be used in Black Rock City, mainly because there were mutated beasts outside. The signal would be greatly disrupted, so it could not be used at all. Therefore, the phone was greatly restricted. Even in the city, only wealthy families could use it. Ring. Ring. Hello, this is Song Xiaomei. I have a favor to ask of you. After Song Xiaomei made the call, she did not give them a chance to speak and started blabbering on. All right, it's settled. Let them pay first. After they send over the light ball flowers, I'll give them a 1,000 yuan tip, Song Xiaomei said. This kind of method where money could make the world go round made her feel very comfortable. I'll pay this 1,000 yuan. I've also saved some money from these 2 missions, Qin Yu said after thinking for a while. No need, no need. Your current mission is to teach me how to use the scythe. Just think of this money as the cost of tutoring. After Song Xiaomei finished speaking, she picked up 2 scythes that looked like the Grim Reaper's scythe and handed one of them to Qin Yu. Okay, let's go to the small courtyard to practice, Qin Yu said seriously. I'd love to. Song Xiaomei held the long Grim Reaper's scythe in her fair little hands and quickly went to the small courtyard to practice. The Grim Reaper's scythe was a weapon that her father had collected. This time, it was just right to use it. Needless to say, it felt very useful. Song Xiaomei liked to use this Grim Reaper's scythe very much. She felt that it was much more useful than a short knife. In addition to the 2 days of crazy practice, her combat skills could be said to have improved a lot. She felt more and more at ease with it. Time slowly passed in her practice. Soon, it was dusk. Qin Yu looked at the sky and felt a little worried. She did not know why the light ball flowers had not arrived yet. Ding, dong. Ding, dong. The sound of the doorbell came from the front door and instantly attracted the attention of Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu in the small courtyard. Who is it? Song Xiaomei asked loudly. It's us. A familiar voice came from outside the small courtyard. It was the voices of Feng Zhou and Feng Yu, the twins. They're here, they're here. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu quickly came to the door. They did not open the door immediately, but first looked through the peephole. It's them and their summoned beasts. There are so many light ball flowers. They're so beautiful. After Song Xiaomei confirmed that there were no other strangers outside, she slowly opened the door. Why did you guys come so late? We were so anxious, Song Xiaomei said unhappily. I was delayed by something. Feng Zhou smiled and handed over a bunch of light ball flowers. However, he did not give them to Song Xiaomei, who was beside him. Instead, he turned around and handed them to Qin Yu on the other side. Hey! Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu were confused at the same time. However, the light ball flowers had to be collected, so Qin Yu reached out to take the light ball flowers. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart suddenly rang out. The dagger with a cold gleam pierced out and stabbed ruthlessly toward Qin Yu's abdomen. Be careful! Song Xiaomei screamed when she saw this scene. After a tearing sound, black blood dripped onto the ground along the scythe blade. Qin Yu's fair little hand grabbed the Grim Reaper's scythe and stood behind Feng Zhou. The sharp scythe tore a deep wound on Feng Zhou's arm. At the critical moment when she was suddenly attacked, Qin Yu instinctively swung the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand. She dodged the opponent's attack and took the opportunity to cut Feng Zhou's right arm. Such an instinctive reaction not only surprised Song Xiaomei, but even Qin Yu herself did not expect it. However, this was not the time to think about this. Song Xiaomei held the Grim Reaper's scythe tightly and glared at Feng Zhou. Her whole body tensed up, ready to fight at any time. Why did you attack Qin Yu? Are you crazy? I'm sorry. Kill me and let me be free. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Feng Zhou's hair was slightly swayed, revealing his dull eyes and stiff face. You? What happened to you? Song Xiaomei was stunned. She could not believe that Feng Zhou had become like this. He was not like this before. Back off. Their actions and expressions are very similar to the red wolves that attacked us earlier. Qin Yu immediately pulled Song Xiaomei away and stared at the twin brothers and their wind wolves vigilantly. Die! The twin brothers suddenly moved. They held 2 sharp daggers and stabbed out. They began to wave without any regard for their lives. Awoo! The 2 wind wolves followed closely behind. They opened their stinky wolf mouths, and their cold teeth moved toward Qin Yu, wanting to bite her hands and feet. Big Black! Song Xiaomei immediately called out to Big Black for help. Roar! The roar shook the surroundings. The black iron rank big black bear rushed over with all four limbs, crashing into the two wind wolves and sending them flying. Crash! The scythe and dagger collided in the air, causing sparks to fly. The Grim Reaper's scythe in Qin Yu's hand danced in an impenetrable manner, blocking all the attacks and even leaving wounds on the other party's body a few times. Be careful! They're just like those red wolves. They've turned into living dead people and aren't afraid of pain. Song Xiaomei immediately reminded her when she saw the black wounds on her opponent's body. Okay. Qin Yu nodded. Her fair little hands gripped the Grim Reaper's scythe tightly. As she brandished it, she suddenly felt as if she could do whatever she wanted. That kind of mastery and that kind of instinctive counterattack made her feel extremely carefree. In this state, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei were originally fighting against the twin brothers, but as they fought, Qin Yu blocked all of their attacks by herself. In the end, her continuous attacks on the twin brothers forced them to retreat, leaving them covered in wounds. You're so strong! Song Xiaomei was moved. As a truly outstanding student, she had always been number one since she was young, and was also recognized as a genius. Especially under the nurturing of her parents, her close combat ability was outstanding, causing many people to be envious. However, looking at Qin Yu waving her scythe in a carefree manner, Song Xiaomei felt a huge disparity. The current Qin Yu could simply be described as flowing like water, extremely powerful. Is this the inheritance? If only I can obtain the inheritance as well. Song Xiaomei revealed an envious expression. Caw! 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 The crow's cry rang out, and along with these cries, a black crow appeared in the sky. In the next second, the black crow split into dozens of crows, and like a rain of swords, they suddenly swooped down. Not good. Chapter 23, Strange Aura. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This sudden change shocked Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei, and their expressions turned extremely serious. At the moment, the big black bear was fighting against two wind wolves, and Qin Yu was fighting against the twin brothers. Only Song Xiaomei was free. However, if she were to fight against the crow, it would be suicide. The crow was a black iron rank summoned beast, and it was very powerful. Big Black! Song Xiaomei shouted and asked the big black bear for help. Roar! The loyal big black bear immediately turned around. Even if it was bitten by the wind wolves, it could not care less. Instead, it faced the crow of the same rank without any hesitation. However, facing the black iron rank crow and the attacks of two wind wolves, the big black bear was soon in a desperate situation. It might get fatally injured. Kill! Qin Yu's small figure flashed, and the Grim Reaper's scythe quickly waved, blocking a wind wolf and starting to fight it. Song Xiaomei also came in at the right time, fighting with the scarred twin brothers. For a time, both sides were once again in a stalemate. However, facing enemies who were not afraid of death, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei were in a very bad situation. One mistake and they might die. Therefore, Qin Yu prepared to summon Li Xian, preparing to call for help. Brother Li Xian, I'm sorry. According to the agreement, I can only summon you tomorrow, but we really can't hold on any longer. Qin Yu watched as the big black bear was attacked by the crow and a wind wolf. Its body was already riddled with injuries, so she could only ask Li Xian for help. Buzz! The hexagram magic array suddenly flashed and appeared on the ground. Along with this magic array, an unknown strong aura suddenly came from it and swept through the entire courtyard. The two wind wolves sensed this aura at the first instant and actually retreated suddenly, their bodies trembling. The crow's condition was slightly better, but it still flew up into the sky rapidly and reassembled into a single black crow. Caw! 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 The crow cried out loudly and looked at the hexagram magic array vigilantly. Its body flew higher and higher, as if it was afraid of something. How dare you attack the citizens of Black Rock City? Law Enforcement Team, take them down. A deep voice sounded from outside the small courtyard. Following this voice, two black iron rank flying beasts rose into the air rapidly and charged straight toward Crow. At the same time, law enforcement team members dressed in uniform rushed into the small courtyard and instantly surrounded the twin brothers, easily taking them down. The law enforcement team's summoned beasts were even faster, controlling the two wind wolves in the shortest amount of time. This sudden change also interrupted Qin Yu's movements, and her summoning stopped. Phew, I almost disturbed brother Li Xian. Fortunately, the law enforcement team is here, so there's no need to trouble brother Li Xian. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief and cancelled the summoning, preparing to summon again the next day. Are you guys okay? Outside the small courtyard, Han Yu hurriedly ran in and asked with concern. Why are you here? Song Xiaomei asked in puzzlement. It's like this. Feng Zhou and Feng Yu went missing yesterday. I've been looking for them, and then I found a terrible thing. I accidentally saw Feng Zhou, Feng Yu, and that crow coming to your villa. I immediately contacted the law enforcement team. Fortunately, I caught up with them. Han Yu quickly explained, her face full of fear. Thank you. What did you find out? Why did Feng Zhou and Feng Yu become like that? Song Xiaomei asked again. They were turned into puppets, Han Yu could not bear to say. Puppets? Turned into puppets by someone. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu were shocked and looked at Han Yu in disbelief. Yes, not only them. The porcupines and red wolves were all puppet beasts. They were refined into monsters using evil methods. Han Yu sighed as she spoke. Her face was filled with hatred. They were turned into puppets alive? How detestable! Who did it? This is too detestable. Qin Yu clenched her small fists and said angrily. The clue now points to alchemist Wang Hao. His summoned beast is a black iron rank crow. The law enforcement team has already gone to capture him. Han Yu gave a rough description of the situation. At the same time, she made it clear that as long as it was confirmed that it was done by alchemist Wang Hao, then he would be dead for sure. This kind of person really deserves to die. We have to eliminate them to save more people from being harmed, Song Xiaomei said angrily. Yes, as long as it's proven, he will die. The government has zero tolerance for this aspect, Han Yu explained. That's good. Without this kind of person, we can live in peace. Song Xiaomei looked at Feng Zhou and Feng Yu being imprisoned and watching them struggle stiffly. Song Xiaomei felt very uncomfortable. They were clearly teammates before, but they became puppets 2 days later. This kind of feeling was really heartbreaking. Things can't be undone. What we can do is to increase our strength, become stronger, and save more people, Han Yu comforted. How will they be dealt with? Qin Yu pointed at the twin brothers and asked in a low voice. There's no other way. We can only deal with it. Han Yu was helpless. Deal with them. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei looked at each other. They felt very sad and a little sad. At the same time, their desire for strength increased. Pitter-patter. The sound of footsteps could be heard. A bald man with a strong build walked over and looked at Qin Yu. Young lady, my name is Tai Hu. I'm the captain of the law enforcement team. What is your summoned beast? Can you show it to me? Tai Hu asked. Why? Qin Yu was on alert, worried that someone would harm her summoned beast. Nothing, I'm just a little curious. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Tai Hu thought about it and did not continue to ask. Instead, he said a few words to Han Yu, then turned around and left with everyone. At the same time, the crow, the two wind wolves, and the twin brothers were also taken away. However, when they left the villa and walked outside, Tai Hu frowned and turned around to look at the villa. Captain, what's wrong? Is there anything else? The vice-captain walked over and asked. something's not right. When we pass by the Bounty Hunter Association later, follow me in to get information on Qin Yu's summoned beast, Tai Hu said. Hey! The vice captain was at a loss. He did not understand what was going on, but his captain had experienced many things. He would not do meaningless things, so the vice captain immediately nodded. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Bounty Hunter Association. After showing their identification, they began to look through Qin Yu's information in her summoned beast. Captain, this cat is so powerful. It has healing skills, flying skills, and fireballs. It's actually a special summoned beast. The vice captain was surprised. It's indeed very powerful, but it's still not right. The information is incomplete. Tai Hu continued to frown. This information was different from what he knew. Ah? Incomplete? Could it be that this summoned beast has other skills? That's impossible. There's already so many of them. The vice captain shook his head. A special summoned beast that could have a few skills was already very powerful. If there were any other skills, it would be too scary. Did you know? The moment I entered the villa, my lightning snake sensed a mysterious aura. That aura actually made my lightning snake feel as if it was lying on the ground. It's a summoned beast at the edge of Black Iron rank. It can advance to Bronze rank at any time. Tai Hu said solemnly, his expression very serious. Chapter 24, Summon Again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Is that so? What kind of aura? Logically speaking, I'm gifted and have a strong sense of perception, but why didn't I sense it? Captain, did you mistake it? The vice captain was a little suspicious. It was mainly because he was gifted and often found danger in advance that gave him hints. This also caused the vice captain to solve a lot of problems and become a very powerful figure in the law enforcement team. He even became the vice captain without any background. As long as he was a little stronger and his pet reached Black Iron rank, he might be able to become a captain. He was such a sharp person, but he did not discover anything just now, so he was a little suspicious. Are you sure you did not sense it? Did your summoned beast not sense it either? The captain asked seriously. No, I did not sense anything, the vice captain said seriously. Strange, it shouldn't be. Could it be that my lightning snake sensed it wrongly? The captain was also a little uncertain. He suspected that his pet had sensed it wrongly. However, he quickly thought of a way to ask his colleagues who had come with him. After all, everyone had entered the small courtyard of the villa. Perhaps others had also found something. With this thought in mind, the captain hurried back to the unit and asked everyone about the situation at the first moment. In the end, the information he received was the same as the vice captain's information. No one discovered anything, and the pets didn't discover anything either. This made the captain suspicious, and he also fell into self-doubt. Perhaps my pet's senses were wrong. The captain comforted himself and muttered. In the end, he temporarily treated this matter as a misunderstanding and prepared to investigate it again when he had time in the future. On the other side, in Song Xiaomei's villa, 3 girls were sitting in the living room, talking about what had happened just now. The emphasis was placed on alchemist Wang Hao and the puppet. They caught that alchemist so quickly. The law enforcement team's speed is really fast. Qin Yu exclaimed in admiration. Actually, law enforcement team had already suspected him a long time ago. Similar incidents had happened before. There were genius students who disappeared after being attacked. Those genius students are highly regarded. The law enforcement team has been secretly investigating them, He Niu explained and told them what she knew. Genius students? Are you saying that the ones who were attacked were all genius students? Song Xiaomei grasped the key point and asked hurriedly. Yes, most of them are geniuses. For example, Yu, Qin Yu, Feng Zhou, and Feng Yu. They are all top students of various academies, He Niu told the truth. Why attack geniuses? Is he jealous? Or is this person a spy from another country? To attack geniuses? Song Xiaomei asked again. This. He Niu suddenly hesitated. She did not know if she should tell the rest. It was because what happened next would be too shocking for Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu, and it might not be true. What's wrong? Is it not convenient to say? Song Xiaomei frowned. How about this, give me some time. I'll confirm it again. I'll tell you about the situation after I've officially confirmed it. He Niu still decided to confirm it again, so she left and hurriedly went to investigate the situation. Such a result made Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei feel like they were in a fog. They could not figure it out at all. Could it be that some alchemist was jealous of the talent of a genius, so he harmed all the geniuses? Song Xiaomei thought for a moment and said. It shouldn't be. Since he attacked geniuses, why did he attack me? I'm not a genius at all, Qin Yu said in a low voice. You're not a genius yet? You're already very powerful, okay? Right now, no one in the entire school can surpass you, Song Xiaomei said enviously. Really? Qin Yu asked blankly. Her big eyes blinked, completely unaware of this. Of course. Don't forget, I used to be the best in our school. If you surpass me, won't you surpass the whole school? I think so. Qin Yu said foolishly. You're so stupid. It's over. You won't be able to get married in this lifetime. Song Xiaomei poked Qin Yu's smooth forehead and soon began to play with her. In a corner, the big black bear, wrapped in bandages, was lying on its stomach, licking the roast chicken in the rice bowl and giggling foolishly. It had been injured previously, and there were more than 10 wounds on its body. It was in so much pain that it was grimacing in pain. At the moment, it had roast chicken, so it felt that the whole world was beautiful and happy. Time passed slowly in such an atmosphere, and soon, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Qin Yu woke up from Song Xiaomei's embrace. Looking at Song Xiaomei, who was sleeping soundly, Qin Yu shook her head and got up to wash up. She was mainly thinking about her summoned beast. At that time, she had agreed to summon it in 3 days. It had been 3 days, she could summon it. Therefore, she got up early and quickly washed up. Then, she sat down in the living room. I'll summon it now. After Qin Yu said that, her spiritual qi started to ripple, and light appeared on her fair little hands. Then, she slammed them onto the floor. Whoosh! The white hexagonal magic array surged and instantly took shape in the entire living room. The scale was also much larger than before. As the magic array appeared, an illusory, distorted feeling surged from it. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly sounded, like muffled thunder, echoing throughout the entire villa. In the bedroom, Song Xiaomei, who was sleeping soundly, was immediately startled awake by the voice. She did not have time to tidy up her pajamas and immediately sat up. What's going on? Did someone attack again? Song Xiaomei was shocked. She hurriedly picked up the Grim Reaper's scythe in the corner and rushed out barefooted. When she arrived at the living room and saw the scene, she suddenly stopped. That was because she saw Qin Yu sitting on the sofa in a daze, completely unharmed. On the floor of the living room stood a snow-white kitten. It was furry all over and very cute. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that the floor of the living room was actually broken into pieces, and there were cracks that were twisted like earthworms. There were many cracks that spread from the center of the living room to the corner of the living room, which also scared Song Xiaomei. What? What's going on? Are there enemies coming? Song Xiaomei asked in a hurry and looked around vigilantly. No. No, it was brother Li Xian who accidentally broke it. I'm sorry, Xiaomei, Qin Yu quickly apologized. Brother Li Xian accidentally broke it. Song Xiaomei was at a loss because the floor was broken into pieces. It was clearly a scene caused by a heavy blow. However, the kitten was so small. How could it create such a scene? This was strange. How did the cat do it? It's so small. Could the kitten have used some unknown skill? Song Xiaomei thought of the destructive power of the fireball explosion. No, well, how do I put it? Qin Yu tilted her small head and was about to explain, but suddenly she looked at the kitten and stopped talking. The cat and the human looked at each other as if they were making eye contact. Are you two communicating telepathically? Song Xiaomei thought of their abilities and could not help but ask curiously. She was too curious about what had happened. Chapter 25, Li Xian's Happy Life. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A moment later, Qin Yu and Li Xian finished communicating telepathically. With a smile on her face, Qin Yu turned her small head to look at Song Xiaomei. Xiaomei, I won't tell you now. You'll know when we hunt mutated beasts next time. Wow, you actually hid it from me. Watch me tickle you. Song Xiaomei ran over quickly and started to tickle Qin Yu with her two small hands. Qin Yu hurriedly dodged and kept begging for mercy. Not long after, Qin Yu sat on the sofa with her face flushed red. She fed the light ball flowers to the little cat and asked curiously. Kitty, why did your appearance change so much? Why do you look like a snow-white cat now? Meow. Li Xian meowed in response. He could not say that he had reincarnated 4 times in a row. One had to know that these were 4 skills, which were the Transformation Beast's Elementary Transformation, the Frost Cat's Frost Freeze, and 2 other intermediate level skills. This was the first time Li Xian had obtained an intermediate level skill. In the past, it had always been an elementary level skill. The reason why he had obtained intermediate level skills this time was because of the 2 summoned beasts that he had reincarnated. They possessed intermediate level skills. However, those 2 summoned beasts were also ordinary summoned beasts. To be able to upgrade their skills, one had to rely on years of hard work and luck. Li Xian discovered a pattern. The creatures that he reincarnated were all ordinary summoned beasts, while his soul was actually black iron rank. He felt that when his soul was upgraded to bronze rank, he might be able to reincarnate into a black iron summoned beast. At that time, he would have intermediate level skills. After all, most black iron summoned beasts had intermediate skills. Of course, there were exceptions for some summoned beasts. For example, Song Xiaomei's big black bear. Although it was a black iron rank, it did not have any intermediate skills. It was a disgrace to the summoned beasts. Thinking of the power of intermediate skills, Li Xian could not wait to quickly raise his soul. However, the path to raising one's soul depended on the summoner's feedback. This was a long-term process, and it would take a long time to achieve. Thus, there was no point in panicking. The most important thing was to encourage Qin Yu to raise her strength. Thinking up to this point, Li Xian began to communicate with Qin Yu telepathically once more, encouraging her to become stronger as soon as possible. Kitty, eat something. Are you hungry? Song Xiaomei brought over a large plate of roasted meat, grilled fish, and fruits. She walked up to Li Xian and raised her small hands, seemingly wanting to touch Li Xian. Meow. Smelling the delicious grilled meat, grilled fish, and his favorite oranges from his previous life, Li Xian could not help but be moved. This time, he stayed in the summoned beast world for 3 days. He had been busy reincarnating, testing his combat strength, and absorbing the many battle memories from Qin Yu. This also caused him to be very busy for the past 3 days, and he really did not eat well. At the moment, delicious food was in front of him, so Li Xian naturally would not resist. He ate without hesitation, and at the same time, he took an orange for Song Xiaomei to peel it. Do cats like oranges? When Song Xiaomei saw this scene, her eyes lit up. She immediately picked up the orange and began to peel it for Li Xian. After peeling it, she took one of the pieces and handed it to Li Xian. Li Xian did not hesitate and swallowed the orange in one bite. The familiar taste made him miss it, and some of it he even wanted to eat. Thus, he raised his little paws and gestured for her to continue. Okay, here you go. Song Xiaomei quickly broke off another piece of orange and handed it over. At the same time, she also patted the kitten's head. To her surprise, the kitten, who used to be very resistant to her, actually ignored her pat on the head. This made Song Xiaomei overjoyed. Song Xiaomei, who was extremely happy, quickly broke off another piece of the orange again and fed it to the kitten. At the same time, she also cut the grilled fish into small pieces and fed it to the kitten bit by bit. Of course, she touched the kitten's head a lot, and her mood became better and better. Qin Yu, who was next to her, did not sit idle either. She handed the light ball flowers over one by one and fed them to the kitten. Li Xian naturally would not refuse the light ball flowers that increased his strength. He swallowed them all into his stomach. The crazy swallowing of the light ball flowers also made him feel warm all over. God's perspective on his data interface was also constantly changing. Following this change, the words of the intermediate God's perspective finally changed. With a bang, they disappeared. At the same time, a new line of words appeared. Advanced God's perspective. Advanced God's perspective, observe an area of 5 kilometers with the attitude of a god. You can adjust your view and see through the illusion. I've finally advanced. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He had finally achieved his first advanced skill, and the effect was surprisingly good. An area of 5 kilometers was definitely a life-saving skill. Any enemy within 5 kilometers would be easily discovered. The most important thing was to see through illusions. Illusions were things that were unpredictable, absurd, and invisible. To see through illusions was to see through the nothingness, and to see through some kind of hidden and fake existence. Such a skill was simply godly. Li Xian was in a good mood. He enjoyed being fed by the two cute girls while looking at the remaining light ball flowers, preparing to sell these things. The main thing was that Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei did not think much of the light ball flowers. The people of this world did not think much of them either. If he put them in the auction house, he might be able to exchange them for a treasure that could strengthen his soul. Therefore, Li Xian opened the auction house and also opened the chat channel. Big shots, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. I haven't caught any prey in a day, a person called the Big Clawed Beast said in the chat channel. If you contract with a summoner, you'll get food. You even get the training from the summoner. That feels great. Just like how happy I am now, the black-furred dog said proudly. Contracts aren't that easy. I looked for a long time, but I couldn't find a single summoning array. Instead, I almost died, the Big Clawed Beast said gloomily. I haven't been able to find one either. Why is it so difficult to contract an owner? Violent Rabbit also spoke up, clearly very depressed. This also depends on luck. If your luck isn't good, you definitely won't be able to contract one. However, my luck was good, so I contracted a prince. Not only did he give me delicious food, but he also used resources to nurture me. That's a good thing that can raise my skills to intermediate level. I forgot to tell you guys. The prince also said that in the future, he would help me find advanced level resources that can raise my skills from intermediate to advanced level. Of course, these resources are very expensive. Even after the prince mobilized the entire country, he only managed to find one. He still needs to find 99 more. However, it's really good to have an owner. Now, I don't even need to mention how happy I am. Hehe, I think that among us, I'm the happiest. The black-furred dog spoke again, showing off proudly. He felt that he was the happiest. You are indeed very lucky. I'm the most unlucky. It wasn't easy for me to find a summoning array, but in the end, the summoner despised me for being a male and actually gave up on me. He contracted with another summoned beast. I'm so angry. The Gale Rat was indignant. He felt that he was really unlucky. Ha ha ha, don't worry. There will always be a chance. You are an expert in games and are very strong. You might be able to form a contract with another summoner in a few years. The black-furred dog laughed loudly and said again. I wonder if the Flamehound and the transformation beast have formed a contract with their master? I don't think so. If they have, they will definitely tell me. Humph, you don't have to worry about it. Isn't it just a contract with its master? I'm a black iron summoned beast. Sooner or later, the contract will be successful. The Flamehound replied, seemingly a little depressed. Black iron summoned beasts are indeed popular, but you have to speed up. I enjoy the prince's feedback every day. My soul is constantly strengthening, and my strength is improving every day. Sooner or later, one day in the future, I will become a black iron summoned beast and surpass you, the black-furred dog said smugly, feeling very happy. Humph! The Flamehound snorted coldly, and its mood became even worse. Especially when it saw the black-furred dog showing off, the Flamehound became angry. At this moment, the Flamehound suddenly saw that a new item had appeared in the auction house. It immediately looked over and widened its eyes. The advanced level resource, Light Ball Flowers. Chapter 26, Soul Crystals. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at the new items that appeared in the auction house, the Flamehound immediately became serious. According to the information it had obtained from the survival guide, the resources that could upgrade a skill to an advanced level were all very precious resources. However, someone actually placed an advanced level resource in the auction house. How heroic was that? The Flamehound, who was shocked in its heart, immediately clicked on the description and looked at the auctioneer. When it saw the name, it immediately revealed a look of realization. So it's Transformation Beast. What a powerful fellow! It's always so unexpected. The Flame Dog sighed. As the only black iron rank summoned beast, it felt that it was the most powerful and looked down on the other summoned beasts. However, the Transformation Beast auctioned off the items again and again. The items auctioned off each time were very valuable. This time, it was even more shocking. This also caused the Flamehound to suffer a heavy blow. It felt that the Transformation Beast was not simple. However, when it saw the black-furred dog showing off in the chat channel, the Flamehound suddenly thought of a way to deal with the black-furred dog. Black-furred dog, you just said that advanced level resources are very precious. Your master used the entire country's strength to find an advanced level resource, right? That's right. This is an advanced level resource. It can raise an intermediate level skill to an advanced level skill. It's normal for it to be a little more precious, the black-furred dog said. Is that so? Then take a look at the auction house, the flame dog said. Auction house? What's there to see? I remember that only the transformed beasts let go of some things in the past. Could it be that he put things in again? The black-furred dog did not believe it. It slowly opened the auction house. In an instant, it was shocked and did not speak. The other summoned beasts had been paying attention to the chat channel. Naturally, they also opened the auction house. Advanced level resource, Light Ball Flowers. The light ball flowers that can raise an intermediate level skill to an advanced level skill? Selling 66 of them? F***ck, this is too awesome. It's the Transformation Beast boss again. It sold 66 advanced level resources so easily. This is too awesome. How did the Transformation Beast boss do it? I can't even eat, but the boss has already sold advanced level resources. The difference is too big. The chat channel instantly became lively. Many of the summoned beasts began to discuss animatedly, talking about the goods in the auction house. The black-furred dog, who had been complacent previously, did not speak. He was clearly shocked. Its master had mobilized the entire country and only managed to find one advanced level resource. However, the transformation beast boss, who had been silent all this time, actually took out 66 advanced level resources to the auction house. Such a difference instantly shocked the black-furred dog so much that it did not dare to speak. However, when the black-furred dog thought about how he had contracted a summoner, he felt slightly better. Although I admit that you are very powerful, you don't have a contracted summoner, and I've long since contracted a summoner. I'm still stronger than you. The black-furred dog thought this secretly. It really wanted to send this sentence out, but in the end, it did not dare to send it out. It was afraid of being ridiculed by everyone. At this moment, the big clawed beast spoke on the chat channel. One sentence had attracted everyone's attention. Transformation beast boss, can you sell me some food? I have a soul crystal that can strengthen the soul. I want to exchange it for some food to eat. A soul crystal that can strengthen the soul? Exchange it with me. I still have half a pig's leg here, the mad lion beast suddenly spoke. Don't trade with the mad lion. Trade with me. I have bread, milk, and goat's milk. They are all provided by the prince, the black-furred dog hurriedly said. Seeing the two summoned beasts come out to intercept, many people fell into a state of waiting. They wanted to see if the transformation beast boss, who had been silent all this time, would appear. After all, transformation beasts needed things that could strengthen their souls. The items auctioned were also things that could strengthen their souls. While they were waiting, the transformation beast that the summoned beasts had been waiting for a long time finally appeared and spoke in the chat channel. What kind of food do you want? Roasted meat, fruits, steamed buns, rice? Mana crystals? Or perhaps a custom-made armor weapon? Li Xian asked calmly. In fact, he was very interested in the crystal that could strengthen one's soul. His words instantly silenced the chat. Soon, a large group of people began to discuss. The transformation beast boss finally came out. Greetings, boss, Violent Rabbit said obsequiously. Could it be that the boss has a contract with a summoner? The things he provided made me feel a little scared. I've been eating grass for the past few days, treading sheep could not help but say. It must be a contract. The transformation beast can even forge armor and weapons. This is obviously a contract with a summoner. Gale Rat also began to speak, its words were filled with envy. Ha ha ha, I knew it. The items that the transformation beast auctioned previously were enough to prove his strength. The black-furred dog thought that he was the only one who had a contract. Perhaps the transformation beast had already formed a contract and was too lazy to talk about it. The flame dog laughed heartily and spoke without any scruples in the chat channel. Such a statement made the black-furred dog extremely depressed. It did not even know how to refute, because he also felt that the probability of this happening was very high. Thinking that it was not the first to contract with a summoner, the black-furred dog felt extremely depressed. The black-furred dog was so depressed that it really wanted to curse, but this would not vent its anger. It might even be ridiculed by everyone. Very soon, the black-furred dog thought of a way. He could totally use food to snatch the soul crystal. After all, it was a fair trade. Whoever offered the highest price would win, and no one would be able to say anything. So, the black-furred dog said loudly. I can provide you with more delicious food. I can provide you with food for a long time. Big clawed beast, trade with me for the soul crystal. In the future, I'll take care of you. After the black-furred dog finished speaking, the chat channel fell into a short silence. The main reason was that the conditions that the black-furred dog offered were more attractive. For example, in order to eat, they had to go out hunting every day. They were often injured and attacked by other summoned beasts. If they had stable food every day, they could survive safely. Therefore, the conditions given by the black-furred dog were quite good. However, everyone knew that the transformation beast boss also needed soul crystals. It would definitely come out and fight for them. It might even be a fierce battle. As expected, a line of words appeared in the chat channel. It was the words of the transformation beast boss. However, the words were very few. It was just a question. Big clawed beast, what level have your 2 claws reached? Ah! It's the lowest level, Big Claw. Because I don't know how to advance to Iron Claw, so its strength is very weak, the Big Claw beast said helplessly. I can tell you the method to advance. Use your soul crystal to exchange for it, Li Xian said indifferently. What? Transformation beast boss, you know my method to advance? How can it be? Even I don't know it. The Big Claw beast was shocked and asked in disbelief. You can put the soul crystal in the auction house. I will exchange it for the information. The truth will be revealed, Li Xian replied casually. He had reincarnated many summoned beasts and obtained a large number of memories from them. Among them, there were memories of the big clawed beast. In these memories, there were many times when the big clawed beast ate the fruit, and then its 2 claws turned into iron claws. Li Xian also knew that kind of fruit. It was called the brown round fruit. It was a kind of plant that grew in iron mines. There were quite a number of them, so it was not a rare item. Simply put, there were many big clawed beasts. As long as a summoned beast lived for a long time, most of them had seen big clawed beasts, so it was not a secret how they advanced. It had only been a short time since the people came to the summoned beast world. Otherwise, they would have known. This was the time to use this information to exchange for soul crystals. Transformation beast boss, I've placed the soul crystal in the auction house. Boss, you can buy it now. The big clawed beast posted in the chat channel, obviously looking forward to it. Okay, Li Xian casually replied and immediately chose to buy it. Ding! Purchase successful. You have received a soul crystal. Ding! Your soul crystal has been placed in the temporary storage box. It can be stored for 3 days free of charge. With a crisp sound, Li Xian saw a square crystal appear in the temporary storage box. It was emitting a mysterious luster. At this moment, there was a pleasant surprise in the chat channel. The transaction actually succeeded. That's great. I finally know how to advance. Thank you, Transformation Beast Boss. I'll advance right away. I know where to find that kind of fruit. After saying that, the big clawed beast fell into complete silence. It was obvious that it was going to level up. Such a scene, caused the entire chat channel to be silent. Then, a large number of messages began to flood the screen. Transformation Beast Boss, I'm Black-tailed Snake. May I ask how I can level up my skill? Boss, I'm an illusion lark. May I ask how I can level up my illusion spell to intermediate level? I'm a girl. Boss, can you tell me? Chapter 27, The Evil Energy Organization. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A large number of messages flooded the chat channel, all hoping to receive Li Xian's guidance. There were even some girls who spoke coquettishly. However, no one said anything. Instead, they were a little envious. In this dangerous world, strength was the foundation of everything. As long as one's strength was increased, one would be able to live a better life. Therefore, as long as one could become stronger with a few coquettishness, it was worth it. Use soul crystals to exchange, or other items that strengthen your soul. As long as you have them, you can directly put them in the auction house. Li Xian replied calmly. He would not tell the other party everything just because of a few words from a girl. He was not that kind of person. If they wanted to obtain information about upgrading his skill, then they would use items that strengthen their soul to exchange. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about it. After leaving this sentence, Li Xian directly closed the chat channel and conveniently took out the soul crystal from the temporary storage box. The soul crystal that was emitting a faint fluorescent light suddenly appeared and attracted Li Xian's gaze. What is this? Why did it suddenly appear? Song Xiaomei was just about to feed an orange to Li Xian when she saw Li Xian wave his little paw and a crystal suddenly appeared. This scene stunned Song Xiaomei, and her beautiful eyes widened. Yet, can brother Li Xian make things appear out of thin air? Qin Yu blinked her big eyes and asked foolishly. What is this crystal? Why do I feel like it's helpful to me? Song Xiaomei said, and her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. Hey! Li Xian turned his head to look at Song Xiaomei and then looked at Qin Yu. He found that they all had some desire for the soul crystal as if they also needed it. Qin Yu, are these crystals helpful to you? Li Xian asked through telepathy. Yes, brother Li Xian. I feel like a hungry person seeing food, Qin Yu said honestly. I see. I have to think of a way to get more soul crystals, Li Xian said faintly. Qin Yu was his master. As long as Qin Yu advanced, he would get more feedback. Therefore, increasing Qin Yu's strength was also very important. Unfortunately, soul crystals were too rare. He would definitely use them first to ensure his own strength. Therefore, he did not hesitate and directly swallowed the soul crystal. In the next second, the crystal melted like water and was absorbed by him. Whoosh! As if he was soaking in a hot spring, Li Xian felt warm and comfortable all over his body. The fatigue in his soul that he had felt after reincarnating 4 times had been swept away and turned into nothingness. Such a result made Li Xian's eyes shine with a strange light, and his thirst for soul crystals grew. This is really good stuff. I feel that if I consume a few more soul crystals, my soul level will increase and reach bronze rank. Li Xian was looking forward to it. He really wanted to reach bronze rank as soon as possible so that he could try reincarnating again. He might even be able to obtain an intermediate level skill. There's no rush. Let's take it slow. There's no use in being anxious. Li Xian shook his head. He began to communicate with Qin Yu telepathically to understand the current situation. Very soon, Li Xian knew all the information, including the information about the alchemist and the puppets. This caused Li Xian to frown deeply. Brother Li Xian, we won't go out on missions for the time being. We'll go out after the law enforcement team has captured the alchemist. To be on the safe side, Qin Yu proposed this suggestion. She wanted to see Li Xian's thoughts. Sure. It's good that you practice more and grasp the various battle memories in the inheritance. Especially your archery. It will be of great help to you. Li Xian thought for a while and said. Okay, brother Li Xian. I'll work hard. Qin Yu nodded her small head and answered firmly. Okay. Also, find some books on herbs and plants for me. They might be useful to me. That's all. I'm going to sleep. Li Xian had not rested much these past few days. At the moment, since he was free, he could recuperate. Therefore, he found a comfortable place and fell asleep. Qin Yu did not want to disturb Li Xian's rest. She pulled Song Xiaomei to the small courtyard and began to practice archery and knife skills there. Of course, they did not forget to look for the herb book. They immediately gave Hainiu a call and asked her to help them look for it. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Early in the morning, the sun was bright and beautiful, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Qin Yu held the longbow and carried the arrows on her back as she continuously shot. The arrows with white light shot out one by one, easily hitting the bullseye. Amazing, the spiritual power is attached to it. Qin Yu, your spiritual power has reached Black Iron rank. Song Xiaomei asked in surprise. 2 days ago, her spiritual power had just reached Black Iron rank, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had also reached Black Iron rank. This was really surprising. I was also lucky. If it was not for brother Li Xian's guidance, I wouldn't have reached Black Iron rank so quickly. Qin Yu looked gratefully at the recliner beside her. There, a white kitten was lying on a book, silently reading the contents of the book. That focused look and that serious attitude really did look like a scholar. Your kitten is really too good. It even helps you with your cultivation. It's not like my big black bear, who only knows how to eat every day. Song Xiaomei glared at the big black bear in the corner. She felt that the big black bear was just stupid. It was simply embarrassing the black iron summoning beasts. Roar, roar. The big black bear noticed Song Xiaomei's gaze. It immediately picked up the rice bowl and stood up. It waited with a silly smile on its face as if it wanted to eat something. Song Xiaomei could not be bothered with the big black bear. She turned around and twisted her small waist to continue practicing with the Grim Reaper's scythe. She was trying her best to increase her strength. Knock, knock. Xiaomei, Yu, it's me. He Niu's voice came from outside the door. Soon, she was invited in. I've already checked it out. The alchemist was captured. Everything was done by him. However, he did not know how to create puppets in the past. It was an organization that told him. The moment He Niu entered, she directly went straight to the point and told him the information she knew bit by bit. What kind of organization is that? Song Xiaomei asked hurriedly. That organization is called the Evil Energy Organization. It's different from the spiritual power we cultivate. They cultivate the evil energy, so it's more powerful, but it's also very harmful to their bodies. They like to collect geniuses the most. It's said that they can steal the talents of geniuses and even refine the corpses of geniuses into evil energy puppets. It's very scary. He Niu continued to speak with a serious expression. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu's little faces also changed slightly. Li Xian, who was reading on the recliner, also stood up and listened with narrowed eyes. The main reason was that stealing a genius's talent was a little scary, similar to Li Xian's reincarnation. Xiaomei, Yu, don't worry. The country is doing its best to suppress the evil energy organization, and this organization rarely shows its face. In addition, the people of evil energy organization had a distinctive feature, which was that they were fat. The stronger they were, the fatter they were. It is said that it is due to the theft of talents, causing its body to become bloated. He Niu continued to explain, providing very useful information. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu nodded repeatedly as they listened, recording everything down. After she finished talking about this matter, He Niu said again, "What are you going to do next? Do you want to continue doing missions?" "No, we are not going to continue doing missions. The kitty has arranged a new job for us. We are going to do it today," said Song Xiaomei. Chapter 28, Alchemist. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. New job? What new job? He Niu was puzzled. She also valued the clever and powerful kitten. I'm going to work in the herb store to learn how to recognize and refine medicine. Maybe I can become an alchemist in the future, Qin Yu said with some confidence. It was easy to recognize medicine, but refining medicine was more difficult. It required a very high comprehension ability. Her comprehension ability was very ordinary from the beginning to the end. She could not be considered very outstanding, so she was a little worried. Don't worry. I'll teach you when the time comes. I've come into contact with refining medicine when I was young. I have a little foundation, Song Xiaomei comforted gently. Okay. Thank you, Xiaomei, Qin Yu said gratefully. There's no need to be polite with me. Sister He Niu, are you going to the medicinal herb store? It's actually very good to recognize medicine when refining medicine. If you really become an alchemist, you can also be respected. Song Xiaomei thought of the captured alchemist. The reason why the other party could hide for so long was because of his identity as an alchemist. With this identity, ordinary people really would not dare to investigate him. This caused the alchemist to create so many puppets and hurt many people. If they also became alchemists, they could completely apply for strong protection. In the future, they would not have to worry about being attacked when they left the city. Therefore, after the kitten made this request, Song Xiaomei was the first to agree and nodded without hesitation. I won't go. Due to this puppet incident, the law enforcement team valued my detection ability and gave me a trainee medal. If I pass the test, I can join the law enforcement team. Hainiu raised her right hand and took out a small medal. This medal was very similar to the one worn by the law enforcement team, only slightly smaller. It was a trainee medal. Not bad, Sister Hainiu. You've actually become a civil servant. In the future, if we encounter any problems, you have to help us more, Song Xiaomei hurriedly said. No problem. When the time comes, give me a call. It's the same for you. You don't have to be so polite with me. Hainiu said with certainty. Her words were very sincere, obviously from the bottom of her heart. Then thank you, Sister Hainiu. Qin Yu smiled sweetly and felt warm in her heart. The three of them continued chatting for a while before Hainiu left. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu took the kitten out of the house and headed towards the medicinal herbs shop that they had found in advance. However, when they passed by the entrance of an alley, the kitten on Qin Yu's shoulder suddenly turned its head and looked at the alley. Its eyes narrowed. What's wrong, kitty? Qin Yu asked softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Nothing. Keep walking. Li Xian replied. His sapphire-like cat eyes glanced at the alley again. Okay. Qin Yu listened to Li Xian's words and obediently continued to move forward. Although she felt that something might have happened, she still obediently followed Li Xian's instructions. The two of them and the cat continued to move forward. Very soon, they left this place and walked into the distance. After they walked far away, a person walked out from the shadows of the alley. He was carrying a 2-meter-long white snake. This person was none other than the captain of the law enforcement team, Tai Hu. The white snake was his summoned beast, Lightning Snake. What sharp observation skills! This cat is really powerful. I hid so far away, but it still discovered me. Tai Hu spoke solemnly, his sharp eyes staring in the direction where Qin Yu and the rest had left. As the captain of the law enforcement team, ever since the last time they went to Song Xiaomei's house, Tai Hu had been brooding whenever the lightning snake sensed the mysterious aura. Although everyone said that they did not sense anything, based on his years of experience and keen observation skills, Tai Hu still felt that something was not right. Therefore, he did not let go of this matter. Instead, he kept it in his heart. This day, when he was out for a stroll, he happened to see Song Xiaomei, Qin Yu, and the cat. The moment he saw the cat, Tai Hu decisively chose to observe in the dark. However, he was discovered by the cat not long after he observed it. This level of observation was very surprising to him. Lightning Snake, did you feel any aura from the cat? Tai Hu looked at the white snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white snake hissed and shook its head as it opened its mouth. You mean, you didn't sense any aura from the cat? Tai Hu frowned, suspecting whether he was really being paranoid. Even his summoned beast did not sense any aura, so, Tai Hu frowned. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lightning snake hissed again, expressing something urgently. Wait, are you saying that you don't feel any aura, but you're afraid of that cat? Tai Hu was stunned. He did not expect his summoned beast to say that. His summoned beast was already at the edge of Black Iron rank, just one step away from Bronze rank. As long as Tai Hu's own strength went from Black Iron rank to Bronze rank, his pet would be promoted. Such a strong pet should not be afraid of that ordinary kitten. However, the white snake said it was afraid, which was strange. Let's go and continue to observe. There must be a secret. After saying that, Taihu continued to move forward with the lightning snake. He fell far behind and observed carefully. In the distance, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei came to a medicinal herb shop. After a round of pleasantries, they finally became apprentices here. They had to start from the most basic recognition of the medicine and work hard to learn everything. Only then could they refine the medicine and become the best. This is the herbal medicine illustration. You guys study hard and don't slack off in the slightest. I will check it from time to time and grade you based on your performance. The owner of the store was a female alchemist wearing a cheongsam. Regardless of whether it was her demeanor or the tone of her voice, she appeared very arrogant. After she finished saying these words, she threw the medicinal herb illustration on the table and said indifferently, "This time, I recruited 10 people, but I'll only keep 3. You have to work hard and perform well. Whether you can stay or not depends on yourselves." After the cheongsam alchemist finished speaking, she walked away with her slender legs. When she passed by Qin Yu, the cheongsam alchemist raised her slender snow-white little hand and gently stroked the little cat's head as she said in a light tone, "The little cat is very cute." 1 point added. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. She did not expect to get extra points just like that. She immediately said in pleasant surprise, "Thank you." "Okay." After saying that, the cheongsam alchemist directly returned to the medicine refining room and began to get busy. The group of people who were left on the spot looked at Qin Yu with envy and looked at the little cat. "What's so great about it? Isn't it just a little cat? I'll bring a cat here tomorrow as well and bring something cute along the way." Someone spoke sourly and looked at Qin Yu enviously. "That's right. I have a basic knowledge of herbalism. I'll definitely be able to stay in the end. I have one too. Those who come here will definitely have a basic knowledge. This is the most basic one." The surrounding people discussed animatedly. They all felt that they would be able to stay. On the contrary, Qin Yu was silent because she realized that she was the only one without any basic knowledge. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. As a poor person, if one wanted to live well in this world, money was an indispensable thing. The key was that alchemy was one of the most profitable professions. Moreover, ever since they entered the shop, the kitty had been staring at a certain medicinal herb on the counter. It stared at it without moving. Clearly, it valued that medicinal herb. However, the price of that medicinal herb was 100,000 yuan. The price was ridiculously expensive. Qin Yu could not afford it at all. However, she wanted to buy it for the cat, so she wanted to become an alchemist and earn a lot of money to buy the medicinal herb for the cat. Chapter 29, I didn't expect them to be so weak. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I have to study hard. Even if I don't have a foundation, I can't give up. I have to become an alchemist and buy herbs for the cat. Qin Yu said to herself. Her big black eyes were filled with determination as she remembered the name of the herb. The giant flower was priced at 100,000 yuan per flower. It was something that had a high price but no market. After memorizing the giant flower in her mind, Qin Yu picked up the thick herb manual and studied hard, trying her best to recognize the herb. She did not have any foundation, so Qin Yu had to start from the first page and memorize everything. It was indeed not easy to learn such a thick herbal guide in a short period. This also made it very difficult for Qin Yu to study. On the other hand, the remaining 9 apprentices all had a foundation and had studied it before. Most of them only flipped through it once and then went to learn something else. Even Song Xiaomei had already picked up the medicinal herbs and was trying to concoct a hemostatic medicine. Such a gap made Qin Yu feel even more anxious and nervous. As a result, her learning speed was also affected. Don't worry. With me around, everything is not a problem. Take your time and read. Li Xian leaned on Qin Yu's shoulder and said gently with a firm voice to comfort her. This kind of comfort also made Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief and obediently study seriously. The girl and the cat were immersed in their studies. From time to time, they would walk to the medicine cabinet and compare the herbs. They would observe the herbs and distinguish the smell of the herbs. Time passed slowly in this atmosphere. Soon, 3 days had passed. At noon, Qin Yu and the cat, who were in charge of keeping an eye on the shop, were reading on the counter. Since it was noon, it was time for the lunch break. After reading for a while, Qin Yu felt a little sleepy. She fell asleep on the counter in a daze. Only the little cat was quietly squatting in front of the illustrated book. Its little paws would flip over the illustrated book from time to time and read it seriously. Click, clack. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground rang out. This sound was very rhythmic. Following this sound, the female alchemist wearing a red cheongsam twisted her slender waist and slowly walked from the alchemist's room to the main hall. When she saw Qin Yu sleeping, the female alchemist frowned and was slightly displeased. However, when she saw a snow-white kitten seriously flipping through the illustrated handbook, the female alchemist revealed a surprised expression. One had to know that learning was very boring. Even humans would feel very bored after learning for a period of time. However, this snow-white kitten was actually looking at it so attentively. This was a little surprising. Interesting, really interesting. The female alchemist in the cheongsam twisted her voluptuous body and slowly stood beside the kitten, quietly watching it. She watched it for more than 10 minutes. During this process, the kitten had been seriously reading, paying attention, and being absorbed. This kind of magical performance made the female alchemist curious. She felt that this kitten was very unusual. Yawn. The sound of yawning rang out. Soon, the other apprentices who were on lunch break walked out of the lounge. When they saw the female alchemist, they hurriedly stood up properly and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Sister Qi." With so many people shouting in unison and Song Xiaomei deliberately shouting very loudly, Qin Yu, who was sleeping, woke up and hurriedly stood up. "Hello, Sister Qi." "Yes, go wash your face. The first round of the test will be held later. Those who score below 6 can leave," the female alchemist in the cheongsam said somewhat unhappily. She was already 26 years old. She did not like people calling her boss or master the most. She liked people calling her sister the most. That was why everyone in the shop called her that. However, she was very unhappy this day because she failed to refine the medicine, and Qin Yu was sleeping. She frowned deeply. Everyone naturally noticed this and noticed that she was frowning. Everyone became cautious and worried that they would be fired. 5 minutes later. After washing up, everyone stood in the hall and waited quietly for Sister Qi to come up with a question. The total score is 10 points. If you answer one question correctly, you will get 1 point. Now, I will come up with 10 questions. Write down the medicinal properties, environment, and forbidden medicinal herbs on the paper. Sister Qi took out a small blackboard and quickly wrote down the 10 questions. Then, she walked around the crowd and looked around. Rustle. Rustle. The sound of writing slowly sounded. Everyone lowered their heads and tried hard to answer the questions. However, the questions this time were too difficult, and many of the questions were not in the medicinal materials illustrated handbook. This also caused everyone present to be very nervous. They felt that things were going to be bad. Among them, Qin Yu was the most worried because she realized that she only knew one type of medicinal herb, and she did not know anything else. Qin Yu instantly panicked at the thought of having to leave if she had less than 6 points, especially when Sister Qi stood beside her, which made Qin Yu's palms sweat even more. "Don't worry, write according to what I say." Li Xian opened his mouth and began to communicate with Qin Yu telepathically. "Yes, thank you, Brother Li Xian." Hearing Li Xian's words, Qin Yu's heart calmed down as if she had found her backbone and began to seriously answer the questions according to Li Xian's instructions. Sister Qi initially saw that Qin Yu was panicking. At the moment, seeing that Qin Yu had suddenly regained her composure and was able to answer the difficult questions one by one, surprised her. One had to know that this question was very difficult. It was because she was in a bad mood. She had deliberately set such a question so that she could chase away more apprentices. Initially, she wanted to chase Qin Yu away as well. However, that cat was too cute. Sister Qi was a little reluctant to part with it, so she slowly changed her mind. As for whether Qin Yu did well in the exam, it was up to Sister Chu to decide. However, Qin Yu answered the questions so quickly. This was surprising, and Sister Qi did not expect it. Did I misjudge her? Is this girl very powerful? No, she doesn't seem to be such a scheming person. Could it be related to this cat? Qi Ji was puzzled. She felt that it had something to do with this cat. Amidst her confusion, it was finally time for the examination to stop. Sister Qi took a piece of paper and began to grade. As expected, there were very few questions that everyone could answer. Only 7 people passed. Other than Qin Yu, the highest score within the rest was only 8 points. Only Qin Yu's score reached 9 points. This result was really surprising. On the opposite, the apprentices stood nervously as they watched Sister Qi grade the exam papers. They were all uneasy. The main reason was that the questions were too difficult. They were all very worried. Brother Li Xian, why didn't you answer the last question? Is it too difficult? Qin Yu asked in her heart. No, it's a very simple exam question. I've seen the herbs in these questions in the summoned beast world. It's super simple. The reason why you shouldn't answer the questions was to hide your strength. You shouldn't perform too well and cause others to be jealous. There's a saying that goes, when a tree is tall in the forest, the wind will destroy it. If we answer it with a score of 9, we won't look so outstanding anymore, Li Xian warned. I see. I understand. Thank you, Brother Li Xian. Qin Yu nodded her head in confusion. She seemed to have gained something. All right, let's announce the scores now. Sister Qi stood up and scanned the room. Finally, her gaze landed on Qin Yu. Zhao Mengmeng has 8 points, Song Xiaomei has 7 points, Ye Fan has 6 points, Niu Yanan has 6 points. Finally, the one with the highest score is Qin Yu with 9 points. What? 9 points? She had actually gotten 9 points? How is that possible? They're such difficult questions, someone said in surprise. That's right. Doesn't she have no foundation? How could she get 9 points? Even Meng Meng only got 8 points. She learned to recognize medicine since she was young. Everyone looked at Qin Yu in surprise. They couldn't believe that Qin Yu actually got 9 points. This was a little scary. This is Qin Yu's paper. You'll know when you see it. The answer is very standard. She did not answer the 10th question at all. Could it be that she doesn't know how to do it or that she's too lazy to do it? Sister Qi handed the test paper over for everyone to read. After everyone passed the test paper over, they all looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. They felt that Qin Yu was really amazing. She actually answered so well. She even wrote down the growing environment of the plants. The key points were written in great detail. This time, everyone completely believed her. The way they looked at Qin Yu completely changed. In the center of everyone's line of sight, Qin Yu stood in a daze. She nervously swallowed her saliva and whispered in her heart. Brother Li Xian, didn't you say that you wanted to hide your strength? Why did it turn out like this? I made a mistake. I didn't expect them to be so weak. I'm sorry. Li Xian shook his head helplessly. Qin Yu was stunned. Although what Brother Li Xian said was the truth, why did she feel that Brother Li Xian's words were very infuriating? If Song Xiaomei were to hear this sentence, she would probably pull the cat's ear. Chapter 30, moistening water pill. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qin Yu, who was shocked by Li Xian's words, did not say anything. She blinked her big eyes and looked at the crowd, looking at the disbelief in their eyes. Even Song Xiaomei looked at Qin Yu in surprise. The shock in her eyes could not be hidden. Okay, those who are less than 6 points, please leave. I don't want to say it a second time, Sister Qi said lightly and gave the order to leave. Sorry to have troubled you during this period. The 3 students who did not pass bowed slightly and left in disappointment. Only 7 apprentices were left standing there nervously because 3 of them were left, and 4 of them would be eliminated. All right, I will teach you how to concoct hemostatic medicine and blood clotting pills. These are the basics. I hope to see the results of your concoction in a month. Sister Qi twisted her slender waist and walked to Qin Yu's side. She raised her hand and rubbed her kitten as she began to explain how to concoct hemostatic medicines. These were the most basic pills. They could even be used to concoct blood tonic pills. All they needed to do was mix the ingredients together. Only blood clotting pills needed to be concocted, but it was not difficult. Once one grasped the timing, they could also successfully concoct them. Therefore, Sister Qi told them all about it. She even took everyone to the alchemy room and personally demonstrated it. In the future, you can use alchemy rooms number 2 and number 3 for free, but you have to pay for the medicine yourself. Also, after the pill is successfully refined, the store will charge 10% of the sales profit. Is that okay? Sister Qi raised her eyebrows. No problem. Everyone hurriedly nodded. They could not wait to use the alchemy room for free. Such a good place would be very expensive to rent outside. Sister Qi was already very generous when she said she would charge 10% of the sales profit, so everyone hurriedly nodded. Next, you guys refine it. Remember to take turns to look after the shop. Don't sleep anymore. Sister Qi turned her head to look at Qin Yu. She wanted to scold her, but the Snow White cat was too cute. She was directly attracted to it and rubbed it twice. Yeah, I know. Qin Yu hurriedly nodded and heaved a sigh of relief, because this matter was completely over. Yu, let's go refine it. Song Xiaomei came to Qin Yu's side and pulled her to the alchemy room next door to try refining medicine. At the same time, she also asked about Qin Yu's exam. Inside the alchemy room. After Song Xiaomei closed the door, she looked at Qin Yu in surprise and whispered, Yu, how did you get a 9? This score is very high. Actually, it wasn't me. It was Brother Li Xian who taught me. He saw these herbs in the summoned beast world and knew the general medicinal properties. When I was reading some time ago, I was about to verify each one of them and remember them all, Qin Yu said honestly. So it's the kitty. It's so powerful. I didn't expect that we would lose to a kitty. Song Xiaomei looked at the little white cat in surprise. She was even more envious of Qin Yu's summoned beast. Let's refine the pills. I want to earn money to buy things for Brother Li Xian, Qin Yu suggested. Okay, then let's refine the pills. The 2 of them started to get busy, trying to refine pills. However, the pills were easy for Sister Qi, but it was still difficult for these apprentices. The hemostatic medicine was easy, but the blood clotting pill was more difficult. The control and timing of the fire had to be very precise. Otherwise, it would be easy to make mistakes. This was also the reason why Sister Qi gave everyone a month's time. It was to let them train hard. Therefore, in the following month, the apprentices worked hard to learn and refine medicinal pills in the hope that they could stay. Sister Qi directly let them be and did not care about these apprentices at all. She stayed in the alchemy room every day. Occasionally, the Snow White cat would run in to watch. She did not avoid it and continued to refine medicine on her own. Soon, a month had passed and it was finally time for the assessment. That morning, Sister Chi was slowly walking toward the shop when a plump figure walked toward her. Sister Chi looked and saw that it was an old customer who often went to the shop to buy pills, Sister Zhang Feng. Sister Zhang Feng, what a coincidence to meet you here, Sister Chi said with a smile. I came here specially to wait for you. Do you still have any black iron rank moistening water pills in your store? Can you sell me 2 more? Sister Zhang Feng said with a smile. Moistening water pills? This kind of pill is not easy to refine. I remember that it was sold out 5 days ago, Sister Chi gave an answer after thinking for a while. 5 days ago? That can't be. Didn't I just buy 2 yesterday? I ate 1, and the effect was super good. It's even better than the ones you sold me before. I came here this time to buy 10 more of these pills with good effects. Ah? Did you just buy them yesterday? Are you sure? Sister Chi was stunned. She remembered that the moistening water pills that she had refined were all sold out. There should not be any left. Of course I'm sure. The apprentice in your shop sold it to me. By the way, there's a white kitten on her shoulder. It's very cute. A kitten. Sister Chi was slightly stunned and frowned. There was only one person who had a kitten on her shoulder, and that person was Qin Yu. However, why would she sell the pill to others? Where did she get the pill from? One had to know that the black iron rank pills in the shop were all painstakingly refined by Sister Chi. She could not sell them to others casually. Every time she sold a precious pill, Sister Chi had to know about it. However, Qin Yu had actually sold a moistening water pill, which made Chi a little dissatisfied. Why does she have a moistening water pill? Could it be that she secretly took 2 pills after I asked her to send them to the counter after I had finished refining them? Sister Chi secretly analyzed the situation. She felt that it was very likely that Qin Yu had secretly hidden the pills and then sold them yesterday. I didn't expect her to be such a person. I'm so disappointed. Sister Chi took a deep breath. There was anger on her fair and small face. She was ready to go over and ask what was going on. What's wrong with you? You look very angry. Sister Zhang Feng asked in confusion. Sigh, there's an annoying person in the shop. I misjudged her. Sister Chi sighed, looking very disappointed. An annoying person? That kind of person is good enough to be fired. Let's talk about medicinal pills first. The medicinal pills you've refined recently are really good. The effects are great. I could sense it after taking 1 pill. The color is also bluer and more beautiful, Sister Zhang Feng said with a smile. Bluer? Isn't the color the same? Sister Chi was puzzled. It's different. Look at the color, it's more beautiful. After Sister Zhang Feng finished speaking, she took out a small box and slowly opened it. Very soon, a beautiful crystal clear blue pill appeared. Looking at this beautiful pill and smelling the pleasant fragrance of the pill, Sister Chi was stunned. She looked at this pill in a daze. This pill was not refined by her, what she refined simply could not meet this kind of requirement. There was a big difference between the 2 pills. This result was a bit strange. It proved that Qin Yu did not steal the pill, but Sister Chi was at a loss. She could not figure out where Qin Yu got the pill. Chapter 31, Fired. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sister Chi, who was full of doubts, prepared to go back and ask what was going on. With this thought in mind, Sister Chi hurried back to the shop. However, as soon as she walked into the hall, she found that the atmosphere in the shop was very strange and nervous. What's wrong? Sister Chi frowned and asked, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings. Sister Chi, you're finally here. You have to bring justice to me. Qin Yu has been using the alchemy room frequently recently. From this morning until now, it has been occupied by her. Niu Yanan ran in front of Sister Chi and cried. As the earliest disciple, Niu Yanan was still relatively valued. Most of the time, Sister Qi would believe her words. Oh? The alchemy room has been occupied by Qin Yu. Sister Qi frowned when she heard this. In the past, she had said that the alchemy room had to be used in turns. Once one had used it for an hour, one would have to let others use it. However, Qin Yu had occupied it for so long, so it was clearly a little excessive. Sister Qi, who was unhappy, said directly, "Is she ignoring my words? Come, let's go and take a look." Okay, Sister Qi. Niu Yanan felt happy when she heard this. She felt that there was a high chance of chasing Qin Yu away this time. This also caused Niu Yanan to hurriedly lead the way and quickly run to the door of the alchemy room. However, at this moment, Sister Qi suddenly stopped walking and a thought flashed through her mind. She thought of the medicinal pills that Qin Yu sold and the fact that Qin Yu had been occupying the alchemy room. All of this indicated that those medicinal pills were refined by Qin Yu. However, when Sister Qi thought about it, she felt that something was not right. Qin Yu's aptitude was not considered strong. It was already very difficult to refine the most basic pills, not to mention the black iron rank moistening water pill. The key was that the moistening water pill was so perfect that it surpassed her, who was a peak black iron alchemist. Therefore, Sister Qi felt that this pill must have been refined by someone else. Qin Yu might just be selling it for someone else. However, it was a little strange that Qin Yu had been occupying the alchemy room all this time. It was incomprehensible. Let's take a look at the surveillance cameras, Sister Qi thought to herself. She had set up special surveillance cameras in the alchemy room. If necessary, she could use the surveillance cameras to observe. Therefore, Sister Qi waved her hand and said, "Wait a moment. I'll be right back." After saying that, Sister Qi ran far away and ran to the secret basement of her shop. When she reached here, she quickly turned on the surveillance cameras and checked alchemy room number 3. When she saw that, her pupils suddenly constricted. How is this possible? How is this possible? Sister Qi said in shock as she looked at the surveillance camera in disbelief. In the surveillance camera, Qin Yu was holding all kinds of prepared herbs and placing them neatly next to the alchemy furnace. At the same time, she carefully controlled the temperature and worked hard. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that the white kitten was standing next to the alchemy furnace refining pills. Yes, refining pills. A cat was refining pills. On the monitor, the cat would place some ingredients into the alchemy furnace from time to time. Its sapphire-like eyes were full of seriousness. The key ingredients and the steps for placing them were all the ingredients and steps for the moistening water pill. This was a little scary. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. It perfectly controlled the timing of placing the medicinal ingredients and the order was correct. This cat is simply heaven-defying. Sister Qi said in shock, her entire person was incomparably excited. When she thought of how the little cat had been seriously reading books these past few days, seriously recognizing medicinal herbs, and even peeping at her pill refinement in Alchemy Room 1, Sister Qi heart beat wildly. Could it be that in these 2 months, the little cat not only learned how to recognize the herbs but it also learned how to refine pills? It even went to my alchemy room to peek at my pill refinement? In the end, the pills it refined were even better than the ones I refined. Sister Qi swallowed her saliva. This time, she was really scared. She was really scared. At the same time, she also thought of the test back then. Qin Yu had actually gotten a 9 out of 10 on such a difficult question. This was very strange. Now that she thought about it, perhaps it was the kitten that told Qin Yu. If my guess is correct, this cat and Qin Yu can communicate telepathically. It should be a rare spiritual ability. Sister Qi took a deep breath and tried hard to calm her unstable emotions while thinking about how to deal with this matter. The kitten is so powerful. Why didn't Qin Yu say it out loud? Wait, I got it. I'll shoot the bird that stands out. Sister Chi thought of the strange god sect in the slums, the evil energy organization, and the various ghosts and monsters hidden in the city. Sister Chi suddenly understood. There were so many dangers. Not to mention the evil energy organization that collected geniuses and the terrifying strange god sect, even the ghosts and monsters in the city were extremely dangerous. Therefore, the kitten hiding everything was a very wise choice. Since little kitten wants to hide, I'll help it in secret. It's a rare opportunity for me to have such a powerful little kitten in my shop. I must protect it well. Sister Chi nodded and was ready to protect little kitten well. At this thought, she stood up and walked toward alchemy room number 3. At the door of alchemy room number 3. At this moment, the atmosphere was very tense. Niu Yanan became very arrogant after having Sister Qi words. When she saw Qin Yu coming out of the alchemy room, she immediately began to criticize her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to occupy the alchemy room for so long, Qin Yu apologized nervously. The reason why she occupied the alchemy room for so long was because of Li Xian's request. She listened to Li Xian and did everything Li Xian asked her to do. At the moment she was being criticized, and Qin Yu also felt that she had indeed hindered others, so she hurriedly apologized. Do you think that your apology will go away? Let me tell you, no way. Sister Qi said that the alchemy room should be used in turns, but you actually turned a deaf ear to it. Just wait, when Sister Qi comes over, she will definitely expel you and drive you away, Niu Yanan said arrogantly. Qin Yu became even more flustered when she heard that she was going to be chased away. She was so flustered that she did not know what to do. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Li Xian comforted her faintly. With his current ability, he could go anywhere, so Li Xian was very calm. Yu, I'll go with you. If you're fired, I'll go with you. Song Xiaomei ran to Qin Yu's side, held her little hand, and resolutely faced it together with her. Although she was also very puzzled as to why Qin Yu frequently used the alchemy room, as a good friend, Song Xiaomei chose to support Qin Yu at the first moment. Thank you, Xiaomei. Thank you, Kitty, Qin Yu said gratefully, feeling very touched in her heart. Humph, Xiaomei, who do you think you are? Do you think you're so great just because you have some alchemy talent? Let me tell you, everyone's talent is not bad. Even if your talent is twice as good, you still won't be able to protect Qin Yu. When that time comes, all of you will be expelled together, Niu Yanan said arrogantly again. At this moment, the sound of high-heeled shoes slowly sounded. The rhythmic sound of the tower instantly attracted everyone's attention. Soon, Sister Qi, who was wearing a cheongsam and red high-heeled shoes, twisted her slender waist and walked over with a graceful posture. She also brought with her a fragrant breeze. Sister Qi, you're finally here. Look, Qin Yu just came out of the alchemy room. She's been here all morning. I suggest that you expel Qin Yu. Niu Yanan said hurriedly and looked at Sister Qi expectantly. Chapter 32, Wang Jun, the Summoner. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Expelled. Sister Qi frowned when she heard this. She had wanted to protect the little kitten and let it stay in the shop. She might be able to refine even more powerful pills. Even if it could only refine the moistening water pill, as the boss, she would be able to gain a lot of benefits and receive a lot of shares. However, this apprentice called Niu Yanan actually said that she should expel Qin Yu. If Sister Qi did that, as the boss, she could not receive any commission. This was simply insane. One had to know that this Niu Yanan's aptitude for alchemy was very poor. She would never be able to reach the level of the kitten's pill refinement. If it was not for Niu Yanan's ability to suck up to people and flatter them, Sister Qi would not have kept her. However, Niu Yanan actually clamored for Qin Yu to be expelled, which meant that she wanted Sister Qi to chase away an alchemist. This was simply courting death. Therefore, Sister Qi's brows were tightly knitted, and she was very unhappy. Sister Qi, I suggest that you expel Qin Yu. This kind of apprentice who does not listen to your orders must be expelled. Otherwise, she will take an inch and take a mile. A person like her did not know how to respect her teacher at all, and her aptitude for alchemy is poor. She was not suitable to be an alchemist at all. Even if she had gotten the exam questions right earlier, it could also be cheating. Niu Yanan saw Sister Qi frown and thought that she was going to expel Qin Yu. She immediately rambled on, saying that Qin Yu was not good and that she must expel Qin Yu. These words made Sister Qi angrier and angrier. She shouted, "Shut up! You're fired! You can scram now! Did you hear that, Qin Yu? You're fired! You can scram now!" Niu Yanan immediately said to Qin Yu when she heard Sister Qi words. Smack! A loud slap suddenly sounded. Sister Qi slapped Niu Yanan's face, leaving a red palm print. "Sister Qi, you! Why did you hit me? You hit the wrong person!" Niu Yanan said blankly. "I hit you! Get lost! You're fired," Qi Ji said loudly. "Hey? I'm fired? Why? Wasn't it Qin Yu who was fired?" Niu Yanan was stunned. Her brain was buzzing as she was in a daze. The people around also fell into a daze. They all looked at Sister Qi in confusion. No matter how hard they tried, they could not understand. The one who should be fired was clearly Qin Yu. How did it turn into Niu Yanan in the blink of an eye? This made everyone confused. Their minds were a little muddled. After a long while, everyone finally reacted. One of the disciples could not help but say, "Sister Qi, it was Qin Yu who occupied the alchemy room, not Niu Yanan." "Shut up! Do I need you to say anything else? Niu Yanan, hurry up and scram! I don't want to repeat myself." Sister Qi berated angrily. She could recruit as many ordinary apprentices as she wanted, but Qin Yu's kitten was unique. If she chased Niu Yanan away and won the kitten's favor, Sister Qi was willing to fire 10,000 apprentices. Therefore, her expression was very cold as she stared straight at Niu Yanan. I understand. I'll leave immediately." Niu Yanan thought of the power behind Sister Qi and hurriedly apologized. However, her mind was still buzzing, and she could not figure out what was going on. The people around her were also confused. Even Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei looked dazed, as if they were in a dream. Only the kitten was lying on Qin Yu's shoulder, yawning lazily, as if it had nothing to do with it. "Okay, in the future, Qin Yu can use the alchemy room as she pleases. In addition, Qin Yu will officially become my disciple. Oh, and Xiaomei too." Sister Qi announced without hesitation that she would accept Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei as disciples. This result left Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei dumbfounded, and their little heads were even more confused. As for the remaining apprentices, they all frowned and carefully recalled what had happened, trying to figure out what was going on. However, no matter how much they thought about it, they still could not figure out what was going on. They felt that the way they went out today was a bit wrong. "All right, go and do your work. Qin Yu, you can watch me refine pills anytime in the future. This book is for you. Read it more. In the future, if you can refine pills, just give them to me. I'll help you sell them. The price will be even higher." Sister Qi smiled like a flower as she looked at Qin Yu. She slowly took out an alchemy book and placed it in Qin Yu's little hand. Her attitude was simply too good. Thank you, Sister Qi." Qin Yu thanked her dumbly. "Good girl. Work hard. These 5 giant flowers are for you." Sister Qi took the 5 flowers from the counter and handed the giant flowers that cost 100,000 yuan to Qin Yu. She gave them to her directly. This scene made everyone even more confused. Some people even suspected that Qin Yu was Sister Qi illegitimate daughter. This is too valuable. I can't accept it, Qin Yu said in a panic. Meow. Li Xian cried out. He waved his small claws and pulled the 5 flowers into his arms. Then, he quickly ate them. Qin Yu was stunned by this scene. She could not say anything else. All right, work harder in the future to repay me. I have something to do today, so I'll leave the shop first. Sister Qi smiled and raised her hand to rub the kitten's head. Then, she turned around and left the shop. Only the dazed crowd and a kitten that was eating a giant flower were left. The kitten quickly ate 5 giant flowers that cost 100,000 yuan each. 500,000 yuan gone in an instant, and the kitten ate them all. Meow. The kitten meowed, and its body felt warm. It gradually closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Qin Yu carefully held the kitten in her arms, worried about the kitten's condition. Yu, put the kitten in the dormitory. It ate such a powerful giant flower, so it must need time to absorb it. It's better to let it rest comfortably, Song Xiaomei suggested. Okay, then I'll go to the dormitory. Qin Yu hurriedly nodded. I'll go with you. Tell me what happened just now while you're at it. The two of them left quickly, leaving the crowd to look at each other. They could not figure out what had happened that day. One of the girls, Meng Meng, found an excuse and walked out of the shop. She went to a corner of a dark alley. There, a strong man was sitting in the alley with a 2-meter-long white snake and eating. This person was none other than the captain of the law enforcement team, Tai Hu, and his summoned beast, Lightning Snake. He had never let go of that matter and often came to investigate Qin Shui's situation. Uncle Tai Hu, something strange happened to Qin Yu, whom you asked me to monitor today. Meng Meng walked into the alley and quickly recounted what happened not long ago, telling the whole story. Tai Hu was originally eating. After all, there had been no clues for so long, and he almost wanted to give up. However, as he listened, he felt that something was wrong. You're saying that Sister Qi changed her attitude for no reason and treated Qin Yu very well. She even gave Qin Yu giant flowers that are worth 500,000 yuan. Tai Hu said. Yes, she even accepted Qin Yu as her disciple, and Song Xiaomei also became her disciple. I keep feeling that Song Xiaomei has benefited from Qin Yu, but I can't figure out why. Meng Meng continued to explain, but she could not figure out the reason. You continue to pay attention to Qin Yu. If there's anything, tell me immediately, Tai Hu said solemnly. Okay, Uncle Tai Hu, I'll be leaving first. Goodbye. Meng Meng skipped away, leaving only Tai Hu in the alley, frowning and thinking. He could not figure out why. I don't have time to think. I'll go patrol first. Recently, the city has become more and more chaotic. Tai Hu sighed and swallowed the last bun. Then, he choked and drank several mouthfuls of water before swallowing. *CK, I almost choked to death. Tai Hu left the small alley gloomily and headed in the direction of the city gate. It had been very unsafe recently, especially since there had been several murders at the city gate. He had to be careful. However, not long after he left, a one-eyed man with a mad lion beast summoning beast suddenly passed by him and walked further and further away. The moment Tai Hu saw this person, his expression tensed. Black Iron rank expert, and one who's already at the park. He's a level stronger than me. Wait, this appearance, it's him. Alchemist Wang Hao's older brother, Wang Jun. Tai Hu's expression finally changed and became very serious. At that time, alchemist Wang Hao refined people into puppets and was caught by them secretly. After that, he was interrogated severely. They learned that he had an older brother named Wang Jun, who was very caring and doted on him. At that time, the law enforcement team was nervous for a while and prepared themselves. Unfortunately, Wang Jun did not come. Everyone thought that Wang Jun did not dare to come, but this guy actually appeared. That's not right. Isn't the direction he went in the medicinal herb store? Not good, he wants to take revenge on Qin Yu. Taihu was shocked, hurriedly took out his cell phone to contact the headquarters for help, and then turned around to chase after him. Chapter 33, Rock Snake Mad Lion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Taihu was extremely anxious. The main reason was that his opponent this time was too strong. He was an expert at the Black Iron rank peak. He even brought along a summoned beast that also at the Black Iron rank peak. Although Taihu's summoned beast had also reached its peak, his own strength was not enough. He was only a high-level Black Iron rank, and he was still a whole level away from the peak. Moreover, even if he had also reached the peak, Taihu still did not have the confidence to defeat his opponent. This was because there was a gap between them. Just like a summoned beast with skills and a summoned beast without skills had a huge gap. Even if the skills were elementary level or advanced level, the combat power was also different. According to rumors, the one-eyed Wang Jun was extremely powerful. He had once been chased by two Black Iron rank peak experts, but not only did they not kill him, they were even killed by him. Such combat power was really shocking. Therefore, Taihu immediately sought help and prayed that nothing bad would happen. Taihu hurriedly chased after him and soon arrived at the entrance of an alley. Then, he stopped. This was because the one-eyed Wang Jun was standing quietly in the alley, coldly staring at Taihu. The one-eyed Wang Jun's summoned beast was not here. He did not know where it went. Wang Jun, where did your summoned beast go? Taihu shouted and asked. Of course, it went to slaughter those two little girls. They dragged my younger brother into being captured. They must die. The one-eyed Wang Jun spoke coldly and stared at Taihu coldly. He was not worried about his own safety at all. Even if he did not have his summoned beast by his side, he was not afraid at all. Lightning Snake, kill him. Taihu gave the order without hesitation. White spiritual chi appeared on his fist. His feet suddenly increased in strength, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Taihu's expression changed slightly as he retreated repeatedly. Then, he immediately lowered his head. Tui! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Taihu wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at the one-eyed Wang Jun in shock. He had never expected that his full-strength punch would be blocked so easily. He had even been shocked into vomiting blood. This caused Taihu to turn pale with fright. Fortunately, his summoned beast was on the same level as the one-eyed king's army, so he might be able to hold him off. Hiss! 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 The lightning snake twisted its body, and white lightning rippled around its body. In an instant, bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Rumble! The powerful lightning instantly struck the one-eyed Wang Jun, causing his entire body to twitch. After being electrocuted for a while, not only did the one-eyed Wang Jun not die, he even revealed a cruel smile. Awesome! It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. I'm going to have a great time today. The one-eyed Wang Jun twisted his neck, making a series of crackling sounds. In the next second, his body leaned forward slightly, and he charged out like a wild lion. I'm going all out. Taihu hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power and started fighting together with the lightning snake. Against the tyrannical one-eyed Wang Jun, Taihu had no chance of winning. What he could do now was to stall the other party and wait for reinforcements to arrive. He was also very worried about Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei. These two were rare little geniuses. It would be a pity if something happened to them. As the captain of the law enforcement team, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect these two little geniuses. He could not watch them get into trouble. Therefore, Taihu mobilized all his spiritual power and fought with all his might against the one-eyed Wang Jun. This resulted in a very fierce battle, and fresh blood dyed the ground red. Bang! Taihu was once again sent flying. 3 of his ribs were broken at the same time, and he directly crashed into the wall next to him and fell into the ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Red blood gushed out once again. Taihu's face turned as pale as paper. He wanted to stand up, but unfortunately, he could not. His lightning snake was also riddled with injuries. It was simply not a match for the tyrannical one-eyed Wang Jun. Bang! The lightning snake was also sent flying. It crashed into the wall and fainted. It could no longer continue fighting. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Kid, you have some ability. It's rare for me to meet such an opponent. How satisfying! The one-eyed Wang Jun said coldly. His remaining eye was filled with cruelty. In order to repay your hospitality, I will remove the head of your summoned beast. I will use its brain as my delicacy and cook it with your fresh blood. The one-eyed Wang Jun smiled as he walked towards Taihu step by step. His hands, which were covered in wounds, reached out towards Taihu's head. Wait, why are you so strong? My lightning snake's damage is extremely high. Why are you completely fine? Even if I die, let me know about it. Taihu hurriedly said. Finally, someone asked me this question. It has been too long since anyone paid attention to me. I can finally say it. The one-eyed Wang Jun stopped in his tracks. His face was filled with excitement, and his entire body was trembling. A strange smile appeared on his face, and he looked like a madman. Kid, do you know why my mad lion's tail is a snake? The one-eyed Wang Jun asked in a sickly manner. I don't know. Taihu hurriedly shook his head. He had also seen this scene before, and he could not understand why the mad lion's tail was a snake. It's very simple. My mad lion has the rock snake bloodline, and I have also been injected with the rock snake bloodline. This makes my physique very strong, and I even have the power to control the soil. The one-eyed Wang Jun opened his right hand, and a soil ball the size of a basketball appeared in his palm, and it grew bigger and bigger. Seeing this scene, Taihu turned pale with fright. He had never thought that the one-eyed Wang Jun who was fighting with him would actually hide his strength. This was really shocking. Why? Why are you telling me all this? Aren't you afraid that there will be stronger bounty hunters chasing after you? Taihu could not figure it out. Because it feels great to be chased after. The one-eyed Wang Jun revealed a sick smile, just like a madman. Madman, you are definitely a madman. Taihu looked at the one-eyed Wang Jun and realized that the other party was not a normal person at all. He was a madman. Madman? I like this title. Ha ha ha, not only am I a madman, so is my mad lion. It will torture and kill those 2 girls bit by bit. The one-eyed Wang Jun laughed arrogantly as he spoke. His face was filled with madness. Aren't you afraid that a bronzer rank expert will appear? There are many experts in Black Rock City, Taihu said solemnly. Yes, but they can't care about a small fish like me. Strange God sect, evil energy organization, rebels, infiltrators, every single one of them is big trouble. With so many enemies to deal with, how can they care about me? Moreover, if they want to kill me, they have to think twice. My mad lion is not simple, ha ha ha. One-eyed Wang Jun continued to laugh wildly. He unscrupulously opened his hands and made a gesture as if he was embracing the world. Very soon, the mad lion will appear with Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei's heads. As for their bodies, they will definitely become the mad lion's food. The one-eyed Wang Jun continued to speak. His face was filled with a sick smile, and he was extremely arrogant. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the ground shook. A strange aura spread out in all directions. The moment this aura appeared, the one-eyed Wang Jun instinctively wanted to kneel down. It was as if a lower life form had sensed a higher life form. He had a strong sense of submission, and this made Wang Jun's eyes widen. Chapter 34, A chill ran down his spine. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling? Could it be that an expert has appeared? The one-eyed Wang Jun's expression changed slightly. He had calculated that an expert would not bother with a small fish like him, so he was unrestrained. However, what was this strange aura? Where did this feeling of submission come from? He had never felt it before. This made the one-eyed Wang Jun very uneasy. They felt that an extremely terrifying expert had appeared. Thinking of this, the one-eyed Wang Jun immediately put away his previous arrogance and looked warily in the southeast direction, which was where the mad lion had left. Very soon, he saw his summoned beast, the mad lion, running over. The mad lion's mouth was dripping with blood. It was obvious that it was injured. Most importantly, on the tail of the mad lion, the rock snake, which had always been cruel and unyielding, actually shrank its body in fear. It did not even dare to move. This scene shocked the one-eyed Wang Jun once again. He felt that an expert had appeared. This was because the rock snake was cruel by nature. It was not afraid of experts. Even if it encountered an expert at the bronze rank peak, the rock snake would not be so frightened. However, at this moment, looking at the rock snake's frightened appearance and its trembling body, the one-eyed Wang Jun finally realized that a super expert had appeared this time. Let's go. We have to leave this place as soon as possible, or else we'll be in trouble. The one-eyed Wang Jun was a very decisive person. After analyzing the situation, he immediately turned around and left without any hesitation. He ran like a rabbit towards the city gate and brought his mad lion out of the city gate in the shortest amount of time. Only Taihu, who was at a loss, was left on the spot, watching everything in a daze. What's the situation? Taihu blinked his eyes and was a little confused. He did not feel anything when he heard a loud sound. Then, he saw the mad lion running over while bleeding. Then, the mad lion and the one-eyed Wang Jun ran together. This scene puzzled Taihu, and he did not know what had happened. However, the loud bang definitely meant something. Therefore, he was very curious and wanted to see what was going on. With confusion, Taihu struggled to stand up. He placed his hand on his ribs and relied on the spiritual qi to reposition a few ribs. At the same time, he carefully reattached his injured left arm and woke up the unconscious lightning snake. Although they needed to rest, they could still walk. I have to go and see what's going on. If it's a real expert, I have to observe carefully. It's rare for an expert to make a move. Taihu took a deep breath and endured the pain in his body. He walked along the alley step by step. After walking for some distance, he gradually saw the medicinal herb store. From afar, he saw a few apprentices standing at the entrance of the medicinal herbs shop, looking at the shop in horror. This scene made Taihu even more curious. He couldn't help but walk over slowly. Then, he heard the sound of conversation. I was scared to death. I was really scared to death just now. It was really too scary. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be like this. It's really unbelievable. We've been with Qin Yu for so long, but we didn't realize this. We're really stupid. The apprentices discussed among themselves. They looked at the interior of the shop in shock, and their expressions became very respectful. What's going on? Taihu looked at this scene in a daze because the discussion of these people seemed to have something to do with Qin Yu. However, this was not right. One had to know that the mad lion had the strength of the black iron rank peak. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people were not a match for it at all. Not to mention Qin Yu alone, even 10 Qin Yus could not defeat him. This made Taihu unable to figure it out no matter how hard he tried. It was also at this moment that Taihu saw his informant, Meng Meng. He could not help but wave at Meng Meng. Very soon, Taihu walked to a nearby alley and waited for Meng Meng to come over. Meng Meng, what happened just now? Quickly tell me, Taihu hurriedly said. Meng Meng was a little hesitant and stuttered. What's wrong? Can't you tell me? Tai Hu frowned. It's not that I can't tell you, but it's too unbelievable and too shocking. I need to organize my words, Meng Meng answered seriously. Oh? What's the matter? I'm looking forward to it more and more. Tai Hu was looking forward to it more and more. It's Qin Yu. It's all done by Qin Yu, Meng Meng said seriously. Qin Yu? Tell me more details, Tai Hu said seriously. Okay. We were busy in the shop just now when a powerful wild lion suddenly rushed in and rushed directly to the dormitory in the backyard. At that time, only Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei were in the dormitory in the backyard. Now that a mad lion suddenly appeared, it was obviously very strange, so we hurriedly looked inside. At this time, we suddenly heard a loud bang, and then the mad lion flew out with fresh blood. You didn't see that scene at that time. That powerful mad lion rolled out, directly fell in the middle of the road, and then ran away. However, that's not the main point. The main point was that the dormitory in the backyard collapsed and a terrifying black shadow appeared. It stood like an iron tower in the backyard. That black shadow's feet were bigger than a human's, and it emitted an inexplicable aura. Those who were close to it could feel this aura. Even those who were far away could feel it too. One of the apprentices in our shop had a little snake, and it was paralyzed with fear. Meng Meng said solemnly and briefly explained what had happened. However, because it was too shocking, she did not explain it fully. So that's the case. Then why did you say that this matter is related to Qin Yu? Tai Hu asked with a frown. Because this shadow is none other than Qin Yu's summoned beast, the Litten. It just became super big and very scary, Meng Meng continued to explain. No way. Although Qin Yu's summoned beast is a special summoned beast and has many abilities, it shouldn't have become so big, right? It's always been very small. Tai Hu asked blankly, feeling that this matter was too unbelievable. I don't know why either, but this is the truth. Everyone can testify. If you don't believe me, you can go over and take a look. Oh right, that cat is lying down. You can still see that terrifying body from inside the shop, Meng Meng continued. Okay, I'll go take a look now. Tai Hu was still in disbelief. He immediately turned around and walked into the store. However, when he reached the entrance of the store, his lightning snake stopped moving and curled up. What's wrong, lightning snake? Tai Hu hurriedly asked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lightning snake hissed and continuously swayed its body, but it did not dare to move forward. You mean you're afraid? I remember now. You said you were afraid of that cat before, but why is that? Tai Hu was puzzled. Although cats ate snakes, the lightning snakes were at the black iron rank peak. Logically speaking, it should not be afraid of cats. Moreover, Meng Meng had said that all snake-type creatures were afraid. This made Tai Hu think of the snake on the lion's tail and the one-eyed Wang Jun. Wang Jun has been injected with the rock snake bloodline. He should be able to sense something that I can't. Tai Hu had a vague guess. With this thought in mind, he slowly walked into the shop and immediately felt an inexplicable aura. This aura, could it be? Tai Hu was shocked. He hurriedly looked into the innermost part of the shop and instantly saw a pair of blue cat eyes that looked like lanterns. The cat's eyes were very beautiful, but the size of the cat's eyes was really shocking. Together with the strange aura, Tai Hu felt a chill on his back. Chapter 35, Dragon's Might. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This aura, could it be the dragon's might? How can a cat have dragon's might? Moreover, it has this kind of pressure. The level of dragon's might isn't low. Tai Hu's expression was solemn, and he felt that the little cat was even more incredulous. The reason he knew about dragon's might was that his father's good friend had a dragon-type summoned beast and that summoned beast had dragon's might. He clearly knew that when a dragon-type summoned beast faced an enemy, as long as it released dragon's might, it would be able to frighten the enemy within a certain distance until their entire body trembled. If it was a snake type or an existence that possessed a dragon type bloodline, even if it was far, far away, it would still be affected by dragon's might. This could explain why the one-eyed Wang Jun had escaped so quickly. It must have been affected by dragon's might, thinking that a super expert had appeared and scared them away. It's not just the dragon's might. What's with this huge body? This summoned beast is too unusual. Looking at the white cat that was like an iron tower in the backyard and the blue eyes, Taihu slowly retreated and did not dare to move forward anymore. Although he was not affected by the dragon's might, he did not dare to casually provoke this strange cat in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he slowly retreated to the entrance of the shop and chose to watch silently. However, at this moment, the huge cat in the backyard suddenly shrunk and turned into a small white cat. This white cat was only a little bigger than the little kitten. It looked very cute and adorable. If not for the terrifying scene not long ago, no one would associate the white cat with the huge creature. However, this was the truth. Whoosh! The white cat's figure flashed and arrived in front of Taihu in an instant. It flapped its wings of wind and floated in the air, staring at Taihu without moving. This scene scared Taihu so much that he did not dare to move. He was also panicking in his heart. Buzz! A white light flashed on the kitten's paws, emitting a warm aura. Then, this light landed on Taihu and lightning snake's bodies, healing their injuries. Taihu was slightly stunned and immediately said gratefully, "Thank you." However, the cat ignored Taihu and flew back to the backyard. It lay on Qin Yu's shoulder and narrowed its eyes. Although Taihu was ignored, he did not complain. Instead, he was very grateful to the cat. After all, the cat had treated his injuries. As expected, good things come back to us. I tried my best to intercept the one-eyed Wang Jun and help Qin Yu and the cat. Who would have thought that I would receive the cat's treatment so quickly? Furthermore, when the cat grows up in the future, it will definitely become a super powerful summoned beast. With it around, Black Rock City will become even safer. Taihu felt very happy. In this dangerous world, mutated beasts were always a huge threat to humans. It was hard to say when the mutated beasts would attack human cities. Just like those cities by the sea, they were often attacked by sea beasts. Every year, many people would die in battle. If a powerful summoned beast appeared in Black Rock City, it would be a good thing for the entire city. Therefore, Taihu secretly vowed to protect this cat in the future. In the backyard, the collapsed dormitory ruins. Qin Yu looked at the little cat on her shoulder. She was both surprised and curious. She did not understand why her summoned beast had become so powerful. It should be known that the mad lion not long ago was obviously not an ordinary summoned beast. In the end, such a strong summoned beast was sent flying by her cat's paw. The mad lion was so scared that it immediately fled. This was a little scary. However, looking at the ruins of the dormitory, Qin Yu panicked. After all, she had caused trouble. She was still very worried. As expected, Sister Qi quickly rushed back with a dark face. However, she did not blame Qin Yu. Instead, after asking about the situation, she immediately turned around and walked out. Before she left, she even shouted angrily, "How dare you come to my shop and behave atrociously? I must skin that lion." After Sister Qi finished speaking, she took big strides and walked straight toward the direction of the city lord's mansion. Qin Yu did not know what the fate of that lion would be. After she and Xiaomei returned home, she immediately surrounded the kitten and watched. "Brother Li Xian, what kind of summoned beast are you exactly? Why are you so powerful?" Qin Yu blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. "Meow." Li Xian called out softly. He was too lazy to explain, so he directly found a corner and went to sleep. This kind of posturing made the two cute girls very helpless, so they could only choose to give up. In the corner, Li Xian lay lazily on his stomach, silently looking at his data panel. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, Frost Cat Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Black Iron Rank. Master, Qin Yu. Skills, Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Advanced God's Perspective, Wings, Transformation, Intermediate Dragon's Might, Intermediate Size Amplification, Frost Freeze. Looking at his various skills, Li Xian felt that he was becoming stronger and stronger. However, the improvement of his soul was still too slow. It had been so long since his soul had advanced, and Li Xian was very anxious, especially with the appearance of the Mad Lion this day. This caused a sense of urgency to rise in Li Xian's heart. His strength was insufficient to defeat the other party. If not for the dragon's might and the sudden size application, he would not have been able to send the other party flying in a daze. Perhaps, the other party would be able to kill him. Even though he could resurrect indefinitely, Qin Yu could not. On the other hand, she was very unique. If something were to happen to her, it would be impossible to find another person like her. I need to raise my strength as soon as possible. However, my soul is too weak to accommodate too many skills. Thus, I can only raise my soul first. Other than soul treasures, there was another way to raise the strength of one's soul quickly. That was to form a contract with the second summoner. This will affect the summoning of both sides. However, if I form a contract with the second summoner, I will be able to obtain 2 portions of the summoner's soul. Li Xian's eyes were serious as he prepared to sign a second summoner. He was different from other summoned beasts. Others could only sign 1 master, but he could sign 2 masters and enjoy 2 portions of soul feedback. Of course, after signing the contract, he would have to be summoned at any time. If he was summoned by 2 summoners at the same time, there would be conflict. Qin Yu is special. My first choice will definitely be Qin Yu. As for the other summoners, I'll have to leave them to fate. Li Xian slowly stood up and turned to look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I'm going back. Don't summon me unless you're in danger. Are you going back? Qin Yu asked with a reluctant look on her face. Yes, there's something. If you encounter any danger, you must summon me immediately. Remember to increase your strength. After Li Xian finished speaking, a summoning array appeared under his feet and disappeared in the next second. Only Qin Yu was left standing there in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Fortunately, she had Song Xiaomei to comfort her. There was nothing to worry about. In the summoning beast world, Li Xian slowly appeared. He flapped his wind wings and began to fly through the sky, searching for the summoning array. This time, he did not have any requirements for the summoning array. He could do whatever he wanted, so he only searched for 2 days before he saw a summoning array. Without any hesitation, Li Xian directly fell into the white array and chose the contract. Ding! Successful contract with the second master. You can kill yourself to give up the contract and return to the summoned beast world. Following the mechanical sound, Li Xian disappeared from the array. Unknown World, Willow Village, on Central Square. A few young children stood anxiously in the center of the square, doing their best to carry out the summoning ritual. They were all very young, and forcefully summoning would only cause them harm. However, they could not care less anymore, because thousands of black wolves had surrounded Willow Village, and were attacking crazily. Their parents and family members were fighting bloody battles with the black wolves. They could even hear the screams of humans from time to time. The screams were heartbreaking. When the children heard the familiar voice, their faces turned pale and they wept silently. Children, do your best. You must succeed in the contract. As long as you have a summoned beast, the village will have a chance to survive. Only then can your family survive. Do your best. In the center of the field, the white-haired village chief was holding onto a wooden cane as he spoke anxiously. His eyes would occasionally look towards the village entrance. There, a thick stench of blood was wafting over. The sounds of shouting and killing shook the sky. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Following this sound, the village's gate suddenly shattered. When the old village chief saw this scene, his pupils constricted. He said in despair, "It's over. Everything is over." Chapter 36, A New Method to Improve the Soul. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The children who were in the middle of summoning saw this scene and their faces turned pale. This was because their parents were fighting with the black wolves at the front. If there was no gate to block the black wolves, it would cause even greater losses. However, the children had no choice but to grit their teeth and try their best to summon a summoned beast. They wanted to complete the contract as soon as possible. Howl! The howl of the wolves resounded throughout the area. Following the howl, the black wolves swarmed into Willow Village like a tidal wave and began their slaughter. Stop them! The adults who were trying their best to defend in all directions of the village hurriedly returned to defend and block the black wolves. However, facing tens of thousands of black wolves, who were led by a bronze-rank black wolf king, the village's defensive strength was completely unable to stop them. Ah! Miserable cries rang out continuously amidst the wolf howls. From time to time, some people were bitten by the black wolves and sucked into the wolf pack. The adult summoned beasts fought hard, but unfortunately, this village was too weak. The strongest one was only a black iron rank summoned beast. In the face of the mighty black wolf pack, there was no way to stop them. The shadow of death enveloped the entire village. One after another, the adults fell in pools of blood and died. The children in the center of the field all revealed expressions of despair. They were calling out in pain, carrying out their last struggle. Buzz! The white array suddenly flashed. A grey bull appeared in the summoning array, emitting a violent aura. It's a grey-horned bull. It's very suitable for charging. Quickly go and support them, the old village chief hurriedly shouted. It was already a critical moment. The entire village had gathered in the square, fighting hard against the black wolves to buy time. Although only an ordinary grey-horned bull appeared, it was still hope for the village, so the old village chief hurried it. "Grey-horned bull, come with me!" A chubby little boy shouted loudly and rushed out with a short knife in his hand. In fear, he started fighting with the black wolf. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another 3 magic arrays lit up. 3 ordinary summoned beasts appeared from the magic arrays and were brought by the children to provide support. Very soon, the magic arrays lit up one after another. In the middle of the square, there was only a determined-looking little boy, a dark-skinned kid with thick eyebrows and big eyes. "Lu Tian, you can do it. Your talent is the highest. You must summon a black iron rank summoned beast to buy us time. As long as we have a black iron rank summoned beast, we can stop the black wolf and hold on until help comes," the old village chief said with blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. His summoned beast had died in battle not long ago, and he had suffered a backlash. However, he could not care less about this and instead kept encouraging the tanned boy. "Grandpa village chief, I will work hard, I will definitely work hard." Lu Tian said loudly and used a small knife to cut his wrist viciously. Immediately, fresh blood quickly spilled into the summoning array, causing the array to rapidly expand. This scene raised hope in the village chief. He looked at the array with anticipation, hoping that the figure of the black iron summoning beast would appear in the array. Little fatty, don't die, don't die. Sob, sob, sob. Someone, please help us, please help us." At this moment, sobs suddenly sounded. When the old village chief and Lu Tian heard this sound, they suddenly trembled and hurriedly looked in the direction where the sound came from. When they saw this, their eyes instantly lit up. At the edge of the millstone in front of them, the little fatty who had brought the grey-horned bull to fight had already fallen in a pool of blood. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. His grey-horned bull was also covered in injuries. It was doing its best to protect the little fatty and fight against more than 10 black wolves. This scene caused everyone to be in pain and suffering. However, there was nothing they could do. This was because everyone was in danger and did not have the strength to save them. At the center of the field, Liu Tian shouted hoarsely. God, I beg you, let me contract a powerful black iron summoning beast. As long as I can save the village, I'm willing to protect the weak forever. Buzz. The white summoning array shook violently, and the light suddenly became bright and dazzling. In this light, a small figure appeared in the center of the array, gradually becoming clearer. When the light from the spell formation dissipated, Liu Tian quickly took a closer look. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. Is it just a frost cat? Grandpa Village Chief, I'm sorry. I failed. I only contracted an ordinary frost cat. Liu Tian turned his head. His eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. It was a mixture of pain, despair, self-blame, and regret, forming a deathly stillness. This was because Liu Tian knew that the village was finished. Even if his summoned beast, the Frost Cat, joined the battle, it would still be impossible to save the village. Facing thousands of black wolves, one more ordinary summoned beast would be useless. Therefore, Willow Village was completely finished. No one could save the village. Meow. The meow of the cat suddenly sounded. It wasn't loud, but it caused the scene to suddenly fall into a strange silence. The black wolves that were crazily attacking all stopped their movements. Their bodies trembled as they looked in the direction of the sound. This strange scene caused everyone present to be slightly shocked. They did not understand what had happened. My summoned beast is actually trembling. What's going on? My summoned beast is trembling as well. Look at those black wolves. Many of them are trembling as they lie on the ground. Why is that? I think I heard a cat meow just now. The survivors of the village quickly gathered together and took the opportunity to rescue their companions in danger. They formed a new defensive formation. However, the situation at the scene was a little confusing. Even if some people thought that this matter had something to do with the ice cat, they still felt that it was unlikely. No matter how they looked at it, the frost cat was just an ordinary frost cat. No one could tell what was wrong with it, so no one could make heads or tails of what was happening. Howl. The wolf's howl sounded again. Following the majestic howl, the trembling black wolves slowly stood up. They were no longer as terrified as before. At the same time, the black wolves looked at the frost cat with killing intent. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Not only through this summoning, but I also found a new way to improve my soul. Li Xian muttered to himself. Since he had established a contract with Liu Tian, the amount of soul feedback he received was only a tenth of Qin Yu's. The key point was that he had a feeling that this was the normal soul feedback, which reflected Qin Yu's extraordinariness and uniqueness. The moment he formed a contract with Liu Tian and was summoned to this world. It was also the moment when the summoning array was extinguished. Li Xian realized that at this stage, he received a lot of soul feedback, probably on par with Qin Yu's. In other words, as long as he continuously contracted a new master, after being summoned, he could self-destruct and cancel the summoning. He could barely reach Qin Yu's level of soul feedback. This made Li Xian smile and decided to give it a try. It just so happens that I'm going to self-destruct as anyway, so I'll also battle while I'm at it. I'll test out my various skills and see if I can defeat a bronze rank Black Wolf King. Li Xian was eager to give it a try. Without hesitation, he flapped his wind wings and flew up, quickly charging toward the Black Wolf pack. It's dangerous, don't go over. Liu Tian saw this scene and hurriedly shouted. He had also seen the situation not long ago and vaguely felt that his summoned beast was not ordinary. However, facing thousands of black wolves and a bronze rank Black Wolf King, even if his summoned beast was not ordinary, it was impossible for him to defeat the Wolf King. The safest way was to gather together with his companions and try his best to block the black wolf's attack, stall for time, and wait for rescue. However, the kitten had flown out and charged toward the black wolves. This was no different from courting death, so Liu Tian hurriedly shouted. Just at this time. Just after Liu Tian shouted this sentence, the change occurred. Chapter 37, What is that? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The frost cat that flew above the black wolf pack suddenly opened its mouth and condensed a huge fireball. After the fireball was successfully condensed, it suddenly fell from the sky and bombarded the black wolf pack. Boom! 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 Fireball after fireball fell from the sky and bombarded the black wolf pack. Each time, several black wolves were blown away. Such fireballs immediately caused chaos in the black wolf pack. Some black wolves even started to retreat. Boom! 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 Another few fireballs were formed and blasted into the black wolf pack, killing several black wolves. This increased the black wolves' intention to retreat. Some black wolves had already started to run away. Howl! The majestic wolf howl sounded again, echoing throughout the area. Following this howl, the chaotic black wolf pack regained its order. The black wolves that were preparing to escape also regrouped, their eyes bloodshot as they looked at the sky. Hua! Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous wind blades flew out from the black wolf pack, and the 10 black iron rank black wolves hidden within the black wolf pack began to release their wind blade attacks. Such extremely fast attacks were the hardest to dodge, and ordinary summoned beasts could easily die. However, to everyone's surprise, the cat in the sky actually used its wind wings to easily dodge these wind blades. It even returned a few fireballs. This caused the black wolves to fall into a passive position. They did not know what to do with this frost cat. However, the Black Wolf King was very smart. It gave the order without hesitation and continued to attack the village and kill the villagers. Get ready for battle! The old village chief hurriedly shouted. The series of changes in the scene not long ago had surprised everyone and bought them a lot of time. Although they still had to face a terrifying number of black wolves and could still be killed, the villagers knew that after the formation was reorganized, their chances of survival increased. However, just as hope rose in the crowd, the Black Wolf King walked out from the Black Wolf Pack, bringing 10 black iron rank black wolves to the front, making an offensive stance. It's over. The Black Wolf King is going to act personally, it's all over now. The old village chief's eyes were filled with despair as he sat on the ground, looking like a dead person at the scene of despair that was about to happen. The surrounding villagers also looked on in despair. Facing ordinary black wolves, they had already suffered heavy casualties. If the Black Wolf King were to act personally, the entire village would be wiped out in an instant. This result caused everyone's faces to reveal despair. Even the tenacious Liu Tian chose to give up. However, at this moment, just as the villagers were waiting to be killed by the Black Wolf King, another change occurred. Meow! An earth-shattering sound resounded in all directions. Following this sound, a white cat that was like an iron tower descended from the sky and crashed into the Black Wolf Pack with a bang. This terrifying black shadow landed and instantly killed a large group of black wolves, causing the entire Black Wolf Pack to fall into chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the white cat that looked like an iron tower suddenly waved its claws and began to attack crazily. Cold ice appeared beneath its feet and froze everything in its surroundings. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out repeatedly. Along with this sound, one black wolf after another was sent flying as they cried out miserably in fresh blood. The tower-like cat did not care about anything else. It went on a mad hunt for the black wolves as if it had entered an uninhabited land. It rampaged and killed everything it saw. This sudden turn of events shocked not only the villagers of Willow Village but even the Black Wolf King. It looked at the frost cat like an idiot. The Black Wolf King could not understand. It was just an ordinary frost cat. How did it suddenly become so big and scary? The Black Wolf King, whose brain was a little muddled, shook its head. It suspected that it was hallucinating. However, it still shook its head and saw the cat crazily hunting the black wolves. This made the Black Wolf King completely furious. It was ready to personally go out and kill this white cat. Howl! Following the majestic howl of the wolf, the Black Wolf King led 10 black iron rank subordinates and crazily charged at the frost cat, launching an attack. With the addition of the Black Wolf King, the frost cat's hunting was instantly obstructed. Both sides engaged in a life and death battle within the Black Wolf pack. Facing the tyrannical Black Wolf King, the bronze-level Black Wolf King and the numerous black iron-level black wolves, the frost cat was at a disadvantage. After the two sides fought for a while, the frost cat was already covered in wounds and blood. This scene made the villagers of Willow Village very worried. On the other hand, the Black Wolf King showed a gloating expression. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared. A white light appeared around the white cat's body. With this light, the white cat's injuries actually healed. This scene made the Black Wolf King dumbfounded. He looked at the lively frost cat in a daze. Meow! Li Xian let out a meow. The dragon's might enveloped a large area of the surrounding area, intimidating the black wolves in all directions. At the same time, he relied on his super-fast speed and terrifying body size to fight crazily. This was the first time he had unleashed his strength and used his skills wantonly. In such a battle, with the help of many skills, he, who was clearly just an ordinary summoned beast, actually went in and out of the Black Wolf pack 7 times. This level of strength allowed Li Xian to have a rough assessment of his own strength, and he looked forward to the battle strength after obtaining more skills in the future. I'll continue to kill. Today, I'll kill to my heart's content. I'll turn the world upside down, and then I'll let you all taste the art of explosions. Li Xian revealed a smile. His cat claws flashed quickly, and he charged forward and sent several black wolves flying. He was like a god of war wreaking havoc in the Black Wolf pack. 3 kilometers away from Willow Village. In the lush forest, 5 armored figures were sprinting at high speed. They brought their summoned beasts and ran toward Willow Village at high speed. These people's auras were very strong. It seemed that they had experienced many battles. As for the armored woman in the lead, her strength had already reached the high-level black iron rank. She was only a hair's breadth away from the black iron rank peak. Captain, we can't go any further. I admit that you are very strong, but with just the 5 of us, we won't be able to defeat the Black Wolf King. It's a bronze rank. The vice-captain followed beside the woman in the armor and tried his best to persuade her. His face was full of worry. I'm the town guard. The village under my jurisdiction has been attacked. How can I just ignore it? I have to save them today. The armored woman looked determined as she held her spear and flashed across the forest. But there are only 4 of us, and Xiaoru is not even a black iron rank. How can we fight against the Black Wolf King? The Black Wolf King has at least 10 black iron rank subordinates, and thousands of ordinary black wolves. He is the strongest Black Wolf King. With such strength, we will die if we go, the vice-captain said loudly, trying to persuade her. But I am a guard officer, and I have the responsibility and obligation to protect them. Do you want me to watch as Willow Village is destroyed? The armored woman's eyes were slightly red as she questioned, and her speed did not slow down as she sprinted. The reinforcements from the city are on their way. They will definitely arrive within half an hour. Captain, your talent is extraordinary, and your future potential is limitless. You cannot be buried here. The vice-captain continued to persuade the armored woman. Half an hour? Half an hour is enough for the Black Wolf King to destroy Willow Village twice. What's the point of sending reinforcements then? The armored woman shouted with red eyes. No, it'll be useful. I have a way to stall for time, the vice-captain suddenly said. You have a way? What way? The armored woman was stunned and quickly said. It's simple. I'll go with second brother and third brother to stop the wolf pack. You and Zyru stay behind. Leave the battle to us men. The vice captain grinned. His weathered face looked even more handsome under the sunlight. Is this your plan? You three are going to die? Do you want me and Zyru to spend the rest of our lives blaming ourselves? Do you think I'll agree? Do you think Zyru will agree? The armored woman smiled and tightened her grip on her spear. Her pace became faster as well. Vice Captain, you've underestimated me. After all, I'm from the Yang family. The children of the Yang family are never afraid of death. Zyru, who was running at the end, tried her best to speed up her pace. Although she was out of breath, her footsteps were unusually firm. When the vice captain heard this, he looked at the expression of the armored woman and Zyru. He wanted to say something, but he did not know how to say it. In the end, he could only sigh. He gripped the saber in his hand and sped up, ready to lead the charge. Even if he had to die, he had to be the first to die. Under the oppressive atmosphere, the few of them quickly ran to the edge of the forest. They could also smell the strong scent of blood. Outside the forest is Willow Village. Everyone, stay focused. The armored woman shouted, and her body suddenly sped up. She rushed out of the forest and looked in the direction of Willow Village. When she saw this, her eyes widened. What? What is that? Chapter 38, Resurrected Again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What's wrong, Captain? The vice captain asked curiously. He rushed out of the forest and looked in the direction of Willow Village. He was also stunned and looked into the distance in disbelief. Not far away, a figure that looked like an iron tower was rampaging among the black wolves, fighting with the Black Wolf King crazily. That huge body and the figure that was charging recklessly made it as dazzling as the god of war. It's so big. Zyru was the last to come out of the woods. When she saw the figure, she was shocked and gaped at it. Is it the frost cat? How can it be so huge? Zyru could not help but ask. I don't know, but it can wreak havoc among the wolves. It's really powerful, the armored woman said seriously. It is indeed powerful, but its situation is not good. Its life force is rapidly depleting, the vice captain said. Are you sure? The armored woman's expression tensed up. The depletion of its life force was not a small matter. It was related to its lifespan and life. I'm sure. There is not much blood left in its body. Its life force is at the point where it is at the end of its life. Even if we save it, it won't be able to survive, the vice captain explained solemnly. It won't be able to survive? But why isn't it retreating? With its strength, it can completely leave. Even if the master of the contract is dead, it can still return to the summoned beast world. Why is it still fighting? The few guards who came to fight the Black Wolf pack looked at the bloody figure fighting with the Black Wolf King. The guards were completely moved. The figure was clearly covered in injuries. Even though the white healing light kept flashing, it was still unable to turn the situation around. After all, there were too many black wolves. They were so densely packed that it made people's hearts skip a beat. The iron tower-like cat did not defend at all. It just attacked wantonly and rampaged. This also caused the black wolves to suffer heavy casualties. Of course, the cat was also covered in wounds. It was even blind in one eye. However, it did not retreat and continued to fight to the death. Such a tragic scene and unbelievable scene shocked the armored woman and the others. Although most summoned beasts are very loyal, the stronger and the more intelligent the summoned beast is, the less loyal it will be. However, now, the cat that was healing itself was obviously very smart and powerful, but it was so brave and fearless to fight for time for the humans. Such a summoned beast is really loyal. I, Yang Zyru, admire it from the bottom of my heart. Xiru said with admiration. Let's go. Even the summoned beast is so loyal. As humans, we should promote this kind of morality. We can't let it be disappointed. As the armored woman spoke, she held her spear and ran quickly towards the black wolf pack. The other four did not hesitate. With an indomitable aura, they charged toward the densely packed black wolf pack. However, at this time, just as the armored woman and the others ran out not too far, the frost cat that was fighting suddenly stopped moving and turned to look at them. What happened? Why is it not moving? Oh no, the Black Wolf King bit the cat's throat. The armored woman was shocked and ran even faster. The other four also gritted their teeth and ran, not caring about their own safety. Liu Tian, who was being protected in Willow Village, also shouted and ran forward. However, he was stopped by the adults, not allowing him to die. At this moment, everyone watched the cat being bitten by a large number of black wolves, but a strange scene appeared. Light slowly appeared around the cat's body. This light was like the sun's rays, becoming more and more dazzling. In the next second, the iron tower-like cat suddenly self-destructed. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. Along with this sound, a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, sweeping across the entire Black Wolf pack. The intense shockwave even spread to Willow Village, sending many people flying. As for the armored woman and the others who were running, they were also unable to move forward due to the strong wind. They could only use all their strength to stabilize their bodies and not retreat. After the terrifying shockwave weakened, and after the light from the explosion dissipated, everyone hurriedly looked at the area of the explosion. However, it did not matter when they looked. Everyone's eyes widened. They saw that the area where the cat was just now had already formed a huge pit. Scattered flames were still burning around the pit. A large number of black wolf corpses fell around the pit. For a time, it was impossible to count how many had died. Among these corpses, there were even a few black iron rank black wolves. Even the bronze rank Black Wolf King had been blown dozens of meters away. Its entire body was covered in injuries. Such a scene, shocked everyone as if they were petrified. Howl! The majestic howl of a wolf sounded again. The scarred Black Wolf King slowly stood up. Its head was bald, obviously burned by the high temperature of the explosion. It angrily glanced at the pit, then gathered the remaining subordinates and fled with their injuries. It didn't dare to stay here anymore. It was mainly because it was scared. It was scared out of its wits by that ordinary frost cat. It was clearly just an ordinary summoned beast, but it actually had such terrifying battle strength. It was truly terrifying. If another summoned beast like this appeared, it would be a nightmare. Therefore, the Black Wolf King admitted defeat and fled far away with the remaining subordinates, swearing never to come here again. After the Black Wolf King left, Liu Tian of Willow Village hurriedly ran out and knelt in front of the pit in a daze, looking at the empty pit. Thank you for saving me and Willow Village. I, Liu Tian, swear that I will protect the weak forever and never give up. Liu Tian pointed to the sky and swore. His resolute face was solemn and full of honesty. As he spoke, a seven-colored light fell from the sky and enveloped his body. No one could see this light. If Li Xian activated his god's perspective, he would be able to see that this light was exactly the same as Qin Yu's. However, the light around Qin Yu's body was very strong, while this person's light was very weak. The difference was huge. In the summoned beast world, Li Xian's soul returned and fell into darkness. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Ding! Due to unknown effects, you will receive a small amount of soul feedback from Liu Tian every day. You can choose whether or not to have a contract with him again. The mechanical voice sounded, and as the voice sounded, light gradually appeared in the darkness before Li Xian's eyes. It smells so good. Is this the fragrance of flowers? It smells so good. Before Li Xian could open his eyes completely, he had already smelled the rich fragrance of flowers. This fragrance was very good, and even smelling it made him feel very comfortable. With curiosity, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes were moist soil and a large number of plant roots. Am I in a cave under some plants? Li Xian looked up and found that it was a small cave. It was very small, at most the size of a basketball. The exit of the cave was even smaller. It was probably only the size of a mouse. Moreover, there were a lot of obstructions placed at the exit, as if it was for him to stay hidden. I wonder what kind of creature I became this time and what skills I gained. I'm looking forward to it, Li Xian said as he opened the data panel. Chapter 39, 39. Explosive Grass. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. Name, Li Xian. Type, Self-Healing Lizard Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Black Iron Rank. Master, Qin Yu. Ability, Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Advanced God's Perspective, Wind Wings, Transformation, Intermediate Dragon's Might, Intermediate Size Amplification, Frost Freeze, Self-Healing. Self-Healing Lizard? I actually obtained a passive skill. Not bad, not bad. Li Xian's heart was filled with joy. Passive skills did not need to be controlled and activated. As long as one had soul power, it would automatically take effect. Since he had the self-healing skill, he could slowly heal himself if he was injured in the future. Although it consumed soul power, Li Xian's soul power was quite strong. This made Li Xian smile. He had the intention to go back and continue fighting with the Black Wolf King. If I have the self-healing skill, my combat strength would definitely increase again. I wouldn't need to divert my attention to cast a healing spell at all. Even if I cast a healing spell, I would have to use both abilities at the same time to quickly heal my injuries. This is a pretty good passive skill. Li Xian muttered to himself. He felt that the self-healing skill was pretty good. He even felt that if he could raise the self-healing skill to an intermediate level, it would be even more extraordinary. Let me take a look at the memories of this body first. Let me see what materials are needed to raise the self-healing skill. Li Xian began to examine the memories of this body. It was like watching a cartoon, observing the memories of this body. This body also had a lot of memories. The content was very rich. It was an old summoned beast that had lived for many years. What an unfamiliar environment. This is definitely not the area where I used to live. Through his memories, Li Xian discovered that the surrounding environment had completely changed. There were no longer any familiar areas, and everything had become very unfamiliar. In the past, the area was similar to a plain. Occasionally, there would be some small valleys, but at the moment, it was completely different. The current area belonged to a mountainous area. The vast majority of the area was mountainous, and the plants were very lush. Perhaps there was a summoned beast hidden somewhere. A plant that can improve self-healing is called a natural flower? I seem to have heard of it or seen it somewhere before. Li Xian was immersed in his memories. He had a slight impression of the natural flower, but unfortunately, he could not recall it at the moment. Wait, I remember now. Back then in the regional chat channel, that illusion lark that claimed to be a girl asked if this flower was worth anything. Back then, no one knew what this flower was used for, so everyone said that was useless. Now, it seemed that things from the summoned beast world might be very useful. Li Xian recalled the information about the natural flower and even thought of the green needle flower that could upgrade the wings. The green needle flower could upgrade the wind wings. He had learned about it from reading books, but he did not have the time to look for the green needle flower. This was a good time to ask around in the chat channel to see who had seen it. Thus, he called up the regional chat channel and prepared to talk. However, he soon found out the number of people in the lower left corner of the chat channel had decreased again. At the moment, it was 90 people, which meant that someone else had died recently. There were people talking about the survivors. Big shots, there are fewer and fewer survivors now. If you have experience, you must teach us some. After all, we are all reincarnated humans. It's okay to help occasionally, said the horse monkey. Yet, I haven't contracted a summoner even after so long. It's too difficult to find one. Violent Rabbit sighed. That's right. According to my guess, there are only a few people who have contracted a summoner now. For example, Black-Furred Dog, Flame Hound, Transformation Beast Boss, and Gale Rat. I don't know anyone else. The crowd kept talking, anxious about not being able to contract a summoner. I can tell you about it. As long as you all listen to me and flatter me a little. Black-Furred Fog opened his mouth to speak and began to strut around in the chat channel. He had contracted a prince, so he was becoming more and more arrogant. Tisk, what can you help them with? Other than bragging, what else can you do? Gale Rat said disdainfully. How can I not be useful? At the very least, I'm stronger than you. I'm almost on par with the Flamehound and the Transformation Beast, Black-Furred Dog retorted. That's because you're lucky, but how can you help them with these? Can you teach me knowledge like the Transformation Beast Boss? Mighty Tiger could not help but retort. That's right. Back then, I gave the gentian grass to the Transformation Beast Boss, and he told me the information to upgrade my skills. That's how I got what I have now. Can you provide this information? Gale Rat said disdainfully, obviously looking down on Black-Furred Dog. Humph, so what? That's because Transformation Beast happened to know some information, and that's why it told you. Why didn't it teach others? Black-Furred Dog said angrily. That's because others didn't provide any treasures. If someone provided soul crystals, Transformation Beast Boss would definitely give them some information. Gale Rat continued to fight back. You. Humph, I don't believe it anyway. We were all reincarnated together. How could he know so much? Even if he knows more, it's just a little bit more than us. Just a little bit. Black-Furred Dog continued to refute, his attitude infuriating. This attitude made Gale Mouse very angry, but it could not say anything to refute, so it could only gnash its teeth. Please don't quarrel. I found a strange plant called the explosive grass. Is this plant useful? Does anyone need it? Violent Rabbit opened its mouth and asked in the chat channel. After he asked this question, Li Xian, who was watching the chat channel, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had never thought that he would hear the name of the explosive grass. After all, this plant was a good thing that could increase the level of his self-destruct. As long as he ate a certain amount of explosive grass, his self-destruct skill would increase to the intermediate level. After all, then he was in the size amplification state, the power of his self-destruct would increase greatly. The power of his self-destruct was significantly increased compared to the normal state. This was also the conclusion after his battle with Black Wolves. If he raised the power of his self-destruct to the intermediate level, Li Xian was not sure what would happen. Therefore, he began to talk in the chat channel. At this moment, the chat channel was in a state of silence. When Violent Rabbit asked about the explosive grass, everyone was silent. The main reason was that no one knew about this. After all, they were all reincarnated here. How could they know so much? However, at this moment, just when Violent Rabbit could not get an answer, a message appeared in the chat channel. Violent Rabbit, how much explosive grass do you have? If you have enough, I can tell you how to raise your skill to intermediate level. I can even tell you which area has enough summoning contract to raise, Li Xian said calmly. Really? Violent Rabbit saw the boss talking and asked in surprise. Of course, as long as you have enough explosive grass. If there are only 1 or 2, then forget it, Li Xian said again. Many, there are a total of 30. Boss, do you think it's okay? Violent Rabbit said the number nervously. It's enough. Put them in the auction house. Choose information as the exchange method, Li Xian replied and quickly opened the auction house. Chapter 40, Everyone accidentally become his underlings. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Xian was still quite happy. With these 30 pieces of explosive grass, his self-destruct skill would be upgraded to the intermediate level. At that time, when his body was enlarged and self-destructed, it would produce a terrifying explosion. It would also be his trump card. Thinking of this, Li Xian waited expectantly for the explosive grass to appear. Very soon, 30 pieces of explosive grass appeared in the auction house. Li Xian immediately used his information to exchange for them. Ding! The transaction is successful. You have obtained 30 pieces of explosive grass. Ding! The explosive grass has been placed in the temporary storage box. It can be stored for 3 days free of charge. Take it out. Li Xian chose to take it out without hesitation and began to devour it. In an instant, a warm current flowed through his body. Li Xian felt his entire body and mind filled with warmth as if he was soaking in a hot spring. In almost a moment, he ate all 30 pieces of explosive grass, and the feeling of transformation appeared once again. Ding! Self-destruct skill has been upgraded to intermediate. I've finally reached intermediate. This is great. I'm really looking forward to its power. Li Xian was eager to give it a try. He wanted to properly test out his combat ability, but he was not in a hurry. He continued to search for materials. Increasing the level of his skills was the most important thing. So, he opened the chat channel in anticipation again and saw Violent Rabbit's words. Ha ha ha, I finally know how to raise my skill. I finally know where there are many summoning arrays. Thank you, Transformation Beast Boss. Thank you so much. Violent Rabbit said in surprise and began to thank him on the chat channel. When the people who had been watching the chat channel saw this scene, they immediately understood that Violent Rabbit had been successfully traded. Everyone was a little envious. The main reason was that fake information could not be traded. As long as the trade was successful, it meant that the information was correct and true. This also meant that the Violent Rabbit would soon be able to raise its skill to intermediate level and even contract to a master. Therefore, everyone was very envious. Transformation Beast Boss, do you accept underlings? I'm a large horse monkey, and my strength is about the same as the Violent Rabbit. Will you accept me? Transformation Beast Boss, I'm an earthly beast, I can walk in the earth. Big Boss, if you have any needs, just tell me. If I know, I'll definitely tell you. I hope you can exchange information with me. Transformation Beast Boss, I'm the Illusion Lark, I'm a girl. Big Boss, can you take me with you? Please, I'll give you whatever you want. The Illusion Lark spoke, begging in the chat channel. Oh? Are you sure? It was rare for the Transformation Beast Boss to reply. In the past, when others spoke, the Transformation Beast Boss did not bother with them. Now, the sudden change caused everyone to be at a loss. The Illusion Lark was even more stunned. Sorry, I was just joking. Although I've become a summoned beast, I still don't want to sell my body. The Illusion Lark shook its head and sighed in disappointment. It felt that she had misjudged the Transformation Beast Boss. In the past, it thought that the Transformation Beast was quite good, but now it seemed that the Transformation Beast was a pervert. Therefore, the Illusion Lark no longer spoke and returned to silence. Sell your body? What are you thinking about? I want to have an exchange with you for the natural flower. Li Xian said in a speechless manner. Ah? Natural flowers. The illusion lark was stunned when it heard this. It understood that it had misunderstood and immediately said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, big boss. I misunderstood you. It's okay. How many natural flowers do you have now? Do you have 50? Li Xian asked expectantly. Skills required different materials to level up, and the number of materials used to level up was also different, so Li Xian hoped that the natural flowers would be more. Yes, there are more than 100 flowers, I'll give them all to you, the illusion lark said hurriedly. There's no need for so many, just give me 60 flowers will be enough, Li Xian estimated the number and said directly. Okay, boss, please wait a moment, I'll put them into the auction house right now. The illusion lark put the 60 natural flowers into the auction house expectantly and nervously waited. Very soon, a message was sent from the auction house. Ding! Your transaction has been successful. You have received information regarding the skill advancement. Ding! The plant required for your illusion spell skill advancement is the illusionary grass. The following is a picture of the illusionary grass. Is this the illusionary grass? Wait, I've seen this plant before. When the illusion lark saw the plant in the picture, its big eyes widened. It hurriedly flapped its wings and headed toward the swamp area. In just 5 minutes, the illusion lark arrived at the swamp area and saw the beautiful illusionary grass. In the past, when I saw so many monsters in the swamp, I did not dare to get close to this place. I didn't expect to miss the opportunity instead. Fortunately, there's the transformation beast boss. The illusion lark hurriedly went into the swamp and carefully picked up the beautiful illusionary grass, taking it far away to eat. During this time, the illusion lark saw a lot of monsters, especially in the swamp where the bubbles were. There were even ferocious swamp crocodiles hidden there, which made people very afraid. Fortunately, it had the illusion spell, which could temporarily confuse the surrounding creatures. It took the opportunity to take away the illusionary grass and quickly ate it. Not long after, the illusion lark finally successfully leveled up and happily opened the regional chat channel. At that moment, everyone was waiting for the illusion lark to speak. After all, it had made a deal with the transformation beast. Everyone wanted to know if the deal had been successful. If the deal was successful, it would prove that the transformation beast boss was a knowledgeable person. In the future, everyone could ask for help and exchange good things for information. That was why everyone was waiting in anticipation, but the illusion lark did not come out to speak. Just as everyone was getting anxious, a message finally appeared. It was the sound of the illusion lark's happy voice. Ha ha ha, my skill has finally reached the intermediate level. My skill has become very strong, and it can continuously form a distorted illusion around my body. In the future, I won't have to worry about being killed anymore. Thank you, Transformation Beast Boss. If you need me in the future, just tell me. I'll definitely do my best. When everyone heard this, they were all very envious. They also completely understood how extraordinary the Transformation Beast Boss was. Everyone immediately rushed to speak up and began to suck up to him. Transformation Beast Boss, is there anything else you need? I have the ability to see far away, so my search speed is very fast. I'm very familiar with this area. I've seen all kinds of beautiful plants. If you have any needs, feel free to tell me. There's also me. Boss, take me with you. I can be your little brother. Complicated messages flashed across the channel, one after another. The entire channel was in a mess, completely flooding the screen. Alright, I do need some things. Li Xian said this in the chat channel, and everyone instantly quieted down. Li Xian thought for a moment and decided to look for more plants. After all, he could refine pills in the future, and he could earn a profit by selling pills. This time, he could learn more about precious plants, he would publish quests for others to find them, and he would also obtain benefits. Of course, the green needle flower that could improve the wind wings was also a necessity. He would definitely have to look for it. Li Xian also published it in the form of a mission. After all of this was done, Li Xian closed the chat channel and continued to browse through the memories of this body. He was prepared to self-destruct after browsing through it to obtain a new ability. However, with the release of his mission, the entire chat channel was in chaos. Everyone was shocked when they saw the number of mission requirements. Oh my god, boss actually needs so many things. What are these? I've never heard of them. Yet, boss knows too many plants. I'm dazzled by them. I don't know anything. Chapter 41, Little Panda. I seem to have seen this kind of blue leaf before. I'll go and take a look first to confirm. If it's the same, then I'll be able to complete the mission. That good? I'll hurry up and look for it as well. I'll try my best to complete the mission that boss has issued. Following the mission that Li Xian had issued, the entire regional chat channel exploded. Everyone became busy. This was because they clearly knew that as long as they found these things, they could exchange for information with the transformation beast boss and increase their strength. Therefore, everyone did not dare to slack off. They wanted to complete the mission earlier and obtain the reward first. Thus, the regional chat channel once again fell into silence, and everyone went to get busy. Only the black-furred dog stared blankly at the regional chat channel, gnashing his teeth as he cursed in his heart. He had contracted with the prince, he felt that he had surpassed others. However, every time he came out to show off, he would be met with dust and dirt. Every time, he would encounter the transformation beast. The crucial point was that the transformation beast spoke very little. He had never thought of angering the black-furred dog and did not take the black-furred dog seriously. This made the black-furred dog even more depressed, making him feel as if he wanted to bang his head against a wall. I will definitely become stronger. I will definitely reach Black Iron rank as soon as possible, and I will also need to upgrade my skills to the advanced level. Moreover, I will definitely be able to reach that. This is because the entire kingdom has helped me search for materials. After searching for these few days, I've already found 5 of them. As long as I find another 20, I'll be able to upgrade my skills to the advanced level. When the black-furred dog thought about how he would be the first to upgrade his skills to advanced level and reach Black Iron rank, he instantly became excited. Just you wait. I'll definitely become the strongest. When the time comes, I'll let you guys experience the power of advanced level skills. The black-furred dog secretly made up his mind. He really wanted to say this matter in the regional chat channel. However, considering that he had not advanced, the black-furred dog did not dare to say it in the regional chat channel in the end. He could only grit his teeth and let his imagination run wild. While the black-furred dog's imagination ran wild. On the other side, Li Xian had also finished browsing through his memories and was ready to self-destruct. Right now, the tiredness in my soul is not particularly strong. I can totally obtain 1 or 2 more skills. When the time comes, I'll go to Qinyu's world and play for 2 months before returning. In 2 months, the soul power from Qinyu will be enough for my soul to recover. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. Let's start. Boom. A loud boom sounded, and the earth shook. A terrifying big explosion swept out in all directions, and large patches of vegetation were blown away by the intense flames. Such a terrifying explosion, accompanied by the rolling of the big, red fireball, instantly scared the creatures in all directions to flee in a hurry. They looked at the area of the explosion with terrified gazes. Oh my god, I was scared to death. I was eating fruit on the tree just now, and suddenly there was a huge explosion. That scale is too terrifying. In the regional chat channel, someone called the fruit bird spoke. He was obviously scared. Big explosion? What big explosion? Why is there a big explosion here? Violent Rabbit was puzzled. I don't know why either, but it's really scary. I feel like even black iron rank summoned beasts won't withstand it. It's too scary, Fruitbird said again. Was it that strong? What is that place? Tell everyone the location so that everyone can be careful. Everyone shouldn't go near that place and treat it as a forbidden area. Okay, this is a mountainous area, it's... While the Fruitbird was explaining, Li Xian returned to darkness and fell into a strange death. Ding! You have died, randomly resurrecting. Following the mechanical voice, Li Xian's world regained its light. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Li Xian muttered, but after saying this, he was completely stunned. He had actually spoken. I can actually speak? What creature is it this time? It can actually speak. Li Xian was a little surprised. He hurriedly lowered his head to check his body. Very quickly, a small grey claw appeared in front of him. Small claw? It doesn't seem to be a cat. It's a size bigger than a cat's claw. Li Xian carefully observed his condition. Soon, he saw a furry body, a soft belly, and a long tail. This scene made Li Xian have some guesses. He could not help but ask, it seems to be a little like a little panda. After Li Xian finished speaking, he immediately opened his data panel to check his condition. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, Little Panda Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Black Iron Rank. Master, Qin Yu. Skills, Intermediate Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Advanced God's Perspective, Wind Wings, Transformation, Intermediate Dragon's Might, Intermediate Size Amplification, Frost Freeze, Intermediate Self-Healing, Simulated Communication. I'm indeed a little panda. Is simulated communication its skill? No wonder I can speak. It seems like simulated communication is a thing. Li Xian opened his mouth and spoke, clearly hearing his own voice. After becoming a summoned beast, although he could make animal sounds, speaking was an extravagant hope for him. However, who would have thought that there would be a bright future, and he would actually open his mouth to speak again? My previous voice is still the best. Li Xian simulated his previous voice. That slightly hoarse voice made Li Xian feel very comfortable. In his previous life, he was most proud of his voice. When he was on the phone with someone, he often received praise from others, saying that his voice was beautiful. At that moment, he could hear this voice again, and he missed it. I don't want to think too much. Let's first go through the memories of the little panda. The memories of these summoned beasts are all very precious. It has broadened my horizons. Li Xian said with anticipation as he quickly went through the memories of the little panda. The amount of knowledge he had at the moment was so abundant that it was all thanks to these memories. It was precisely because he had browsed through so many memories that he knew so much knowledge. Moreover, this included the combat techniques, survival techniques, field survival techniques, and so on of all kinds of creatures. Under the augmentation of these things, he became more and more suitable for combat and survival. Wait a minute, I saw valuable memories again. Ha ha ha, it's actually memories that improve my size amplification skill. Li Xian stood up in surprise. Although his stomach was growling with hunger, he was very happy. The size amplification was something he had obtained from the giant deer in the past. When this deer encountered danger, it would immediately use the ability to enlarge and obtain a terrifying increase in combat strength, scaring the enemy away. Even if the enemy refused to leave, the giant deer could still rely on its terrifying size to escape and even counter-kill the enemy. It could be said to be a pretty good ability. The reason why the panda had related memories was that it was a good friend of a giant deer. It had always been taken care of by the giant deer, which was why it had been able to live for so long. The key point was that the giant deer's skill had already reached the advanced level. Its transformed body was very large, and its combat power was extremely terrifying. The giant deer's skill had been upgraded bit by bit. The little panda had witnessed this process and understood everything clearly. However, the giant deer had died 10 days ago. The little panda was too sad and chose to go on a hunger strike in the cave to commit suicide. This could also be considered as helping Li Xian. Chapter 42, Transforming to Scare the Others. When a giant deer upgraded the skill from intermediate level to advanced level, the plant it needs is called the small mountain flower. The flower looks like a small mountain and is very easy to find. Moreover, the location isn't far. We'll be able to find it after crossing 2 mountains. Li Xian was very happy. As long as he could find the small mountain flower, he would be able to upgrade his size amplification skill to the advanced level. At that time, as long as he used his skills, his body would be as big as a small mountain. Such a size was enough to scare off most creatures. Even ferocious creatures would be scared until their scalps went numb. Let's find some food to replenish our strength first. Then, we'll set off immediately to look for the small mountain flower. After Li Xian finished speaking, he took a step forward and dragged his weak body forward slowly. He was prepared to pick some fruits to fill his stomach. This little panda had not eaten for a long time and was already so hungry that it was only skin and bones. Li Xian was worried that his body would not be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, I have the self-healing skill. I feel like my body is healing itself. I'm just too hungry. Li Xian touched his stomach and felt that it was flat. The main point was that his entire body was weak as if he had run 10 marathons. Let's go eat some wild fruits first to fill my stomach. Li Xian used his god's perspective and scanned his surroundings. Soon, he saw a wild fruit forest in the southeast direction. There were many fruits in the wild fruit forest. One of them was very similar to an apple, but it was not an apple wild fruit. The little panda had eaten it here before, and the taste was a little astringent. It was completely different from the taste of an apple. Li Xian did not care about these things. Filling his stomach was the most important thing, so he flapped his wind wings and flew over quickly. These monkeys can really eat. They've eaten up the wild fruit forest. This is the food of the little panda in the past. Li Xian looked at the monkeys jumping up and down in the wild fruit forest, picking wild fruits everywhere. Seeing that there were only a few trees in the forest with fruits, he shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, there was a large and luxuriant wild fruit tree. It was densely covered with wild fruits, and it was just right for him to go over and have a feast. However, there was a monkey sitting quietly on it, looking down at everything like a king. This monkey's body was very strong, at least twice the size of the other monkeys. Its body was tall and sturdy, and its aura was extraordinary. It seemed like it was the leader of the monkeys or something. However, Li Xian only gave it a casual glance before flying over. Squeak! Squeak! A strange monkey's cry suddenly sounded from the surrounding trees. When the monkeys who were originally playing around saw this scene, they immediately focused their attention on it, as if they were watching a good show. The leader of the monkeys on the wild fruit tree also stood up at this moment. It twisted its head twice and let out a dull cracking sound. Then, it clenched its fists and tightened its body, ready to attack. Roar! Roar! When the monkeys in the distance saw this scene, they immediately jumped up and down, raising their hands above their heads and clapping their hands, as if they were praising it. However, at this moment, the terrifying dragon's might suddenly appeared and swept in all directions at lightning speed. Bang! The monkey leader on the wild fruit tree directly fell down from the tree. He looked at Li Xian in horror and continuously retreated while trembling. The surrounding monkeys who were watching the show also panicked. They scurried to a tree that was quite far away and looked at Li Xian warily. It was obvious that they were frightened by the dragon's might. Li Xian did not pay attention to them. Instead, he flew to the tree and picked up the fruit on the tree to eat. Crunch! Crunch! A crisp sound rang out. Li Xian chewed on the sour and sweet wild fruit and chewed slowly to taste its delicacy. This fruit was not as delicious as an apple, but to the current Li Xian, it was also a rare delicacy. After all, his body was too weak. It was a good thing for him to be able to eat the fruit. Crunch! Crunch! He began eating quickly. Li Xian immediately transformed into a glutton and began eating. He ate the wild fruit on the tree crazily and ate more than half of the fruits on the large wild fruit tree. The monkey leader who saw this scene from afar scratched his ears anxiously, wanting to chase Li Xian away. However, the dragon's might was too terrifying. The monkey leader mustered up his courage a few times but did not dare to go over. He could only curl up in a corner and watch, silently crying. 10 minutes later. Verb. Li Xian, who had eaten his fill, glanced at the monkey leader. He could not be bothered with this trash and immediately flapped his wind wings to fly into the distance. He was going to look for the little mountain flower to increase his strength. However, just as he flew into the air, a vulture descended from the sky and flew towards him. "You're courting death." Li Xian opened his mouth and an intermediate fireball suddenly appeared. With a bang, it was released. Boom! The flames burned and enveloped the entire body of the vulture, burning it to death in fear and despair. Below. The monkey leader was initially unconvinced as he watched Li Xian leave. He wanted to find an opportunity to sneak attack Li Xian in the future. However, looking at the vulture that was instantly killed, the monkey leader was stunned. His expression became extremely grave. That was because the huge strength of the vulture was powerful even among summoned beasts. Although the monkey leader was confident in defeating the vulture, it was very difficult to kill it. However, it did not expect that this little panda that had suddenly appeared would be able to instantly kill the vulture. This was a little scary. However, the monkey leader was not convinced. It still wanted to find an opportunity to sneak attack Li Xian in the future. After all, it was the monkey leader and its strength was not far from black iron rank. It felt that after a few months when its strength reached black iron rank, it would be able to sneak attack the little panda. Squawk! 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 An unpleasant hoarse voice came from the sky. A huge vulture emitting an evil aura descended from the sky, bringing with it a monstrous might as it charged towards the little panda. The monkey leader was originally unconvinced of Li Xian. However, when it saw this huge vulture, its pupils constricted, and its eyes widened in shock. This was because the aura that the huge vulture emitted had already reached the strength of a high-level black iron rank. It was only a step away from the black iron rank peak. Such a summoned beast was definitely at the level of a regional powerhouse. Most of the summoned beasts did not dare to provoke it. Therefore, the monkey leader took 2 steps back and looked solemnly at the huge vulture as it flew toward the little panda. Squeak! Squeak! A monkey ran to the front of the leader and gestured with its hands. It even made a gesture of cutting its neck. It seemed to be saying that the little panda was doomed. The monkey leader nodded his head in agreement because this was the truth. Facing a high-level black iron rank summoned beast, a little panda was courting death. Therefore, the monkey leader waited quietly, leading the many monkeys to look at the sky, waiting for the scene of the huge vulture tearing apart the little panda. Rumble! A huge rumble resounded throughout the area, and a thick dust wave swept in all directions. A terrifying figure that looked like an iron tower suddenly appeared, waving its panda claws as it fiercely slammed down from the sky. The huge vulture that had just charged down from the sky did not have the time to attack, and its panda claws directly pressed down from the sky onto the ground, directly crushing it to death. This vulture is really poor, it doesn't even have a beast core. Li Xian speechlessly raised his panda claws, turned his head to look at the monkey leader, and then shook his head twice, making cracking sounds. The figure that looked like an iron tower looked down on the monkey leader. The monkey leader was so scared that he immediately peed and knelt on the ground to kowtow. Chapter 43, Evil Energy Doll. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Trash. Li Xian cursed as his terrifying figure suddenly moved. Bang! 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 He smashed the trees along the way and walked towards the mountains in the distance. Every step he took was very far. After a few steps, he walked quite a distance and gradually walked into the distance. In the wild fruit forest, the monkey leader and his subordinates stared blankly at the terrifying figure as it disappeared into the distance. It was as if it had been petrified and did not move at all. After a long while, they finally recovered. Then, the monkey leader hurriedly scurried back to the corner and chose to hide. There was no other way. It was too terrifying. That vulture was a powerful summoned beast that was a high-level black iron rank. It had actually been killed in an instant. The crucial point was that this little panda had actually turned into a huge monster. That huge claw that had descended from the sky had even caused the surrounding land to shake violently. Such a difference in strength and such a terrifying figure, just thinking about it made one feel terrified. Therefore, the monkey leader was completely terrified. He hid in a corner and no longer dared to think about taking revenge. On the other side, the reincarnated summoned beasts were all doing their best to run around in search of the mission that Li Xian had given them. Among them was a summoned beast called the treading sheep. He walked around the forest and carefully observed the leaves on the big tree. He seemed to have seen blue leaves in this area before. He guessed that this kind of blue leaves might be needed by the transformation beast. Therefore, he tried his best to find it. At the same time, he relied on his sensitive ears to carefully listen to his surroundings and be careful of being ambushed. I found it. The treading sheep quickly ran to a large tree and looked at the blue leaves on the tree. He hurriedly compared them with the items required for the quest. It's exactly the same. Ha ha ha, I've finally found it. I can also level up my skill. I can finally become stronger. Ha ha ha. Treading sheep was beaming with joy. He quickly jumped onto the large tree through the branches, picked up the blue leaves on the tree, and then put them into the auction house. He was the only one who had found the blue leaves and had a lot of them, but he deliberately said that he had very little. He greedily used this method to exchange for more information. 10 minutes later, after trading 3 times with the transformation beast boss, the treading sheep nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had made a huge profit. This time, not only did I obtain information from the transformation beast to upgrade my skill, but I also knew where there were many summoning arrays, and I also cheated him of a mana crystal. The treading sheep took out the mana crystal in satisfaction, feeling very happy. He felt that it was worth it to exchange a pile of blue leaves for so many important things. If the transformation beast knew that I still have so many blue leaves, he would probably die of anger, ha ha ha. The treading sheep looked at the large number of leaves on the tree, feeling very proud and gloating. Puff! A sharp root pierced through its neck, causing him to widen his eyes in pain. Cough, cough. The treading sheep looked at the location of the root, and saw 2 black dolls with big heads emerging from the ground, emitting an evil aura. Cough, cough. The treading sheep wanted to say something, but his throat was pierced. He could only cough a few times before collapsing to the ground. Gulp! 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 The thorn continued to absorb something and soon, the treading sheep turned into a dried corpse. How is it? Is the memory intact? One of the large-headed dolls asked coldly. It's very intact. There are 89 human reincarnators in this area. As long as we get rid of them, we can earn honor points. The other large-headed doll nodded. Humans are so easy to kill. They don't even know about soul perception. It's impossible to tell who the reincarnators are. What a ridiculous race! The male big-headed doll mocked. Yet, humans are easy to deal with. However, the spirit race reincarnators are more troublesome. Those guys increase their strength quickly and have special abilities. They are very difficult to deal with. It doesn't matter. This time, the captain will take action personally. He will definitely find the spirit race reincarnator and kill her, the male big-headed doll said proudly. Indeed. In such a short period of time, Captain has advanced from an ordinary summoned beast to a black iron rank 1. His speed is too fast. Moreover, he is a flying vulture. He is too strong. Nonsense. Can Captain be the same? He has participated in many battles before he reincarnated. If he was not forced to reincarnate into this world, the Captain will definitely be promoted. Unfortunately, there is no chance. He will never be able to go back. Yet, it's already good that we're alive. Many races have been exterminated. Speaking of which, the human race is really lucky. They're indeed lucky. They don't even know anything. Their guardian really died unjustly. That human guardian is very worthy of respect. He sacrificed his own death to send the humans into this world and left behind a spark. This is very difficult for our race to appear. Indeed. It's a pity that no one remembers him. These humans don't even know what happened. There will always be people who remember that the guardian's life was like a dream. A godlike woman, single-handedly protecting the human race for many years. Back then, with her around, no one dared to provoke the human race. Now that she's dead, the human race is like livestock, allowing us to slaughter them. The male big-head doll sneered, his evil aura rippling violently. Crack! The sound of breaking rang out, and a round, pearl-like object fell to the ground, shattering into powder. The Captain is dead? His soul pearl is shattered. He's actually dead. How can the black iron rank Captain die? The female big-headed doll exclaimed in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Captain has the ability to quickly heal and teleport. As long as he isn't killed in an instant, he will definitely not die. The male doll shook his head in disbelief. But he is really dead. The Captain's soul pearl is already in such a state. How can you still not believe it? The female doll said angrily. No. Why is it like this? This is clearly the border region of the summoned beasts world. It is the safest region. As long as the Captain did not provoke the fire peacock, nothing would happen. Why did he die? Who could kill him? It was very likely that he was killed in one hit. The male doll's voice trembled slightly, obviously unwilling to accept this reality. Let's go and see what's going on, we must find out who killed the Captain. Alright, let's go. The two big-headed dolls that were emitting an evil aura ran quickly. Using the soul pearl's location, they arrived at the wild fruit forest in the shortest amount of time. However, looking at the muddy corpses on the ground, the two big-headed dolls were stunned. The terrifying footprints on the ground around them were even more shocking. There are monkeys over there, capture them and bring their memories back. I want to see what's going on. Okay. Whoosh. Whoosh. Soon, a monkey was captured. The female doll used her finger to tap on the monkey's head. In an instant, an image appeared in mid-air, and the figure of a little panda appeared. Is this a native summoned beast? I can't see any signs of a reincarnated person in its body. It should be a native summoned beast from this world. Indeed, there are no signs of a reincarnator. Did it kill the Captain? That can't be. This is just a little panda that can simulate speech. The male doll was a little suspicious as he frowned and stared at the image in the air. However, in the next second, a terrifying figure suddenly appeared in the image. The scene of killing the vulture with one strike completely shocked the two of them. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? It really killed the Captain with one strike. It's too scary. Chapter 44, The Honor Point function appeared. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No. I don't know, but it's really powerful. The Captain is a high-level black iron rank summoned beast, and he's only a hair's breadth away from the peak. Such a powerful Captain could be instantly killed. That little panda is simply a monster. It's indeed a monster. It can actually become so huge, and it's a native summoned beast of this world. What a terrifying fellow! What do we do now? The captain is dead. Are we still going to continue the mission? Wait a moment. Send the news up and see what the higher UPS will do. In short, we must be careful of this little panda. It's too dangerous. Alright, let's leave quickly. I keep feeling that this place isn't safe. I'm afraid that the little panda will suddenly appear. Go, go, go. The two evil energy dolls looked around in panic and left in a hurry. They did not dare to stay in this area for too long, afraid that they would be slapped to death. On the other side, on a towering green mountain, Li Xian shrunk back into a little panda. He flapped his wind wings and landed on the top of the mountain. He stood on the cliff and looked down at the land, looking down on all living things. Looking at the lush green plants at the foot of the mountain, looking at all kinds of creatures looking for food, listening to the melodious chirps of birds, Li Xian's heart calmed down. What a beautiful world, but I'm very curious, why did I get honor points after killing that big vulture? Li Xian was puzzled and slowly opened the data panel to check. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 200 honor points. Type, Little Panda Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Black Iron Rank. Master, Qin Yu. Skills, Intermediate Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Advanced God's Perspective, Wind Wings, Transformation, Intermediate Dragon's Might, Intermediate Size Amplification, Frost Freeze, Intermediate Self-Healing, Simulated Communication. Looking at the 200 honor points beside his name, Li Xian frowned. He did not understand why, and at the same time, he wondered why the big vulture did not have a beast core. I've killed many enemies, and I've learned a lot from the memories of summoned beasts. Under normal circumstances, there would be a beast core. Unless the summoned beast was too weak, there's a possibility that it won't have a beast core. However, the aura that the big vulture gave off was very evil. It shouldn't be that weak, right? Could it be that the big vulture is good looking but not useful? Li Xian thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case. A summoned beast that could be killed with a slap probably would not be that strong. Therefore, Li Xian did not think about the big vulture anymore. Instead, he thought about the status of honor points. What are honor points for? I didn't see it in the survival guide before. Strange. Li Xian opened the survival guide in confusion. He flipped through it for a long time. He even flipped to the last page, but he did not see any relevant information. The auction house actually has information. Li Xian flipped through it and discovered that honor points could actually be used as currency to directly buy things. Other people's items can be bought with honor points. Isn't this money? Li Xian's eyes flickered, feeling as if he had discovered a new continent. If it could really replace money, then he could earn more honor points and buy whatever he wanted. After all, as time passed, the auction house would have more and more things. When everyone grew up, they would definitely place a lot of things. Just like at this moment, the black-furred dog that was contracted by the prince had put a lot of things in the auction house. For example, food, clothes, weapons, custom-made armor, and many other small things, including a soul crystal. Yes, it was the soul crystal that Li Xian valued the most. However, this black-furred dog was very annoying. He deliberately set the soul crystal at a sky-high price, requiring 100 bronze summoned beast cores to exchange for it. It was obvious that the black-furred dog did not want to sell anything, and he was just deliberately showing off in the auction house. Although Li Xian was very envious, he would not be such a sucker. However, Li Xian found that the second exchange plan was displayed below the soul crystal. It was the fair price offered by the auction house. Can I buy it with 100 honor points? The heavens are really on my side. Li Xian was overjoyed. He did not hesitate to buy the soul crystal. Ding! Purchase successful. The soul crystal has been placed in the temporary storage box. Please collect it within 3 days. The mechanical voice rang. Soon, a soul crystal appeared in the temporary storage box, emitting a mysterious glow. Didn't it cost 100 honor points? How was only 1 honor point used? Li Xian was at a loss. He did not understand why only 1 was used. He frowned. At this moment, the mechanical voice rang out once again, resounding throughout the entire human race. An unknown island world, on a small island. The prince with the crown walked back to his room tiredly. He lay on the bed and looked at his summoned beast, the black-furred dog beside him. Black-furred dog, have you absorbed that soul crystal? You have to advance quickly. Ox Island is becoming more and more arrogant. The war won't be far away. You have to reach Black Iron rank as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect me. When the time comes, we might die on the battlefield. The prince said tiredly. Although his face was pale, he was still quite satisfied with the smart black-furred dog. For this, he mobilized his subordinates and searched for a long time before finally obtaining a soul crystal. It was all for the sake of allowing the black-furred dog to advance in rank. Woof, woof. The black-furred dog barked twice proudly, indicating that he was slowly absorbing. In fact, he did not absorb. He had only placed it in the auction house to show off. When He heard that there was going to be a war, he decided to find an opportunity to absorb it tonight. As for whether it would be sold at the auction house or not, he did not care at all. Only 100 bronze summoned beast cores could be exchanged for it. Who would be stupid enough to buy it? Therefore, the black-furred dog was not worried at all. He was even a little complacent, thinking that he had used the auction house as a storage unit. However, at this moment, just as the black-furred dog was feeling complacent, a voice that only human reincarnators could hear suddenly sounded. Ding! Human reincarnator, transformation beast, has become the first to receive honor points and conduct a transaction. The honor points function has been activated. Ding! The transformation beast has activated this function in advance. Reward, duty-free privilege. In the future, purchases at the auction house will be tax-free. The rest will require to pay 10% as tax. Ding! The transformation beast has discovered that the black-furred dog has used a loophole in the auction house. The transformation beast will be rewarded with 5,000 honor points. This transaction cost a total of 100 honor points. However, it will be forcefully reduced to 1 honor point as a punishment for the black-furred dog. The mechanical voice resounded through the summoned beasts that had been reincarnated by the human race. The entire world heard this voice. This voice also caused the chat channels in various regions to go crazy. People were discussing among themselves in surprise, asking who the transformation beast was and why he was so powerful. The chat channels in Li Xian's region naturally became lively. People began to pop up and compete to flatter it. Damn, the transformation beast boss is too awesome. He actually activated a new function. The key is tax exemption. In the future, the boss will be tax-free when he trades. He can totally use the auction house as a warehouse. Chapter 45, Spirit Race. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Transformation Beast Boss, what are honor points? Is it something similar to reputation? Can you tell me? I'm a girl, I can warm you up. The illusion lark started to tease again. Ever since she knew that Li Xian was not a pervert, she wanted to tease Li Xian. The honor points function has been activated. Everyone, hurry up and take a look. The Gale Rat noticed that the new function had been activated and immediately clicked in to take a look. Honor points, obtain rewards by hunting hostile races. Honor points can be used to purchase items from the auction house. So it's money. It's equivalent to money. It's a pretty good item. Yet, in the future, when you have honor points, you can trade frequently. There's no need to be like now. There's a lot of restrictions. This is really good stuff. Wait a minute. Only 10 honor points for hunting hostile ordinary summoned beasts? Isn't that too little? 10 points? That's too little? Doesn't that transformation beast boss have more than 5,000 honor points now? I'm so envious, he's practically a tycoon. The regional chat channel was in an uproar, and everyone was talking enthusiastically. Even the lava hound was not idle and began to talk about honor points. Only the black-furred dog did not say anything. He stared blankly at the auction house, and at the place where the soul crystal had disappeared. He had never expected that the soul crystal that he had been showing off would actually be bought by the transformation beast. The soul crystal that was worth 100 honor points had actually only been sold for 1 honor point. The most unbearable thing was that the transformation beast had also received a reward of 5,000 honor points because of this transaction. Such a big harvest made the black-furred dog almost vomit blood. His eyes were blood red. Damn transformation beast, I'm not done with you, you be ****, I'll definitely kill you, I'll kill you, ah. The black-furred dog was furious and directly shouted in the regional chat channel, swearing that he would definitely kill the transformation beast. Such a scene stunned everyone, and they did not understand what the black-furred dog was doing. Black-furred dog, I used 1 honor point to buy your soul crystal worth 100 honor points and I also received an additional 5,000 honor points reward. How awesome! It's all thanks to you being my stepping stone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so lucky. Thank you for your hard work, haha. Li Xian spoke, deliberately using a tone that would infuriate people to death. Such a scene and such words made the black-furred dog so angry that he directly vomited blood all over the prince. Although everyone did not know that the black-furred dog vomited blood, they probably heard the whole story, so everyone's expressions became strange. You deserve it. Who asked you to always show off when you have nothing to do? You keep comparing yourself to the transformation beast boss. The boss doesn't even care about you, yet you keep jumping around. Isn't it great now? You've dug your own grave. The illusion lark was a girl, so she scolded the black-furred dog without any scruples. That's right. If you want to show off, then show off. However, why do you always compare yourself to the transformation beast boss? The boss doesn't care about you, yet you're still not done. You really deserve it. Right, right, right. I've long disliked this black-furred dog. You're showing off for such a trivial matter. Moreover, you deliberately showed off the soul crystal by putting it in the auction house. You deserved it. The people in the chat channel began to mock the black-furred dog. They cursed him and angered him. With so many irritating words and the loss of the soul crystal, the black-furred dog was thoroughly upset. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more depressed he became. In the end, he could not bear the humiliation and directly vomited blood and fainted. Black-furred dog, what's wrong with you? Black-furred dog! Black-furred dog! Summoned beast world! Li Xian flapped his wind wings and continued to fly, heading toward the distant mountains. At the moment, he could be said to have reaped a full harvest. He had obtained a large pile of honor points. In the future, he could buy whatever he wanted. Of course, he could only buy things that he needed. He also did not care about trash items. I'm almost there. I'll reach my destination after I cross this mountain. I hope we can advance, Li Xian said with anticipation. At the same time, he swallowed the soul crystal. Buzz! A warm current swept through his entire body like a hot spring. Li Xian felt comfortable from head to toe. The fatigue in his soul caused by his resurrection quickly disappeared, and his entire body was filled with vitality. This is really good stuff. Originally, I could only be reincarnated once, and I would need to rest for a period of time. Now that I have the soul crystal, I can be revived at least twice. Li Xian's eyes were filled with joy. He was so happy that he even somersaulted in the air to express his emotions. However, at this moment, he saw a little girl standing on a big tree not far away from him. She was looking at him. The little girl was wearing a little white dress. Her small face looked as if carved out of jade. She was very cute, and her eyes were filled with intelligence. For such a little girl to stand on the mountain, and in the summoned beast world, it was obvious that something was wrong. Li Xian frowned as he looked at her. He could sense the aura that she was emitting. That was the power of a mid-level black iron rank summoned beast. It could be considered a very strong level in this area. A humanoid summoned beast. Li Xian secretly guessed when he saw that the little girl's ears were not quite the same as a human's. He wanted to go down and take a look. However, advancing in strength was the most important thing. After all, he had already wasted a lot of time. Therefore, Li Xian already had one and planned to come into contact with her in a while. On the big tree below, the little girl who looked like she carved out of jade tilted her head and looked at the sky. When she saw Li Xian flying, a trace of doubt flashed across her beautiful eyes. Strange, the little panda's skill is simulated communication, right? Why can it fly? Moreover, it did such a happy somersault just now. It's really strange. The little girl blinked her big cute eyes and looked at the sky from afar. She could not understand why. There are no traces of a reincarnator. If it's not a reincarnator from the various major worlds, then it must be a native summoned beast. However, why can it fly? The little girl covered her mouth. Her little head was full of questions. She could not figure out why the little panda could fly. What's that smell? It's bloody. It contains the bloody smell of evil energy. The little girl's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly hid behind the big tree and carefully looked at the sky. Her eyes glowed white. Her vision was greatly strengthened. Then, she saw that the little panda's claws were stained with blood. Blood? Stained with blood? The evil energy's aura is only possessed by the evil energy race. Why is this ordinary little panda stained with blood? Could it be that it encountered the evil energy race? Was there a battle? No. It's absolutely impossible. The little girl immediately shook her head, feeling that this was an absurd thought. The evil energy race was very powerful, and they had a captain leading them, even as from the spirit race, she had to carefully avoid them. Such a powerful enemy was definitely not something that ordinary summoned beasts could afford to provoke. Although the little panda could fly, if it were to fight against the evil energy race, it would definitely die. It was impossible for it to retreat in one piece. The biggest possibility is that the little panda accidentally stepped on the blood of the evil energy race, but why would it leave behind blood? Could it be that the evil energy race is fighting against experts? The little girl thought of the fire peacock, and when she thought of the terrifying flames, her expression became unusually grave. It's better to be careful. I'll continue hiding here. Big brother should be here soon. After the little girl finished speaking, her fair and delicate little finger gently tapped, and soon, a chat box appeared. Big brother, when are you coming over? The little girl said softly. I'm on my way, about the time it takes an incense stick to burn. A voice came from the chat box. It was the voice of a young man. All right, big brother. I'll wait for you then. The little girl said a few more words before closing the chat box. However, she had just closed the chat box when the chat box suddenly popped up again. Yanyu, quickly find a place to hide. Quick, quick, the anxious voice of the youth sounded and entered the little girl's ears. Big brother, what's wrong? Did the evil energy race discover me? The little girl looked around vigilantly and asked nervously. No, the evil energy race has evacuated that place. They shouldn't appear again in the next few days, the young man's voice said again. Hey? The evil energy race evacuated? Why? Since they evacuated, why should I hide? The little girl asked blankly. Yanyu, do you know why the arrogant evil energy race suddenly evacuated? The young man asked again. Chapter 46, Advanced Size Amplification. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Why? Did they fight with the fire peacock? The little girl asked blankly. The only thing that the evil energy race feared in this area was the fire peacock, so she immediately thought of the fire peacock. No, it's not the fire peacock. It's another native summoned beast that can kill a high-level black iron rank vulture with one move. The serious voice came again, making the little girl more and more confused. Another summoned beast? Is there such a powerful summoned beast in District 99? Moreover, it can kill a high-level black iron rank vulture. Yes, it's a little panda. It's very powerful. You must be careful when you meet it. Otherwise, you'll be finished. The voice came again from the chat box. However, the little girl was slightly stunned by the voice, and then she looked into the distance. There, a little panda was flying away. The little girl suddenly thought of the blood on the paws of the little panda. Her expression changed slightly, and she said with a serious expression. About the little panda you mentioned, does it look like a raccoon creature? And it can fly? Of course, it's only similar to a raccoon. After all, the little panda is not a raccoon. Yes, 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 that's right. Wait, how do you know? Did you meet it? An anxious voice came from the chat box. Yes. Yes, it flew over me just now, and definitely saw me. However, it ignored me and flew away. The little girl told the truth and a trace of fear flashed through her heart. If the little panda came down, it could kill her with a single swipe of its paw. After all, she had just reached the mid-level black iron rank and was still a long way from reaching the high-level black iron rank. According to what you said, the little panda shouldn't be that ferocious. It seems to be much safer this way, but you still have to be careful. You hide first. I'll be able to pick you up and leave in a while. District 99 has the fire peacock, and with this little panda. These two summoned beasts are really too dangerous. It's still safer to leave. The voice in the chat box continued to explain and persuade the little girl. Yes, yes, I know. I'll hide here. The little girl nodded obediently, but her big eyes were looking into the distance, using her special ability to see far away from the little panda. On the other side, Li Xian flew quickly. After a long journey, he finally arrived at his destination. Looking at the colorful small mountain flowers in front of him, Li Xian was extremely excited when he thought of how these flowers could improve his skills. This is great! I can finally improve my skills! Li Xian said in surprise and joy. Without any hesitation, he began to eat the small mountain flowers. Like a devouring beast, he continued to eat quickly. As he ate crazily, the size amplification skill in his data panel also began to move, becoming blurry and illusory. Seeing this scene, Li Xian ate even faster. Like a little foodie, he ate all the small mountain flowers. Feeling the warm current in his body, Li Xian looked at the size amplification skill that was moving crazily on his data interface and loading. Time passed bit by bit, and the warm current had already engulfed Li Xian's limbs and bones. The words size amplification suddenly cracked. The next second, a mechanical notification sounded. Ding! Your intermediate size amplification has been upgraded to advanced size amplification. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 5199 honor points. Type, Little Panda Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Black Iron Rank. Master, Qin Yu. Skills, Intermediate Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Advanced God's Perspective, Wind Wings, Transformation, Intermediate Dragon's Might, Advanced Size Amplification, Frost Freeze, Intermediate Self-Healing, Simulated Communication. I've finally leveled up to Advanced Size Amplification. I wonder how powerful it is? I'm looking forward to it. Li Xian was prepared to experiment with size amplification. After the experiment was over, he would self-destruct to obtain a new ability and then go look for Qin Yu. At that time, after absorbing a period of soul power, he would be able to return to the summoned beast world and continue to obtain new skills. Thinking of this, Li Xian smiled slightly and prepared to self-destruct. However, at this moment, Li Xian's God's Perspective discovered that there was actually a summoning contract array in the southeast direction. This caused Li Xian's eyes to light up. Why don't I form a contract? The moment the contract is established, it can produce a large amount of soul power. I can first harvest a wave, then self-destruct. This way, I can harvest even more. After saying this, Li Xian did not hesitate to dash forward, quickly rushing toward the summoning contract array. From afar, Li Xian saw many summoned beasts running toward the summoning array. It was obvious that they wanted to sign the contract. Dragon's Might. Buzz. A terrifying dragon's might swept out, bringing with it a tyrannical aura as it enveloped the summoned beasts around the contract summoning array. This terrifying aura instantly frightened the summoned beasts into running for their lives. They no longer dared to go into the contract. Dragon's Might is really useful. It would be great if it could be upgraded to advanced level. I'll pay more attention to this aspect later. Li Xian muttered as he withdrew his Dragon's Might. He landed proudly in the formation and chose to enter the contract. Gradually, he disappeared. Time returned to a few minutes ago. In the defensive race's foreign world. This was a small world where the defensive race ruled over the ordinary people. The population was sparse and there was only one country. The defensive race of this world was born with great strength. They were born with terrifying defensive power, and it was difficult for swords to harm them. This also caused the ordinary people of this world to be unable to defeat the defensive race. They could only live under the brutal rule of the defensive race. The defensive race even established a powerful empire. With their tyrannical strength, they ruled over ordinary people. They also wantonly bullied and killed ordinary people. It was common to see ordinary people being captured, experimented on until death, and then thrown into mass graves. Their families could only desperately search for their families in the mass graves. It could be said that the ordinary people of this world hated the defensive race very much. However, they were powerless to resist and could only live on with their last breath. The reason why the defensive race was so strong was that their ancestors had obtained a defensive talent from their summoned beasts. Although they had obtained this talent by accident and could no longer obtain new talents, causing them to have low fertility, the defensive race still possessed powerful strength. For this reason, they had been studying their summoned beasts tirelessly, hoping to obtain a stronger summoned beast talent. Unfortunately, they had all failed. They had even lost many experimental materials, which were the lives of ordinary humans. On this day, after the crown prince of the defensive race had played with two ordinary little girls to death, he brought savagery to the palace hall and prepared to hold the summoning ceremony. Yes, this day was the day of the crown prince's contract summoning. The emperor and ministers had placed high hopes on him, hoping to summon a powerful black iron rank summoned beast. Royal brother, you can do it. As long as you can contract a powerful black iron rank summoned beast, you will be able to rule those commoners more firmly. In the crowd, there was a fat girl jumping up and down. Her pair of chubby legs moved so much that the ground was shaking. Don't worry, I can definitely contract a black iron rank summoned beast. Even if I can't, with the strength of our race, we can easily rule those human pigs. The crown prince twisted his round body and spoke arrogantly, directly calling ordinary people human pigs. Chapter 47, The Furious Li Xian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Royal Brother, although only our race has the method to summon beasts, those lowlifes have formed a resistance army and are trying to study the summoned beasts to resist us. Our summoned beasts aren't high level. Fortunately, we have our Majesty's summoned beast at the Black Iron rank peak, which is why we can suppress this country. If you summon another Black Iron rank summoned beast and raise it to the Black Iron rank peak, then you won't have to worry about those lowlifes anymore. The female fatty spoke again, her large buttocks constantly wriggling. Little Four is right. As the son that I value the most, I hope that you can summon a Black Iron summoned beast to suppress the rebellion. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you fail the first time. I still have 3 replacement crystals that can help you erase the contract 3 times and you can summon again. The Emperor on the throne spoke. His expression was filled with confidence and anticipation. Yes. Father, your son will definitely summon a Black Iron summoned beast or even a bronze summoned beast. The Crown Prince spoke confidently. A cold light flashed in his triangular eyes as if he was prepared to ride a Black Iron summoned beast in the future and kill all the rebellious civilians. All right, start summoning. The Emperor waved his hand. Yes. Father. After bowing, the Crown Prince quickly came in front of the summoning array. He took out a dagger and cut his left hand, causing blood to drip onto the array to summon. Buzz. The white starlight array lit up, releasing a colorful brilliance that was extremely dazzling. Looking at such a brilliant summoning array, everyone revealed looks of anticipation. This was because this array was too bright. It was completely different from their previous array. It was obviously even more resplendent. This result made everyone hurriedly stare at the summoning array, anticipating the appearance of a powerful summoned beast. Bronze summoned beast, it must appear. I am the Crown Prince, it must appear for me, it must. The fat Crown Prince shouted in secret, his eyes shining as he looked at the summoning array, waiting for his summoned beast to appear. It's too bright. I feel like a powerful summoned beast is about to appear. Someone could not help but speak, looking at the Crown Prince with envious eyes. This gaze made the Crown Prince even happier. He looked at the summoning array with even more anticipation. Buzz. The white light suddenly lit up for a moment, then slowly dissipated, completely disappearing. A furry little panda appeared in front of everyone. It looked around foolishly, its innocent little eyes looking very cute. However, no one present thought that the little panda was cute. Instead, they looked at the little panda with disgust. Some even looked at the Crown Prince in amusement. It's actually a little panda. This summoned beast doesn't know how to fight at all. It only knows how to communicate. It's so weak that it can't even defeat slime. It's indeed weak. The little panda is known as the weakest summoned beast. Even my fart bird is stronger than it. This is so funny. The Crown Prince actually summoned a little panda. This is so funny. A few young men wearing crowns opened their mouths and looked at the little panda as they discussed animatedly. Among them, the burly and fat second prince even laughed out loud and said mocking words to his face. Such words and discussions caused the Crown Prince to explode. Like a mad bull, he threw the dagger in his hand out. Of course. He did not throw the dagger at the second prince. The second prince was born from the Empress and had the support of many forces. Although the two parties did not see eye to eye, they could not shed all pretense of cordiality. Therefore, the Crown Prince did not throw the dagger at the second prince. Instead, he threw the dagger at the trashy summoned beast, the little panda. Whoosh! The dagger was very fast. Like an arrow, it streaked across and hit the ground next to the little panda. Li Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Crown Prince. Anger rose in his heart. He had just been summoned, and this fatty had used the dagger to attack him. Moreover, he had an angry look on his face. It was as if he had used him as a punching bag. This made Li Xian very dissatisfied, and his eyes narrowed. Damned little panda, you actually dare to dodge. What right does a trashy summoned beast have to be my summoned beast? Watch me kick you to death. The fat crown prince took 2 quick steps forward. His thick elephant-like legs kicked at the little panda mercilessly. Whoosh! The little panda dodged at lightning speed. Then, he looked around and swept his gaze across everything. Damn it, how dare you still dodge? I'm now ordering you in the name of a summoner. Stand where you are and activate the contract. Buzz. Following the fat crown prince's words, the power of the contract began to take effect. It began to restrain the little panda and bind it on the empty ground. Ha ha ha, you can't move anymore, right? You useless summoned beast, I'll kick you to death today and then contract a new summoned beast. The fat crown prince laughed loudly and stepped on his elephant leg to kick Li Xian again. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Xian's eyes were ice cold as he scanned the surroundings with his god's perspective. He saw many fat men bullying and beating up civilians. Those fatties were the same as the crown prince. They were all emitting a unique aura as if they were born with certain abilities. However, this did not matter. Since the fat crown prince was looking for trouble, then he would kill him. Hence, Li Xian immediately activated his size amplification. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the clouds. A terrifying figure that was like a small mountain suddenly appeared in the palace, instantly crushing the main hall into ruins. The fat crown prince who had been shouting earlier was directly sent flying by the terrifying figure. He rolled for dozens of meters before stopping. Then, he looked at the sky with his entire body covered in blood. He looked at the terrifying monster that looked down on all living things. What? What is that? It's so terrifying. No. I don't know, but I know. We definitely can't afford to provoke it. The nearby guards stared blankly at the terrifying monster. Their scalps went numb and their bodies trembled. The disheveled crown prince stood there in a daze and said nervously, You're the little panda gust now? My summoned beast. Your summoned beast my ass. Die. Rumble. A terrifying explosion swept out in all directions, bringing with it a terrifying power that swept through everything. In an instant, the entire imperial palace was flattened. Terrifying fireballs that were like firewalls continuously rose in the imperial palace, shocking everyone in all directions. The royal members of the defensive race were all killed in this terrifying explosion. Even the summoned beasts at the Black Iron rank peak were blown to pieces. It could be said that in this important awakening ceremony, not a single member of the defensive race survived. They were all finished. Most of the elites of the entire defensive race had died in this explosion. Only some small fry were left, and these people could no longer cause any more waves. The civilians who had been oppressed for a long time had completely erupted into an uprising. Under the leadership of the resistance army, they destroyed all of the defensive race. From then on, the people no longer needed to be oppressed by the defensive race. They could finally live a stable life. However, the terrifying giant beast that had appeared in the imperial palace and the terrifying explosion had caused many people in this world to revere it and call it a divine beast. This giant beast had saved the world and saved all living things. Everyone was very grateful to him. Li Xian did not know about all of this. At this moment, he had already reincarnated and become a new summoned beast. Chapter 48, Another 3 Skills. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! The gorilla-like fist struck out fiercely, striking the hard rock with a loud bang. This rock shattered under the tyrannical power. Li Xian looked at his own fist and nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect to obtain a monstrous strength talent this time. My strength has increased greatly. I'm really lucky. Li Xian waved his fist and felt the explosive power around him. He nodded in satisfaction. With a monster power talent, his combat strength would increase again. Not to mention ordinary summoned beasts, he would even have the strength to fight bronze summoned beasts. With so many talents and abilities, he was a monster, terrifyingly strong. Next, I'll browse through my memories. I hope to get more information. Li Xian squatted down and sat on the rock in a daze. His consciousness was like watching a cartoon, constantly looking at the memories of this body. The owner of this body was a monstrous beast. It looked a little like a gorilla and was very strong. Unfortunately, the monstrous beast was killed while challenging its own kind, and one of its legs was torn off. An ordinary summoned beast actually challenged a mid-level black iron rank. There must be something wrong with its brain. Li Xian shook his head speechlessly. This body's injuries were very serious. Even if Li Xian used self-healing to continuously heal, he still felt that it would be very difficult to save it. The main reason was that the leg could not recover. Although self-healing could heal many injuries, it was temporarily impossible to regenerate a severed limb. Unless the self-healing could be raised to a higher level, perhaps it could reach the level of regenerating a severed limb. Even at such a high level, if he wanted to regenerate a leg, he would have to expend a lot of soul power. It was not worth it. I'll self-destruct. I can revive again anyway, and my soul can withstand it. I can also obtain a new skill. It's the best of both worlds. After browsing through his memories and confirming that he did not have any useful knowledge, Li Xian chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Boom! A loud boom sounded, and the earth shook. Although he did not use the size amplification this time, the power of the self-destruct skill was still a little terrifying. It shook the surrounding trees until a few fell. Of course, Li Xian did not know about all of this. At this moment, he fell into darkness again. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical sound, the dark world gradually turned into light. The warm sunlight fell on his body once again, and he felt very comfortable. What kind of summoned beast is it this time? I feel strange in my body. Li Xian was a little puzzled. The first thing he did was to open his data panel and check his own situation. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 5199 honor points. Type, Defensive Beast Ordinary Summoned Beast. Soul, Black Iron Rank. Master, Qin Yu. Skills, Defense, Monstrous Strength, Frost Freeze, Wind Wings, Transformation, Intermediate Self-Healing, Intermediate Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing, Intermediate Fireball, Intermediate Dragon's Might, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Size Amplification, Simulated Communication. Defensive Beast? Its skill is Defense? Not bad, this skill is quite interesting. Li Xian was very satisfied with the defense skill he had just obtained. This skill was quite useful. In the future, when he upgraded it to advanced level, perhaps even the enemy would not be able to break through his defense. I'm really looking forward to seeing the appearance after upgrading my defense to advanced level. Li Xian was eager to give it a try, trying his best to look at the defensive beast's memories. It's another old summoned beast. Its memory is really rich, several times more than the memory of the monster strength beast. Li Xian quickly browsed through it, and when he reached the back, he gradually frowned. The two big-headed dolls killed this defensive beast? Why is this aura somewhat similar to the big vulture from before? Li Xian became serious, and he faintly felt that something was not right. These two big-headed dolls and the big vulture both emitted an evil aura. From what he remembered, the two big-headed dolls could still talk and were very intelligent. Why are these two big-headed dolls running away? They seem to be panicking. Li Xian was puzzled. He could not figure out why. At the same time, he discovered a lot of geographical information from his current body. The area I'm in now belongs to ordinary summoned beasts. Most of them aren't strong. Even black iron rank ones are rare. The most powerful one is the fire peacock. Its strength is unfathomable. It's born with some kind of bloodline. This is District 99, and the fire peacock the lord of this area. I didn't expect the summoned beast world to be divided into districts. Those two big-headed dolls ran toward District 98. Should I go over and take a look? Li Xian felt that it was a little strange and wanted to figure out what was going on. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. Possessing great strength meant that everything else was a small matter. Therefore, Li Xian did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, after browsing through his memories, he thought about whether or not he should go and look for Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't summon me. Moreover, I can be reincarnated another time. The tiredness of my soul isn't that strong. Why don't I give it a try? Li Xian was eager to try. His powerful skills made him more and more greedy. He wanted to revive again to get more skills. Then let's continue. It's best if I turn into a cat next time. After the next revival, my soul has reached its limit. I need to stay by Qin Yu's side for a long time. Li Xian stood up and used self-destruct again. Rumble. Following the terrifying explosion, Li Xian fell back into the darkness. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical sound, a light appeared in front of Li Xian's eyes. A small wooden nest appeared in front of him. This is a tree hole, eh? I really turned into a cat. Li Xian raised his small paws and looked at his cat form in surprise. He was very surprised. He had only casually said that he wanted to become a cat, but he did not expect that he would really become a cat now. This was really surprising. Could it be that my consciousness has a certain guiding effect? It can make me become a cat? Then what if I become a human? Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he was somewhat eager to try. However, the fatigue in his soul was too strong, and it was no longer suitable for resurrection. Even if he continued to resurrect, what if he was an ugly monster without skills? That would be depressing. Forget it, let's leave it at that. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Xian shook his head and tried to communicate with Qin Yu in his heart. As a summoned beast, due to the contract, he could get some hints. Sure enough, as soon as he communicated with her, she immediately began to summon him. I'll body shape. Although I'm a cat now, the old wind-winged cat looks better. As Li Xian spoke, he activated his transformation skill and transformed back into the wind-winged cat. The next second, the summoning array lit up and Li Xian disappeared into the summoning array. Brother Li Xian, I missed you so much. Look, I have a gift for you. Just as he was summoned to Qin Yu's world, Li Xian was still in the white light when he felt himself being picked up. A familiar scent lingered around his nose. Li Xian did not need to look to know that it was Qin Yu who was hugging him. That familiar smell and voice could be easily recognized. Chapter 49, Mysterious Fruit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What gift? Li Xian opened his mouth and used his original voice from his previous life to speak. It's this. Here you go. Qin Yu thought it was telepathy, so she immediately took out the small box she had prepared and handed it to Li Xian. What is this? What a strange feeling. Why do I feel that the things in the small box are very important? Li Xian had a strange feeling. He felt that there was something very important in the small box, which made Li Xian very curious. I also felt that it was very valuable, so I picked it up. That day, after work, I saw a cat's nest at the corner of a street. I thought there was a cat, so I felt pity for it, and I walked over. In the end, there was nothing inside, and I just saw this small box. Qin Yu explained the whole process in a cute manner. While she was talking, Song Xiaomei, who was beside her, looked at Li Xian in a daze. She could not believe that Li Xian could talk. Seeing that Qin Yu did not notice, Song Xiaomei raised her small hand and tugged at the corner of Qin Yu's shirt. Sister Xiaomei, what's wrong? Qin Yu turned her head in puzzlement and looked at the slim Song Xiaomei. "Yu, didn't you notice?" Song Xiaomei asked hurriedly, blinking her big eyes. "Notice? Notice what?" Qin Yu was dazed, her little head was full of confusion. "Your kitten is talking," Song Xiaomei said hurriedly. "Eh? Talking?" Qin Yu was slightly stunned, then she looked at Li Xian in surprise and said in disbelief, "Brother Li Xian, you can actually talk. You just realized it. How stupid. Eh? There's an orange. Peel one for me." Li Xian jumped onto the sofa and looked at the orange fruit plate on the coffee table. He raised his little paws and pointed at it. "Yeah." Qin Yu hurriedly nodded and obediently went to the sofa. She reached out her fair little hand to pick up the orange and began to peel it away bit by bit. During this process, her big, bright eyes looked at Li Xian from time to time. Her little head was full of doubts, as if she could not figure out why Li Xian could talk. "Brother Li Xian, why can you speak? Can you tell Yu?" Qin Yu finally asked, mainly because she was too curious. "I can speak after practicing my voice a little. This is a small matter to me. Open that small box." Li Xian swallowed the orange slice that Qin Yu handed over in one gulp and looked at the small box as he ate. Qin Yu obediently opened the small box. In an instant, a golden light flashed and a mysterious aura that Li Xian had never felt before slowly spread out. This mysterious aura made Li Xian's cat eyes suddenly widen. He looked at the golden fruit in the small box in disbelief. "What? What is this?" Li Xian asked in surprise. He had a feeling that this golden fruit would definitely be of great use to him in the future. "I don't know either. I picked it up on the road. This is also the first time I've opened it," Qin Yu said in a daze. Bang! Li Xian immediately closed the small box. Then, with a wave of his small claws, the small box disappeared in an instant. "Eh? Where's the small box?" Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei were stunned at the same time. They looked at the empty coffee table in disbelief. "I put it away. This thing obviously isn't simple. There must be a lot of people involved. Let me take a look at the situation first." Li Xian solemnly used his god's perspective and quickly scanned Black Rock City. Soon, he saw a cold-faced man chasing after an acquaintance from his god's perspective. This acquaintance was none other than Ye Fan, an apprentice who worked in the elixir store. Ye Fan was also holding a small box like this in his hand. This scene caused Li Xian to be slightly stunned before revealing a greedy expression. "The things in this small box are extremely extraordinary. It will definitely be of great help to me in the future. It would be great if I can get my hands on it as well." However, there was something very wrong with that cold-faced man. His eyes were dull and were similar to those puppets that he had seen before. Li Xian thought of that alchemist back then, the scene of him refining humans and mutated beasts into puppets. He also thought of the evil energy organization. At that time, He Niu had told him about the intelligence of the evil energy organization. This organization was able to refine humans into puppets and absorb the talents of geniuses into their own bodies. How could Li Xian forget such an evil organization? At the moment, the cold-faced man's expression and actions were very similar to puppets. If he was alive, he was basically a puppet. This indicated that the shadow of the evil energy organization had appeared once again in Black Rock City. Moreover, this cold-faced man's strength was extraordinary. Li Xian estimated that he had the strength of at least a high-level black iron rank. If this was still a puppet, then the person who refined it was very likely to be a bronze rank. Under the circumstances where top-tier experts did not appear, bronze rank was already an existence that could not be ignored in this city. Therefore, he had to pay attention. This Ye Fan is really not simple. His strength is not even black iron rank. He actually managed to merge with a summoned beast. Moreover, he also had all sorts of tools that allowed him to narrowly dodge every attack. Li Xian analyzed in secret. The ability to merge with a summoned beast was an ability that only advanced summoners could have. It could greatly increase one's strength. Ye Fan's strength was so weak, yet he was able to learn to merge with a summoned beast early on. This was indeed amazing. The key point was that after he merged with a summoned beast, he was only a mid-level Black Iron rank. Under the pursuit of a Black Iron rank, Ye Fan should have died without a doubt. However, Ye Fan was able to escape at the critical moment. This was very surprising. However, this Ye Fan has already reached his limit. There is also a limit to the fusion time. If he doesn't have any special methods, he will definitely die. Li Xian saw that Ye Fan had used up all his props. In addition, he had suffered quite a serious injury. The fusion time was almost up. He probably could not escape. Hey! Li Xian was stunned. His expression immediately became gloomy. This was because Ye Fan actually threw the small box out and directly threw it into a large courtyard. There were many tattooed men in that courtyard. It looked like a gang. After he threw the small box out, the cold-faced man who was chasing after Ye Fan also stopped chasing. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the large courtyard and had a conflict with the gang members. Could it be that the small box in his hand is fake? The real small box only has this one that Qin Yu picked up. Li Xian was shocked and continued to monitor Ye Fan. As expected. After this guy took the opportunity to escape, he made several turns and ran through several streets. After going back and forth several times, he confirmed that there was no one following him. He cautiously came to a corner of a street and began to rummage through a small cat's nest. However, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. In the end, he was so angry that he kicked the small cat's nest to pieces and then roared angrily. This scene made Li Xian even more speechless. He felt that Qin Yu's luck was extraordinary. Qin Yu, you can't tell anyone about you picking up the small box. Only the three of us know, understand? Li Xian said seriously. Yeah, I won't tell anyone. Qin Yu nodded obediently and listened to Li Xian. Song Xiaomei nodded her head as well. She was smart enough to know what to do. However, Song Xiaomei was very curious about where Li Xian hid the small box, so she could not help but ask. Kitten, where did you put the small box? Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Chapter 50, The Road to Earning Money. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This. Li Xian thought for a moment and continued, actually, I have a small portable space that can store anything. The last summoned beast he reincarnated into was called the Space Cat. He had obtained an elementary skill called portable space that could store anything. It was very convenient. However, this was a support ability and the space was too small. It was only the size of a basketball court. Li Xian did not take it seriously. Instead, he wanted to improve his other skills as soon as possible. He did not take it seriously. However, when Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu heard this, they were shocked. This was because space-type skills were very rare. With this type of ability, whether it was going out on missions or exploring secret realms, space-type summoned beasts were very popular. Even the country was recruiting such people in order to transport supplies between cities. Under normal circumstances, if two cities were very far apart and they wanted to transport supplies, they had to be careful of the attacks of the mutated beasts in the wilderness. If there was a large number of supplies, it would require a large amount of manpower and resources. As there were many people, it would be easy for the mutated beasts to target them. Every time they transported supplies, many people would die. Ever since they had space-type summoned beasts, they only needed to send a small number of people to protect the space-type summoned beasts. This way, the target would be small and it would not attract the attention of the mutated beasts. It could be said that space-type summoned beasts were very popular. It was a pity that there were too few of them. Many places were hiring them at high prices, but they could not find them. Since Li Xian had such an ability, it really surprised Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu. Brother Li Xian, space-type skills are very rare. If others know that you have this ability, then you will become a hot commodity, Qin Yu said stupidly. Stupid you can't let others know about this. Otherwise, many people will come looking for you in the future. You and brother Li Xian won't be able to live a peaceful life. Song Xiaomei looked further away. She could not help but raise her fair little hand and point at Qin Yu's forehead. Is that so? Qin Yu was dumb and cute. Her little head was still a little confused. Yes, Xiaomei is right, but it doesn't matter. If they dare to harass us, at most I'll just beat them up. Li Xian spoke calmly, not taking those people seriously at all. If he was not even afraid of death, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, Black Rock City mostly consisted of black iron rank, and even bronze rank was rare. Li Xian was an existence that even dared to fight against bronze ranks. Back when he did not have that many skills, he still dared to fight against the Black Wolf King in a large number of wolf packs. That Wolf King was definitely bronze rank, and its strength was very strong. However, what about it? Not to mention the current Li Xian, even the previous Li Xian was not afraid of it. Thus, Li Xian's expression was indifferent. He even ate the orange petals that Qin Yu handed over as he spoke. Brother Li Xian is the most powerful. Oh right, are we still going to the pill store? Sister Qi asked about you a few times. It seems that she knows that you can refine pills, Qin Yu said softly. Yes, I know. Let's go together tomorrow. It just so happens that I want to refine some pills in exchange for money and buy plants. Li Xian looked at his various skills. So many skills required a lot of materials, and the amount of money consumed was also astronomical. Since there was the lucrative industry of refining pills, he naturally could not miss it. Moreover, he could put it in the auction house and sell it to other summoned beasts in exchange for honor points. When the time came, he could buy whatever he wanted and directly throw money at it. How great would that be? However, at this time, Li Xian thought of that mad lion beast and could not help but ask. Yu, how is the news about that mad lion beast? Has it been resolved? It can be considered resolved. The owner of the mad lion beast is called Wang Jun, who was the elder brother of that alchemist back then. However, Wang Jun had already fallen off the cliff. At that time, the people that Sister Qi had found chased Wang Jun to the edge of the cliff and chopped off one of his arms. After that, Wang Jun fell off the cliff, and there was no news of him at all. That cliff was bottomless, so the chances of survival were not high. Moreover, his mad lion beast was also dead and its head was chopped off. Qin Yu explained in a soft manner, revealing all the relevant information. Yes, it's not a big problem. Li Xian nodded. In the past, when he was facing the mad lion beast at the Black Iron rank peak, he was indeed under a lot of pressure. However, Li Xian was not worried at all. At most, he would just kill it. With multiple skills as his foundation, Li Xian was more and more confident at the moment. Therefore, he did not care at all. Instead, he fell into a warm bed after eating and drinking his fill. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to all living things. Li Xian woke up early and yawned as he lay on Qin Yu's shoulder. He followed her out of the house and headed towards the pill store. However, not long after they left the house, they heard the discussions around them. Many people gathered together and said something. Li Xian's ears were sharp, so he could easily hear the conversations of these people. Did you hear? All the people from the Big Head Gang died. They all died in the courtyard. Of course, I heard about it. My house was near there. At that time, the smell of blood was too strong. So many people died. Later, when the law enforcement team went in, a few of them ran out with pale faces. I threw up when I saw them at the door. It was too tragic. Is it that serious? The law enforcement team shouldn't have been so scared, right? Why not? I'm telling you, those people were all torn to shreds. It was really tragic. A large amount of information was transmitted from all directions. Li Xian listened to this information and thought of the scene he saw yesterday. He thought of the cold-faced man who was chasing after Ye Fan. This person is obviously a puppet. I have to be more careful in the future. Li Xian muttered to himself. He used his god's perspective to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he stopped using it. A moment later, the two of them and a cat came to the pill store. They saw the beautiful Sister Qi in a cheongsam and high heels. Yu, you are finally willing to bring your cat here. Come in quickly. Sister Qi's eyes lit up when she saw Li Xian. A smile from the bottom of her heart immediately appeared on her fair face. It was obvious that she wanted to see Li Xian. Yu, come with me. I have something to ask of you. Sister Qi held Qin Yu's small hand and walked to the alchemy room without any explanation. After she entered, she closed the door without hesitation. Yu, help me refine some moistening water pill. Those old customers have been talking about your moistening water pills. Don't worry, you can definitely sell them for a good price. Sister Qi said with a smile on her face. From the corner of her eyes, she looked at Li Xian many times. It was obvious that she already knew everything. Okay. When Qin Yu heard this, she instinctively looked at Li Xian. After confirming that Li Xian did not reject her, she nodded her head and agreed. Then it's decided. The ingredients are all here. Work hard to refine it. All right, I'm leaving. Sister Qi waved her small hands and walked out of the alchemy room with her slender legs. Her small leather shoes clattered on the floor. In the alchemy room, Li Xian looked at Sister Qi who was leaving, and lightly jumped to the side of the alchemy furnace. Let's begin. Okay.